Good morning, everyone. Now this morning, we will be starting off on the pillar of crafted living. Welcome back to day 2 of the Business of Design Week BODW 2025. We will be diving deep into the narrative power of design, and we are delighted to welcome Susanna Minotti, the head of Interior Decoration Department at Minotti, a renowned furniture brand celebrated for its timeless elegance and craftsmanship. As a visionary and storyteller, Susanna has a unique gift for uncovering the hidden narratives within objects and spaces. Now, her work masterfully blends cultural insight with brand strategy, transforming furniture into compelling branded pieces and experiences that resonate with us globally. For this morning's program, please feel free to take advantage of our Kudo AI translation service. You can access 10 languages in this, and we have a QR code right here. That's for simultaneous interpretation. You can scan from the back of the chairs. That code works. This works as well. And also, please put in your earbuds if you would like to listen. If you didn't bring your earbuds, we do have some at the booth. Please enjoy, and without further ado, please join me in welcoming Miss Susanna Minotti.
What if curiosity were not a spark of inspiration, but an intention, a way of staying open, returning to things, and seeing them again with a clearer, deeper gaze? And what if curiosity were not the desire for something new, but the discipline of looking without assumptions, of listening before shaping, of noticing what we did not see before? And what if design, instead of rushing toward novelty, asked a more radical and a more human question? How do we create something new that remains connected to who we are, to what we know, and to what gives meaning to the way we live? This is the question that guides my work, my family story, and the journey I want to share with you today. My name is Susanna Minotti, and since I was given the honor and the duty to open this morning session, I hope you had a good coffee and are ready to listen to this story. There was a moment when something shifted for me. A moment when I realized that people do not fall in love with objects or with spaces as independent elements. They fall in love with what happens between them, with how a form meets the body, how material meets the light, and how an atmosphere shapes a gesture. And even more than these, people also fall in love with the story behind these relationships, the intention, the culture, the human knowledge that shapes them. Collection after collection, I understood something essential. Design doesn't evolve in a straight line. It evolves in a spiral. It returns to the same questions each time with a different gaze. And this way of seeing brings me back to the place where this vision began. Brianza, a region north of Milan where design didn't start as a formal discipline, but as a way of working, rooted in craft, precision, and the dignity of labor. At the end of the 18th century, with the construction of the Royal Villa of Monza, master artisans arrived from across Europe. Austrian, French, German, bringing refined skills and a deep knowledge of materials, creating a fabric of specialized atelier that over generations, from workshop to workshop, from master to apprentice, would evolve into one of Italy's most important productive ecosystems. A place where still today, almost of all our furniture is produced within a radius of just 12 kilometers. This system matured quietly for more than a century. Then came the Second World War, and Italy was devastated. And when the time came to rebuild, and that heritage became a decisive advantage. New technologies arrived, polyurethane foams, cured plywood, and modern woodworking machinery. These materials were used in other sectors, but in Brianza there was the creativity and the curiosity to recognize how they could be translated into our world. At the same time, modernist ideas from Germany and Scandinavia, including those influenced by the Bauhaus, began shaping Italian architecture. Interiors became cleaner, more essential, more functional. And in this intersection between tradition and innovation, between craft and modernity, something crucial happened. Artisans became entrepreneurs and began collaborating with architects to give form to the new domestic landscape of post-war Italy, to build modern interiors for a society that was changing fast, and to translate new materials into new possibilities. We must imagine a generation of young artisans with the hunger typical of those rebuilding after a war, eager to create something new, to rise from the ashes. This is the cultural ground in which Minotti was born in 1948. My grandfather, Alberto Minotti, was an upholsterer, a rigorous man, but also curious, with a profound respect of work, a natural predisposition toward beauty and courage. I knew him only briefly, although I see and feel him every day in the characteristics he instilled in our family and company. My grandfather once showed me a photograph of himself. He was with a group of friends in the 1950s, posing with a football. They were just ordinary boys, hungry to create something meaningful and beautiful. You know, many of them would later become the founders of some of the most prestigious Italian design companies, Cassina, B&B, Giorgetti, Flexfor, just to name a few. Like many of his generation, my grandfather's workshop did not begin as a design company, but became one when he started its collaboration with Gigi Radice, an architect who in many ways acted as the company's first art director before the term existed, shaping early project visions and the first recognizable elements of a Minotti identity. From there, the company grew, and in the 1980s, with the arrival of the second generation, Minotti entered a new phase. What changed was the horizon, the curiosity to understand new markets, new cultures, and ways of living, and to bring the Minotti vision into the wider world. If Brianza gave us a way of working, the next chapter gave us a way of seeing. And like every turning point, it began with an encounter. One afternoon in Milan, in 1997, Alberto's sons, Roberto and Renato, stopped in front of a fashion store window designed by architect Rodolfo Dordoni. And what caught their attention was the lifestyle implicit in that space. They understood that a space is, first of all, a narrative, a world made of relationships between proportions, materials, light, and gestures. My father and my uncle recognized immediately that Minotti was ready to embrace the idea that identity is stronger when everything speaks the same language. For more than 20 years, we refined a world in which each collection is a system, in which every element is conceived not as a standalone piece, but as a note inside a composition. We were building an integrated lifestyle vision, built on balance, coherence, atmosphere, and an emotional precision. Once a language exists, it can open to new voices. And so, nearly 70 years after the company's foundation, the time came when we, as a family, were ready to orchestrate our collections, enriching our score with new notes. I still remember Rodolfo saying, now that we have told the world who we are curious to discover how the world will interpret us. We didn't open the door to new designers to add variety. We opened it to add perspectives, different ways of seeing the world, different cultural sensibilities. It all began in 2017, when we felt the need for a more tactile note. And we found the perfect voice in Christophe Delcourt, who brought us cultural touch that only French craftsmanship makes possible. The reaction to these past our expectations. So we decided to open up to further distinctive voices. Nendo, for his Japanese poetic and minimalist intensity, and Marcio Kogan, Studio MK27, for his warm Brazilian modern modernism and his capability to translate architecture into the scale of design pieces. In 2018, Minotti turned 70, a moment to honor our past and open a new chapter, celebrating our roots at the Royal Villa of Monza as we step into the future. Then came 2019, and the arrival of the Danish-Italian duo Ganfratesi for their Scandinavian precision and Italian sophistication that felt naturally aligned with our world. And then imagine all of these combined together, Salone del Mobile, Milano Design Week, our new collection on stage, and for the first time, all our designers together. We were in heaven. And for a, let me say, design geek like me, it felt like having all the Avengers in the same room. Really was a thrilling moment, and each of them with their superpower. And then 2020, the year the war stopped. From one day to the next, cities fell silent. Life moved indoors. But we kept creating, because when the world changes, the way we live changes, design must listen. So as Milan came back to life one day, my father was working in the Brera district when he saw through a showroom window beautifully carved furniture that made him walk inside, which led to Inoda and Svea joining the team. With the pandemic now behind us, we sensed a growing desire for something real, which engendered pure emotional connection. People were looking for unique, quality, and timeless pieces, possibly with a good story to tell, which led us last year to launch two emerging talents, Hannes Pier, with his collectible editorial depth, and Giampiero Tagliaferri, with a warm, eclectic modernity that speaks to new generations without breaking continuity. Another designer discovered through some showroom windows, and this time the Italian scout was my uncle, caught by the beautiful Oliver People's showroom while working in the city center of Milan. It sounds we don't do nothing but gallivanting in the Milanese streets, but trust me, we work too. And this is what we call Minotti design management. A kind of design approach that reminds me of something that I once read. The whole is greater than the sum of its parts. Or another way of thinking about it, an orchestra, where everyone plays his instrument, contributing to the symphony. If there is one idea that connects everything I've shared so far, from curiosity to Brianza to our design language, is this. Design is a system of relationships. We never look at a piece in isolation. We look at the dialogue between materials, the exactness of a proportion, the invitation a form extends to the body. When we develop a new piece, we're not just searching for a perfect form. We are searching for a precise balance. There are moments in which a single millimeter changes everything. And this is where curiosity becomes craft mastery, where comfort begins as a science and develops into art. This is where the idea of tailoring lives for us, into the obsessive care that gives a sofa the level of attention you would expect from a handcrafted bag. And in the curiosity that leads us to convert a leather goods machine to achieve the perfect piping or a specific type of stitching. For us, precision is not technical, it is ethical. This shared design language built through balance, listening, and a very precise way of observing naturally expands beyond the object. So let me shift our focus from objects to what surrounds them, spaces and atmospheres. Before entering this territory, let me ask you something. This morning when you walked into this conference hall, what did you notice first? Was it what you saw or what you felt? Because what shapes our daily life is never just a collection of elements, it is an atmosphere. A design succeeds when it amplifies the rituals of living: conversation, rest, contemplation, protection, intimacy. Now, let me take you to two different places within our global network of flagship stores. Two geographies, two emotional climates, two cultural tempos, yet the same underlying language: Florence and Shanghai. So imagine a Renaissance building, a palazzo, opening onto a typical Italian square in the heart of the city of Florence, a place where art, culture, and craft have shaped identity for centuries. And now Shanghai, a vertical, energetic, layered metropolis where our space is circular and organic. It doesn't impose itself. It absorbs the urban rhythm and becomes part of it. In Florence, spaces are reduced, there are no straight walls, and the ceilings are vaulted, framed by carved capitals. Here, atmosphere is not created by adding elements, but by letting history speak softly with the present. Shanghai, on the other hand, is immersive, fluid, permeable. A helical staircase and at the center of the space mimics a vortex that draws you deeper inside, not a pose from the city, but a continuation of it. Two places, two cultures, two tempos, yet the same language beneath. A design that listens to each city and translates that listening into a space where people can genuinely belong. Now, let's turn our attention to what future holds. We cannot speak about evolution without speaking about responsibility, because the future of design is not acceleration, and it is not change for the sake of change. The future of design is coherence. It is knowing who we are and where we come from, so we can understand where we want to go. For me, this is where curiosity becomes crucial. Curiosity is not what pushes us forward, it is what helps us evolve without losing ourselves, and the ability to see what deserves to last. And this question, what deserves to last, is becoming more and more important. Today we speak about sustainability, new materials, circular processes, responsible production. But to me, responsibility begins even earlier. It begins with meaning. If an object has no meaning, it cannot be sustainable. If a space has no identity, it cannot endure. If innovation does not deepen who we are, it dissolves us. This is why evolution is never about replacing what came before. It is about refining it. For us, each new material we explore, each new process we adopt, each new technique we develop, must preserve the clarity of a language we've built over decades. We're not trying to be new, we're trying to be true. And this is where curiosity becomes a way of looking forward while honoring everything that has shaped us, recognizing and preserving our legacy generation to generation. In Minotti, every year, we launch a new collection of objects for everyday living. We're not inventing life anew. We're returning year after year, decade after decade, to observe how people live, how habits evolve, how aesthetics shift, and to offer our interpretation of these changing needs. There is a line by T.S. Eliot that has resonated with me for many years. We shall not cease from exploration, and the end of all our exploring will be to arrive where we started and know the place for the first time. Because we always go back to the same questions. How do we live? How do we inhabit space? What do we need to feel at ease, to feel welcome, protect, to feel ourselves? The journey never really ends. We simply return with curiosity and see more than before. Thank you for your attention and for the curiosity that brought you here today. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Susanna, for the captivating exploration of storytelling. You've shown us that powerful designs resonate deeply with the human experience. Our next speaker is Dr. Barbara Villari, who has transformed her family business Villari, renowned for luxury, artistic porcelain made in Italy. By elevating design, craftsmanship, she has led this brand's international expansion while staying true to its heritage. Beyond Villari, Dr. Villari is an active leader in Italian furniture industry associations, championing Italian design excellence around the world. She operates on a powerful principle, that curiosity is the first act of courage in the creative process. So how does that courage translate into success? Before we welcome Barbara, let's look at a short video about Villari. Please join me in giving a big warm welcome to Barbara, Art and Managing Director of Villari.
Good morning, everyone. I'd like to thank you, the BODW organization, for inviting me here and for the wonderful welcome that I received here in the beautiful city of Hong Kong. I'm here to tell you the story about my company and about how all curiosity has such a big impact in our artistic development. First of all, it's important to say that curiosity is the first act of courage in the creativity process. This is the force that pushes those who create to go behind the border of the no. It strongly influenced the narrative of our creative story, leading us to achieve absolutely unexpected results. Villari was founded in the '67 by my parents. These are my father and my mother, Sylvia. Both were sculptors and had a great passion for the art and the architectural. Journey with Villari began with a vision. As a self-made entrepreneur, they transformed their passion into thriving business, showcasing exceptional craftsmanship. When they founded the company in the 60s, Italy was experiencing a period of economic growth, as Italians might recall, after the Second World War, a time of economic boom, characterized by enormous industrial growth and profound social transformation. My parents started from a small laboratory in a tiny village in the middle of the mountain in Veneto, is the region of Venice. With a lot of courage, they had producing reproduction of Capodimonte. Capodimonte is a factory that was founded by Carlo V di Borbone in Napoli, and it was only for 30 years. They started reproducing statues, but all over the year, they developed many other collections, moving from reproducing imperial porcelain, more eclectic collection, growing the company more and more. With the second generation, my brother Leone, my sister Alessandra, and me, we took the company in the world. And from a small laboratory, now we promote the art of the porcelain internationally. In 2010, we opened our boutique in Harrods, in London, that is considered the luxury temple of the world. In the last 15 years, we opened over than 25 monobrand boutiques in the world and shop-in-shop. But I can say that our challenge have taught us that change is an artistic act. But every innovation lives in a dialogue with the tradition. And tradition doesn't limit the curiosity, it sustains it. The work of greatest artists like Leonardo da Vinci have inspired our creativity process, influencing our design and approach on the craftsmanship. In 1450, he was the symbol of his disharmony between knowledge and intuition. We have taken inspiration for his creation. And here you have one example of this vase that my brother Leone, he realized from a sketch of Leonardo da Vinci. Looking back has really helped us to innovate our company. Our curiosity about the past has been a driving force, inspiring us to explore a reinterpreted historical influence, theme and technique, which in turn has shaped our unique approach to design. Many examples through history have inspired our creation. For example, Russian imperial porcelain, which blend culture and language. From Caterina la Grande, Caterina the Great, that in the 18th century made porcelain become experimental as a symbol of power. At the time, she introduced a strong color, gold, platinum, and rare polish. As you can see in this picture, these are two amazing vases that we took inspiration and we make the same. A curiosity translates into the beauty. Even Antonio Canova, the very great Italian sculptor that in the 18th century transformed neoclassicism into contemporary emotion. Today in Villari, we also find inspiration in this dialogue between past and present, the mix between tradition and contemporary design. is the heart of our identity. Today, we create extraordinary pieces by using advanced techniques like 3D printed, artificial intelligence, and they give us a big boost of innovation. Our curiosity about experimenting with new materials led us to combine porcelain with other elements like Murano glass, brass plated in gold 24 karat, and silver, creating unique and innovative pieces that blend different texture and aesthetic. And after the year, we were among the first companies that started mixing material with porcelain, and thanks to this intuition, we create extraordinary pieces, like this great chandelier that is high 8 meters, large 4 meters, made in porcelain in Murano glass, and is right now displayed in one of the big hotel lobbies in Egypt, the beautiful Cleopatra Resort in Masmatruk. A fundamental milestone for us, for our company, has been in 1888, when my parents, they met Jeff Koons, and they create for him the famous statue, Michael Jackson and Bubble. At that time, he wasn't so famous, but now is considered the most important pop art artist alive in the world. This statue of Michael Jackson was exhibited in the more important museum worldwide, like MoMA Museum in San Francisco. Michael Jackson and the Bubble statue represented the iconic bond between the artist and his pet, symbolizing innocence, freedom, and the deep connection between human and nature. This chapter of our history has represented an important goal for our company, pushing our limit to curiosity. Later, this experience, it drives us to explore new creativity horizon, just collaborating with artists, designers, and architects from all over the world. This is Fabio Novembre, very famous Italian designer. Today, curiosity is the key in our creation, to reinterpret tradition as a living, renovate contemporary aesthetic. Often lead us to analyze nature, which is a source of great inspiration for us. Many of our work are reinterpretation of what we see in nature. In every collection, light and shape become emotion and meaning. The curiosity of travel and discover new culture have had a significant impact on our creation. Understand and learn has drive us to travel the world through culture, from Europe to East. Here you can see the opening that we did in our boutique in Beijing. Thanks to exploration, we are able to deep into many, like the ceremony of tea, which over the time has become an essential point of our collection. This year, in Milano Salone del Mobile, we are proud to be part of Villa Heritage. This great project made by French architect Pierre-Yves Rochon, that which brought together 70 leading Italian companies to research the perfect Italian villa. This project that becomes a symbol of this balance between Italian roots and international view, where beauty is never static but constantly evolving. Villa Heritage is more than an exhibition. It's a reflection on the timeless dialogue between past and future. Design as a sanctuary of creativity celebrates the extraordinary legacy of Europe's craftsmanship and demonstrate how heritage can inspire innovation. Curiosity has led us to reach young people through all social media, which have allowed us to understand their need and their desire, creating collections dedicated to them. These platforms have been key in helping us to connect with our audience and create products that resonate with them. Social media help us to understand the new generation, their choice, their value, and desire, and their authenticity. Young people, they seek projects that evoke meaning, not just aesthetic. We dedicate them a special connection through unofficial channels, and we respond them with innovative motive, unexpected color, and we become a bridge between the past and the future. Go into the past, study in the past, and be innovative. Classicismo, modernismo, tradition, innovation, handmade, artificial intelligence, theme that together live in our creativity process. Now, wherever, before concluding, I would like to give you a provocation. Even curiosity has some risk. Curiosity without limit can turn into dispersion. It can make us lose the sense of origin, the soul of who we are. For this reason, at Villari, curiosity is always rooted into knowledge. Knowledge of material and history of the hand that created. Only in this way does curiosity become creativity wisdom. Again, curiosity is the courage to experiment with beauty every single day. And for me, it's very important. Going to sleep every night knowing that I have learned something new. I would like to dedicate this speech to my father Cesare and my mother Silvia, that their curiosity light the first spark of our history. We continue to guide us generation after generation. And I want to give a special thanks to Excellency the Consul General Carmelo Ficarra, who with this passion, his work, make us proud to be Italian every day. Thank you very much.
Grazie mille. Thank you, Barbara. Thank you for reminding us that curiosity is our powerful tool for the past, present, and the future. Now, building on this theme, our next speaker invites us into the world of strategic design and brand innovation. Andrea Molteni, Vice President of Molteni&C, known for building bridges between Italian design heritage and dynamic landscape of global business. His work demonstrates how curiosity fuels a unique approach to design and business. From rediscovering Italian heritage to collaborating with well-renowned architects. We'll see how this mindset drives innovation in product development, sustainability, and global expansion, creating bespoke solutions for markets worldwide. Now, his work is truly a masterclass in translation, converting core values into tangible, desirable experiences where beauty meets strategic intelligence and commercial success. Please welcome Andrea Molteni.
Hello, can you hear me? Because we haven't checked the perfect mic, I think. Well, first of all, thank you all for being here today. It's a real honor to be present today at this event and presenting our brand, our company, to all the design community present today at BODW. It's really a pleasure to be with all of you today. Also given the delicate times that happened recently in Hong Kong with the tragedy, so we're all close to what happened, unfortunately, here. Today, I hope I will not repeat too many concepts that we already started discussing throughout the presentations this morning on what is the role of curiosity in our business and in design specifically. We will start with a very small introduction about what our company is. We're a 91-year company.
In black and white, a young couple stands smiling and hopeful before a gate. The year is 1934, and in the town of Giussano near Milan in Italy, Angelo and Giuseppina Molteni embark on a journey that will forever change the world of design. Fast forward to the 50s, when the first industrial machines arrive from Germany to make manufacturing processes quicker and better. Molteni&C gains complete control of the supply chain, from tree trunk to finished item. After the machine revolution comes the style challenge. In the 60s, northern Italian manufacturers joined forces to attract the world to Milan. Angelo Molteni was among the 14 founders of the first Salone del Mobile, 1961. Modern furniture made its debut. The Molteni&C story grows, its branches reaching beyond homes. Unifor and Citerio join the family, bringing the world of office design to the forefront. In the 80s, Dada took its place at the table. The only part that had been missing was the kitchen. And from the most prestigious residences to awe-inspiring contract projects, Molteni&C leaves its mark on the world stage. 2015 saw the inauguration of the Molteni Museum, designed by Jasper Morrison and reimagined by Ron Gillard in 2021 to showcase the company's products, prototypes and stories, while also looking towards the future. Throughout the following years, Italian craftsmanship meets the brilliance of international designers. Including Vincent van Duysen, Joe Ponti, Naoto Fukasawa and Jabu Puschelberg. Today, Molteni&C remains committed to its Italian heritage and to advancing the culture of quality living.
So as the video has just explained briefly, we are today as Molteni the largest European group, 100% family owned, and we work still today as a family very tightly connected in developing ideas more than anything. We love to fall in love with ideas and new ideas, creative ideas that are the driver behind everything we do daily in our company, in our factory, in all the daily activities that we do. The role of curiosity, of course, we've talked and you already heard about from the other speakers today that curiosity, of course, is the center of what we do daily as designers and manufacturers. Without curiosity, without this desire to push the boundaries every day of what we know and to ask ourselves different questions and to really try to engage with new perspectives on what we do daily, design would not exist probably. Throughout all the history of our company and throughout all the evolution over time, curiosity, I think, has been the real essence driver behind all the steps that from the 30s when my grandfather started the company always were the common thread that drove Molteni to what it is today. It turned and pushed very, very strongly our shift from what was a usual, more traditional design or what we call classic design. You've seen with the Susanna Minotti story, the similar stories in all the region from Brianza, where we're from, follow the same kind of evolution from very classical craftsmanship, ideas and curiosity to explore different tastes and different kind of aesthetics grew from very simple workmen and very basic industrial approach to start to explore different tastes, different lines, different kind of essences. This started for us very early with very first contaminations from very classic design on one end, all the way shifting very quickly with the curiosity of my granddad to challenge new and upcoming, and at that time, I have to say very bravely, almost unknown designers. Today, the design industry is very stable. There's, of course, new players every year, new designers, young designers that come to the stage, but at that time, it was completely uncharted territory, and it was really a gamble on really working with the curiosity and confrontation between what was the old style of approaching design to new and innovative ideas that were coming in a small place like Brianza, which is right north of Milano, from very different parts of the world, even through, it was only the 30s. The first modern piece, for example, we have here was the prototype of a modern piece we developed in 1955. And it came from a very far inspiration, came from Japan with the idea of these interconnecting elements that were fixed without any screws or anything. So even in the 50s, we were already using curiosity and cultural mix to really start developing new ideas and new products within our lines. Today, we keep bringing this forward. We always have this drive of being curious about what is around us and what's happening. And also, we use it as a way to reinvent the tradition. We look, of course, forward. We work with the most renowned architects and designers globally, but we also look within. We also look to the past. We have touched maybe again earlier on, very briefly, curiosity and innovation. We're almost always drawn, and in our imagination, it's always forward-looking. It's always related, or mostly times, it's related to the future. What's going to happen next? What's going to be the next trend? Let's be curious about what the future was. For us, it's really important to some extent also to look backwards, to really be curious about who we are, who we were, and where our history came from. There's so much still untapped knowledge and untapped know-how that we can really look forward to. Curiosity, for us, it's also having broad views and broad influences that come from all over the world. We work today with a very wide and varied range of architects and designers that always bring a new view. I was touching earlier on from the idea, the past. Of course, we have some masters of architecture from Jean Nouvel to Gio Ponti, to Scarpa, Aldo Rossi, Rodolfo Dordoni. For us, it's really important to really also dig into this tradition and history, but also look forward and work with also what will be the new generations of architects, and also to be influenced by very diverse cultures and geographies somehow. Curiosity, again, it's a pervasive concept that we apply in every single aspect. We're in industrial manufacture. We have 3 different manufacturing facilities in the north of Milano. And even in all the aspects, of course, today we talk about design, we talk about products, we talk about lines and efforts, but curiosity, at least in our business, must pervade all aspects of what we do. So it brings all together and a perspective on how we approach new materials, new machinery, innovative ways of manufacturing, and we try to be as open and curious about also what could be the next and the future technologies to be applied in our industry. We love the curiosity of architects that bring new ideas. We love also to work internally and to really dig into what is the know-how of the people we already know, that already been working. I'm personally the 3rd generation getting in the business, but I'm not the only 3rd generation. We have workers who are now 3rd generation employees, 3rd generation of people that have been working in the company, and the importance to keep the curiosity of looking inside their knowledge and their know-how, and to have this experience flow through all the different generations. It's very, very important for us as well. And this goes also well towards what is the sustainability approach that we have. Of course, the curiosity to build better, to build with more efficiency, build with more environmental aspects drives what we do daily. And we try to be as open and curious about what could be the next steps to go towards this sustainable innovation. This applies on one end, of course, to production aspects as well, but also to product development. It's always important to challenge ourselves and to be curious on what could be new materials, new technological steps to be put into the product development side. And sometimes this design purpose or intent comes from the designer sometimes the company and ourselves as research and development team, we work very actively in trying to be very open and curious about using different materials and different technologies that maybe were never applied before in a certain industry, but that we can try to innovate and bring to the table to really express new form, shapes, lines, or solutions, let's say. These are some examples, for example, of materials that we've been working together with a wide range of very dedicated and capable suppliers. So even in this, the curiosity to search outside the box, to search outside what is the common everyday solution, it's crucial for us to keep innovating, to keep being ahead of the curve. And in the end, it drives and pushes very strongly what is the product innovation that we try to do daily in Molteni. Also, it was crucial at some stage, of course, as a company, you always arrive to a certain plateau of what you're doing. You start to feel confident, you start to sit down, you lose your curiosity at some stage. You feel that you know it all. Curiosity is about learning new things. It's about never settling down on what you are capable of doing. It's a way to grow, to challenge yourself in doing what you don't know how to do. And this has driven, especially in the past years, to really push the technical know-how and our comfort zone in a different direction, to try different industry areas, to explore different kind of markets and product developments. And for example, 3 years ago, we launched a full outdoor collection. For us, it was very crucial not to do just some pieces that you could take outside. This is the outdoors sofa or whatever, but to really establish an industrial approach to have a full industrial division dedicated only to outdoor collection. And this is out of curiosity to challenge ourselves to really push forward the envelope of doing something we were never comfortable doing first. Or, again, exploring different fields. We come from furniture, of course. We do kitchen, sofa systems, all the usual home furnishing. A couple of years ago, we started developing this new project. We know, of course, design doesn't end only with the furniture itself, but it's made of objects. It's made of fully designed and integrated designs that really build the living environment. And we charted into unknown territory, for at least for us, developing an object collections, so working with a completely different technology approach and also commercial approach to develop the new Molteni&C object collection based on the designs of Joe Ponti, master of curiosity, I think. I don't know if anybody had the chance to see some of the exhibitions, maybe in Paris a couple of 3 or 4 years ago on Joe Ponti, and he was probably the master of curiosity. He never stopped designing and challenging himself with different fields. And then, so for us, it's a very good field to try to push us forward, let's say. We are an industrial company. We, of course, are very close to the distribution of our clients. We have a network now today of 130 flagship store monobrands globally. And what is driving this expansion and this growth? Of course, on one end, it's commercial needs. On the other end, for sure, it's also a deep global curiosity to really try to find this relationship with what Molteni is and what Molteni is in the world. How can we be relevant in all these different locations in the world? The curiosity to try to challenge ourselves with what is the different ways of interpreting the interior design world, to interpret what design is today, is for us a crucial part of this growth. It challenged us also to think at different ways. Nowadays, design is usually conveyed through showrooms, where you just step in and you look for your new sofa, your new table, your new chair or new wardrobe. We wanted to try to be more creative in this approach, and the curiosity to try to really, again, change the paradigm of what today is and should be, in our view, a new space to present design, led us to these two first step into building a new complete concept for retail, which is Palazzo Molteni in Milano. The design was done by Vincent van Duysen together with our team in this beautiful 18th century palace in the city center that we decided to invest in and to really shift and with a different view on what could be a retail experience, try to venture into a different direction, which of course then led to other of our partners getting curious about this new concept. And we work together with all our dealers, we confront, we talk, we always are open to exchanging ideas. For example, right after Salone del Mobile, we had our partners in Tokyo come to us and say, we want to do Palazzo Molteni in Tokyo. and it came. Of course, completely different style, completely different paradigm. Again, the curiosity to challenge ourselves to do something which is completely different from what we have done easily months before doing this one. Or, for example, our presence now in Shanghai, in China. Final step we did now, of course, it's the new opening here in Hong Kong. Hopefully you will have the opportunity to come and visit us as well there. But again, it's a new challenge for us daily. As a company, we are very much rooted in projects. We work globally today as a contract supplier for a very varied way and very different scope of work kind of projects globally. And for us, this is a very crucial step to be able to confront ourselves with the world's greatest architects on landmark projects globally. It fuels our curiosity to develop new solutions, new maybe also typology of products, to push the boundaries of also technical innovation. The project is always a perfect environment. You have the commitment of a client, you have the designer team who wants to make a stand on the project landscapes. And for us, it's the great and perfect environment to really push the envelope in trying to do something different with the product itself. This applies to large-scale projects on one end, but also to small-scale projects as well. We have no boundaries. Again, the curiosity to challenge ourselves to be able to interpret from a large residential tower in New York all the way down to a small private villa in China. It's that drive behind curiosity to try to really challenge what we know and what we are used to do daily. We launched last year, for example, a completely bespoke solution. We work on a catalog base usually, but we know that the design community today is fueled and needs to have bespoke solutions. Every single project needs to be unique, needs to be identifiable. This is a small, not a small, but let's say an overall picture, let's say, of all the different operative areas that really encompass almost all interior possibilities from our group. We work from private residential and multi-residential units globally to hospitality projects, to retail projects. We work with cultural space and work environments. We even challenged ourselves. This was my also already grandfather idea to be exploring the marine industry with large cruise ship interiors. And this was fueled, of course, on one end by business opportunities to develop new markets or new areas of work, but on the other end, to really fueled also by the curiosity to challenge everyday knowledge and everyday ways of doing into new territories. I brought together some example of certain projects we've done just to fuel a bit the presentation to show really what is our curiosity towards the world of projects. This was 56 Leonard in New York by the Erzwinge de Meuron studio, Mandarin Oriental, so very different, varied solutions, and these are really the opportunities where we find the challenge and we kind of try to push the different solutions to in the end find the right. This was another project always in New York. Also, the project world, why is it important for us? Because it really fuels the curiosity to challenge different geographies and different traditions. To be able to work globally, it's a very important part of our business. It brings us to challenge new ideas from all over the world, from Milano to China, from the US to Australia, all the way down to villas, and all the way to maybe beautiful project mixing old and new, like this project we finished in Beijing a couple of years ago. to, again, as I said, private villas and more bespoke solutions, more tailor-made projects. These are just other options and examples of our capabilities in project side. We talked about being able to be open to really different challenges and different environments. The home business and let's say residential projects are one part of what we do daily. We challenge ourselves. We have dedicated R&D teams that work for the most renowned also retail brands globally, like the Maison Cartier, which we supply with bespoke solutions for all the projects that they have in all the world. Again, challenging what we are comfortable on doing and really pushing us forward. Projects like the Teatro La Fenice, this is completely different from what you've seen earlier on. So again, a challenge to be curious of different also styles, different technical solution, and other fields, again, libraries, HSBC offices here in Hong Kong, which was one of the most interesting projects because it was also for us a new cross project between our own companies, so it find a new way to work within our own teams, mixing together what is office space and almost lounge areas, and the marine, which I touched on earlier. And that's today what I was ready to present to you.
Well, thank you very much, Andrea. That's very interesting. And we're going to take a few questions now. Overall, you've talked a lot about the interesting change that you've had, and from classic to modern, new technologies, new approaches. So what's been your hardest challenge when you've looked at that personally, that you've learned and said, moving into this new era, what challenges do you face each and every day?
Let's say the biggest probably, well, the challenges is never sticking to what you already know, let's say. It's probably one of the biggest lessons that I learned working over time where, again, I said earlier, it's a family business. We've been doing this. I have one of my uncle who's an engineer, for example. And the biggest lesson he really taught me is never stick to the easy solution that you already found. You be very creative on try to find different approaches to solving problems, and sometimes in the way we do this job as designers and manufacturers, there is this safe area where you work, you know, where you already done something, you already took some steps, or you already did some innovation. So don't cling to it. Be ready to throw it out the window from one day and bring it to the table, new creative ideas the day after. I remember with my uncle working on a Jean Nouvel project, actually, for a library unit, and we've been working, I think, 6 months for developing, and I was still very early on designing and doing all the millimeters and all the static, let's say, tryouts and whatever. And we're almost ready. Salone del Mobile, who's, of course, our goal each year to present new products, was approaching, and my uncle one morning comes up and said, I thought about it, we need to scrap all the projects, start over again. And I said, well, how is this? We've almost finished, how can we? And that's, I think, one key point, really, never stick to the comfort zone. Always try to push and be creative about trying different solutions, if they're the better solutions somehow.
We're also going to take some questions from the audience. So does anybody have a question that they would like to ask? We can raise the hand. We'll come back to you. I'll give you a minute to think about it. Eric, Dan. So with that then, is it, you know, and now you're working globally and putting place around that. It's interesting to say, well, Italy has a very specific approach. What's your lessons about, you know, working in Hong Kong, China, you know, different, how do we start to blend those two worlds?
I think it's Well, luckily, it's already a blended world. We already live in a global dynamic where today, design, it's very hard to give it a strict boundary somehow. Luckily, technology, to some extent, helped us to really open up the gates to be influenced by different areas of the world. I think specifically, it's important to keep the communication going, to really have the possibility to engage with what is the local communities of design. I think this is a beautiful opportunity, these kind of events, to really sit down, talk, and learn from what the markets and what the dynamics on the specific locations could be different from New York to Milano to Hong Kong. And that opportunity is doable only if you really have the chance to sit down, talk to people, get exposed to different cultures, different ways of doing things. And that's part of the curiosity that should fuel all the evolution of our industry, I think.
And what would be your personal advice to people emerging in this industry?
Emerging, meaning new
designers coming up and into this, and they don't have the historical perspective of that, right? They're coming at things from a modern way. So what would be the advice to connect these and you know?
To some extent, maybe I talked about earlier, for sure, look forward, look for innovation. Today we have new tools, artificial intelligence is pushing the boundary of the creative process, and it's changing almost the paradigm of how you develop a new concept or a new idea. Do that to some extent, but also link to the past. Look back, because we cannot pull these two areas too far apart. If we don't know where we come from, and we're not curious about where we come from, how we got here, it would be very difficult to build a sustainable new future in design, I think. So it needs to be, we need to be balancing the two things, or they need to balance the two things at least.
And when it comes to the craftsmanship and understanding all the new material innovation and technologies innovation, so now when we have incredible new tools coming into our tool set, you know, generative AI and a lot of the other ones, do you feel that this is going to become a shortcut to this, or how will AI and these new tools
it's a risk,
work?
for sure. It's a risk for shortcutting. But to some extent, I was talking to Jabu Puschelberg actually some weeks ago, one of the, of course, world-renowned studio that we work with very actively with, and they're not first generation. You know, I wouldn't say how old they are, but they're not first generation. And I was quite surprised to learn that today in the office they're hiring engineers to do AI programming, to build into their creative process some AI-assisted design. And in the end, I was kind of shocked at first, because they said, come on, you guys, you are the guys, you are the designers, you're undercutting your own industry somehow like this. In the end, they told me, yes, but aren't we all looking for inspiration every time we approach a new project or a new idea? And you look up online or you look into books, say AI is doing the same thing, just a bit faster. So I don't know. I don't have a final answer on that. I think times will tell.
I was going to say, you know, some of the new AI ones, like, you know, Nano Banana Pro and those other ones, you say, this is what I want to look at. And as a spark, that this really allows you to pre-visualize, to put things that you would have to spend hours trying to search through internet. Or.
And then on the other end, all this new technology you mentioned through manufacturing as well, they will also have an impact, not just on the design process, but also on the manufacturing process as well. We are working quite actively on that as well. So also to be curious, you know, to merge these new different technologies and to try to understand where they can be applied into a more effective way. It's an interesting theme as well.
It's a much bigger role.
Yep.
Okay, questions? Aha. We come back to, we have a microphone that we'll bring to Dan. We'll see the Dutch perspective.
Dutch perspective. Nou, No, it's more a global one, I think. Thank you very much for your presentation, really interesting. Of course, you stress a lot of times family, very important also in Italy, as we all know. You said you're 100% family business.
Yep.
How important is it for you in these times, because you work very globally? And on the other hand, do you think in 10 years' time you will still be 100% family business?
I hope so. My daughter hopes so. She wants to be an architect and also already get involved in the business. No, it's a tough question because today the global perspective, especially in our industry, is changing quite fast. We have a lot of the biggest players in the business being acquired. Groups are stepping in. It's also an interesting business-wise area of expansion for large conglomerates or groups who are consolidating and building these huge design groups. Personally, I think it'd be crucial for us to be still a 100% owned family, or at least a 100% driven family business. Our field, manufacturing and especially furniture, we're not a fast business. We can pretend to be, and probably it's a theme could be relevant to today's discussions as well. We pretend it to be very fast. You know, we have design weeks popping up everywhere in the world. We have the Salone del Mobile each year, and we all are pushing new products, new ideas, new things, but in the end, furniture is slow. It's not a fast business. You're changing your kitchen once, maybe twice in your life, and same goes with the rest of it. So to have a long-term view in these dynamics, it's a crucial part of what we believe it will be relevant for future development to some extent. Today, a lot of large groups, they step into the game, they think we're much more near to fashion. 5 collections each year, shifting every now and then, change art direction. This is not working, let's change the art director, things will pop up back. We're not that fast. And architecture is not that fast, should not be at least that fast. I just came back from Riyadh and you see all these huge developments being popped up and they tell you, oh, it's going to be ready in 5 years. I say, no, we're not a fast industry. We want to be, but we're not.
In China, it's 2 years.
In China, it's 2 years, maybe, yeah.
Where do you see the future? Like from here we are now, you said, okay, it's moving fast. Everything's moving really fast. So if you had to look forward 5 years, you know, what are the key areas that you may focus on and or change?
I think, in the end, relevance and will be a key factor to what will happen in the future. Today we see almost an over-design industry booming, let's say. Everything, it's new development. It will be key to understand what will be relevant in the next 50 years in our industries in terms of what will stand time, because nowadays everything is moving so fast. So you'll be curious to see what will stay over time. And I think the key element that we all need to have in mind in this direction is quality. Quality is the ultimate real tester that will give products, projects, buildings, bridges, infrastructure, the test of time in the end, because it's the ultimate real point of difference that we can try to make in the design industry, let's say.
Any other questions? So with that then, you know, what about, we said excessive, you know, everyone's manufacturing, there's so many things. Where does sustainability fit into this, and repurposing and reusing into this equation?
Well, it fits very well with it. In the end, again, it boils down, I think, to how relevant these aspects are for whoever is trying to do the Sustainability Act to some extent. And again, it goes down to quality. Once again, how do you approach sustainability? If you do it in a very serious, structured and professional way, you can build quality out of that. If you're doing it to greenwash your conscience or put a nice web page on your website saying, and we are also sustainable, it will not stand time and it would not be relevant. So I think it goes really down to how good you do things.
So for you personally, you know, you've talked about a lot of change, how destructive the creative process might be, challenging that might be. For yourself, what, you know, when you're in those challenging times, what's the spark that keeps you going and that motivation behind your creativity?
Good question. I think, and I don't want to sound obvious, it's written very big here, the curiosity to really always challenge yourself, to get new ideas in and to try different approaches and different ways. Sometimes you get stuck. It's your comfort zone. We talked about it earlier. And you sit there and say, oh, okay, we can do it this way. The challenge and the most probably interesting part of my job is really shift perspective, change your way of thinking, try a different approach, try different ways of doing things, and that it will help you move forward somehow.
That's not easy.
It's not easy.
And there's a lot of...
Luckily, it's not easy, because then it would be all very successful and genius.
So what's the advice on, you know, everyone gets stuck in a certain way, or silos that we have to face, break through. So what's your advice on how to break down those silos or connect? You've been working with so many famous architects and perspectives. So what's your advice to others to say, hey, how do we break it down and push ourselves to these new ideas?
Again, it's very difficult to give one advice. It's probably again a way of trying to I don't know, shift your perspective. Let's say, I think in the end, there's no easy.
All these people, all, you know, how is it coming up with a strategy behind that? Is it, you know, it's not an easy process, and you've done it so well. So there's a secret there somewhere.
I don't know. First of all, you lead by example. So you need to be there. You need to do it daily. You need to be consistent with what you do, with your coworkers, your teams, and everybody. And then it's a bit of a magic, to be honest. It's not, there's no recipe to it. It needs to have the right environment to happen somehow. So it's very hard to find one solution or one advice to do it. Really, probably the key is really be open to a lot of different industry, be curious about not just your industry, open up your ideas, be very, very open to engage with also maybe irrelevant fields of business to what you do daily. Be interested in music, be interested in fashion, be interested in design, be interested in politics, be interested in whatever wider, the bigger the picture you can have in your head, that helps.
And the experience of that.
It's
not just reading that.
Yeah.
It's actually
and live
physically
it and do it.
participating in these.
Absolutely.
I think that was part of Business of Design Week. We had a question yesterday when somebody said, what would you want for Business of Design next year? And it was interesting that some of the things came up were poet, engineer, or data, you know, and a lot of different people
very different
to start
approaches.
to come together and have conversations about this, right?
And again, you said the perfect word, conversation, talk with people, bridge that. I'm almost give you advice next year, lower the stage, less pump, more down to the ground. Let's engage, let's talk with people. That's the very, very good.
Future Lab, we have that. We just kicked off this year over here. We have 2 sessions coming up today as well, much more interactive, where we interact on a different level, which has been very exciting. Well, one quick last note of advice that you want to give, your parting word to the crowd.
Well, be curious, I guess. I don't know.
I know he was going to point to that. Well, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Andrea. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Andrea and Molteni&C and Darren for the insightful conversation. Curiosity truly leads us to rediscover and reinvent tradition, while honoring our heritage really gives us a lot to reflect on. Truly inspiring. Now we will welcome a voice that speaks powerfully to the dialogue between the past and the future. Please welcome Min Chen, a designer and thinker whose work is deeply rooted in the philosophy of update tradition. Min explores how cultural heritage is not a static artifact, but it is a living, breathing resource to be reinterpreted. His work is a vital reminder that true innovation often comes from a deep and respectful conversation with the past. Please welcome Min Chen.
Good morning, everyone. First of all, a big thank you to the organizer for inviting me to the BODW 2025. It's truly a pleasure and honor for me to be here to share some of my thoughts, my practice, and on how we can update tradition. Let me begin with some of my work, so you can have a basic impression of me. I'm a person that's really interested in how things take shape. Especially for those different forms from different countries, different cultures, even they serve the same function. I was born in Hangzhou, a beautiful city in the East China. It's very famous for its West Lake, if you have been there. I grew up right by the lakeside, so I think somehow my childhood was surrounded by bridges. So maybe because of that, I also feel myself as a bridge to connect East and West, to connect past with present, and also ideal with reality. And I also grew up in a very artistic family, strongly influenced by my grandfather, Zhao Zongzao. He was one of the most famous woodcut artists in China. I think one of his legacy for me, he was really remarkable in combining the Chinese artistic sensibility with the modern Western painting techniques. So maybe that's the earliest inspiration for me to become a designer. Actually, I have never studied art or design when I was in China. In design, I'm completely European trained. I spent almost 10 years studying and working in Europe. And in 2010, I finally decided to come back to China. I think all the cultures is very interesting in the recognition. I think everything starts from the recognition. Also, curiosity comes from recognition. But for example, there's a little confusion in my head. My name, my family name is Chen, given name is Ming, very simple. In China, people call me Chen Ming, but in West, people always call me Ming Chen. And when I was studying in Netherlands, some of my colleagues always call me Ming Chen. That's one word, huh? Maybe Ming is just too short to become a name. But later, when the architect Wang Shu, name as simple as mine, and I find that everybody call him Wang Shu, perfectly in the Chinese way. So I think, okay, maybe I'm just not famous enough to be called in my own way, right? But that little confusion in my identity has inspired the logo of my studio. So I put the intersection of the two opposite C. So it looks almost like a focus mark to remind me to focus on my observation. So as you can see, to even understand a person, it takes some time, as simple as my name. So it certainly takes much longer to understand a country, especially a big one like China. China is almost the same size as Europe. And we have equally so many languages, dialects, accents as the European countries. But different from Europe, we always stayed together since almost 2,000 years. So over these 2,000 years, different cultures, different language, different customs, different measurements, all blended together. So if you ask me if I can only name one defining feature of China, I would say fusion. One of the evidence is our cultural totem, the dragon. What is the dragon? So it has the head of a killing, the horns of the deer, the body of snake, and it has fish scale, and chicken paws. It's not existing. It's not a real animal. It's just a synthesis of our collective imagination. And such thinking continues in our daily life. So if you have some experience in China, you rarely find something that is pure, singular, but it's always a mixture of everything. However, we are facing a big problem that we are losing our culture, traditional culture. Why is that? I think the cities across China, they start to look the same, under the same formula. It seems very easy. Then the visitors, they might wonder, it's so-called a 5,000 years heritage and history. Where has that gone? So to understand that, I think I would like to quote the famous scholar Gu Hongming's words. So real Chinese has the mind of an adult at the heart of a child. So the adult's mind has kept us on track, follow the tradition. While the child's mind, the child's heart, keeps us always curious about the new things. So it's a very unique combination. Spiritually, we always follow the tradition, but materially, we're always keen to find the novelty. And this has explained why the Beijing skyline won't be so much like the 100 years ago, but will look like somewhere in the United States. I do feel regret that we haven't really kept our traditional culture, but that also means there's a plenty room and plenty opportunity for us to improve. And China has a very different creative culture. I majored in industrial design, so my practice is mainly focused on making products and objects. And this clothes hanger for me, for example, I think it's a brilliant example of Chinese design. It's almost perfect in function, in material use, in manufacturing, in sustainability, and so on. But it's actually not created through a modern design process. It's just simply the wisdom of the people, and it was selected through time. So if we continue that thinking and try to find what is the real creative culture in China, so actually we're very different than in the Western world. I think you're very used to this 0 to 1 kind of creation. So, for example, the writing tools, the evolution of writing tools, they're always breakthroughs from the stone to the stick, and then to feather, to pen, to ballpoint, typewriter, computer, name it. And everyone is a breakthrough at that time. But in East, we're more used to the kind of innovation that happens under a countless repetition and imitations. And we always follow what the masters teach. But along the way, it's like the genetic mutation. So a tiny detail in the DNA, if that has changed, the whole image would be changed. So this is our way. So when we talk about the core creative concept in China, instead of creation or innovation, I would like to use the word update, because updating is what we have been doing and what we will continue to do. So across the industries, there are countless examples of products that is not invented by us, but updated by us. and even the so-called the 4 new great inventions from the new China, none of them is invented by us. But through large scale of application, we have updated into a completely new level. So this kind of creative action or this convention has made me think, how can we preserve our traditional culture and then bring it to modern life? You know, how can we update our tradition? I think the place that we are gathering today, Hong Kong, is really a best example for me. I'm a big fan of Hong Kong because Hong Kong has always been the place where East meets West, while still keep its own identity. So Hong Kong also inspires me a lot in searching for more meeting points for different cultures to come together. I also find a lot of modernity in our tradition. So although it's called tradition, it doesn't necessarily need to look outdated. For example, this pair of bowls, it speaks a language almost plastic, you know? But it's actually a lacquerware from 1,000 years ago. And the porcelain always carries very refined curves and forms, even widely applied today. And not forgetting the famous Ming-style furniture, and look at the details, they're timeless. And also, the Chinese traditional culture, the Chinese traditional architecture, they're also a very quiet example of modernity. And I find it very interesting from the Chinese character of gong, which means work. And gong comes from the joint where the pillars meet the beams. So I took this joint out and made it 3D with wood. Then later cover it with some lacquer, so it becomes mute. It's a very interesting building and constructive element. So I start to play with it, to play also with the proportion. So I set out without any purpose in function. So it's purely a form research, but function followed naturally. So when you change the scale to a relatively big one, it becomes the table. And when you make it thinner, you study the joints and put different colors and layers out of it. It becomes a shelf system. And it's a shelf system with a very unique color matching. And then you shrink it to the button size. Then we have a close fastener. So just imagine how that will make the clothes join together again. So with this example that I have tried how to update the tradition more to the modern life. Embodiment is another try in lighting. In a work trip to Fujian province, I came across this old window, and I found it very fascinating for me. Especially, it's like weathered, it's worn, but the wood grain comes really with characters. And I'm thinking, how can I preserve all these features without breaking it, without destroying it? So I made a silicone mold of it to record everything, every detail, and then pour a clear resin into it. But I'm sorry for my not so good skill in the material of resin. A lot of air bubbles comes inside. But on the other hand, this also looks very handmade, very warm. And I put a frame in metal and also embedded some LED. So it becomes an ambient lighting. So when you put side by side by the original and the mock-ups, it's really hard to tell which one is older. But then I continue to study different forms in the Chinese traditional culture, in window, especially in the Suzhou garden. So we continue the series of lighting. A piece of wood is another try, and it starts from a question. That's why the Chinese bench looks so different than the Western bench. The Chinese bench are light, small, easy to move. You can sit on it, lie on it, fight with it. But the Western bench, they usually come very big, heavy, strong, rigid, and it's like built for generations. So my question is, can we combine this? Can we have like a strong one, but also very, very light in a sense? So my solution is very simple: to apply one single mold for the plywood, very thin, like 7 millimeters. And I also borrow the techniques that people make airplane wing. And the result is a very delicate bench, but it's also very light and holds weight well. When you come close to the bench, it almost gives you a very, like, not appearing feeling. Trinity, as the name indicates, it's a collaboration with Nike back in almost 20 years ago, when I was still a student in Design Academy. I found very interesting when the Western culture in clothing, you always search for the perfect shape. The clothes always look after the body shape, like the sculpture. But while in the Eastern culture, the clothing usually have the fixed form. Then it is the body that worn inside gives the life. So even in sports, for the same kind of sport, we dress very differently. That comes very interesting and appealing to me. So I was thinking if I can come up with another idea to apply one single element and maybe study a pattern, and then we can make a footwear out of it. So my choice for the shape comes from also the Chinese culture, where the triangle is widely, it's a representative of the Zen kind of sense. And it's also widely applied in the Western architecture. But not to forget the triangle offense. It's also very powerful in basketball. So that makes Nike very happy. And our way of making is the triangle element. One side hard, one side soft. And the pattern that I studied, so the red zone is for the feet, and the black zone is for the legs. So it's a footwear that I haven't set the very exact size, like 39 or 40 or 41, but it comes with the size of S, M, L. So it's a footwear. It's not really a shoes. And for the sole that I have also studied, and I was inspired by the Chinese foot massage. So I give different height in different zones. And all these tiny triangle elements was combined in the mesh. So it becomes extremely flexible. As a sole, it's very comfortable. And that was the original model that I have made. And then later, after several years of development, then Nike launched it. And I was really happy about the sole, because it feels really well. And Nike also played with the scale. So that also, again, inspired me. Although the product has already launched, but our exploration continues. So we have found in the studio that if we play along with the same triangular system, it's a pattern. If you change the scale to bigger size, it can become furnitures. Then we got invitation from the Swiss brand, Desede. So they are very famous for this luxury leather. But we have the idea we want to use less leather. We want to waste less. So I was all the way searching for the leftover scraps, leather scraps in the workshop, in the factory. And the idea is instead of using a whole piece of leather, but then we will use the leftover scraps of the leather, cut it in triangular pieces, and combine it in some kind of different ways, either like this, or stitch them together. So in 2019, that we debuted this sofa in the Milan Design Week. It comes with a very interesting color patching. And it sits also very great. Non-standard chair. It's another invitation from Vitra a couple of years ago. Vitra invited us to do a conversation with the master, Jean Pouvet. The main object is Jean Pouvet's famous work, Standard Chair. Of course, I know Standard Chair well. For me, that's really a representative masterpiece. I think the essence of Standard Chair is the frame. So I never want to touch the frame. But I did want to kind of study the comfort and the new material. Maybe that's, if you ask me to say something to Jean Pouvet, that's maybe something that I would propose to him. So I was thinking of another representative material of China, bamboo. Bamboo is very flexible, as everybody knows. So I dived into the factory and started the tries. So we have cut the industrialized bamboo material into very thin stripes. And then we played around it, and then we finally decide to set it in a very loose way. So this is the result. We call it a non-standard chair. When you sit down, it's almost like breathing. It gives you a great comfort. And then also at the side, it fans out, so makes you almost like a peacock. So in a way, this is a very quiet dialect with, from a West master with the Eastern material. And the Hangzhou stool. A lot of people might know me from this work. I set out, again, without any purpose in making a product. It's more like a statement. I just want to express how we can work with the material of bamboo. Bamboo is very special material. This hollow inside, and with the fiber from the bottom to the top, millions of fiber, they come side by side. So that has explained why it has this amazing ability of fringiness. And I made these small scale models when I was in Italy. When you press down, it will push back directly. So at that moment, I thought that could be a chair. So again, bamboo is my choice. It comes also with very interesting finish. So I take advantage of very thin bamboo sheets, and then first of all, combine it to make a base of 5 millimeter thickness. Then we have the base. Then I cut a bunches of different bamboo sheets in different lights, in different lengths, sorry. And only glued it in the last 25 centimeters. And then combined both ends with a raw bamboo rod. And then in the rod, I put some of the wood to reinforce it. And some finish work. This was the result. The interesting part is, with this Hangzhou stool, you can kind of guess people's weight by how much layer they sink into. So ladies, pay attention. Hangzhou was the only Chinese entry shortlisted by Loewe Craft Prize in 2018. So this poster was all over London when the event has gone. And then because of that, I was also invited by Loewe Foundation to become one of the expert jury. And that has kind of changed my mind in design. So I think now the creation, it's like a blend of design, craft, and art. You know, the borders becomes blurry. And I think in the future, or maybe not really in the future, it's already happening that we create things with the force of the three professions together. So with that thought in mind, I created a platform called New Old. It's a platform that we join people together to celebrate the craft and to reimagine in tradition, but not as museum pieces, but as living practices. We have really abundant resource from China. We have so many kinds of different crafts and tradition. And we invited the creatives from all over the world to join us to co-create through our residency program. So here I would like to give one example that's it's an early try for us in Nanjing, and we have studied the famous Reimagined brocade. It's a very delicate fabric. So we invited the Dutch graphic designer Thomas Wiedershoven, the founder of Tonic. Because Reimagined brocade is so fine that it takes an hour to only weave 1 centimeter. And then after a week of study, a very close conversation with the weavers, Thomas came up with a beautiful idea. So it also starts very simple. It's a circle that you cut in half, flip one side, you get like an hourglass shape. And that's already a concept of time. So one day, 8 hours, you have 8 centimeters. A whole week, you have 48 centimeters. Then we also suggest he need to combine the Western design with the Chinese culture. So he has put the famous cloud motifs from the traditional Chinese painting into the background. So this is the design he submitted. And it took us 6 months to weave this fabric. And I was extremely happy about the result, because when you see the fabric, it's already a direct expression of time. And Thomas has also asked the weaver, so have you like worn or tried to have the Reimagined brocade yourself? They laughed. It's too expensive. So Thomas particularly bought the whole piece and had it made a wedding dress for the weaver's daughter, Xiaofang. So in this moment, it's not just about design. The whole project was not just about design, but about the dignity, about care, about giving beauty back to the hands that made it. And it was brilliant that we exhibited in Nanjing with an empress dress in the background. So next year, New Old will going to make its debut in Milan in April. So it'd be our honor to welcome you there, because tradition is not something that we lock out. It's something that we always keep in mind, we celebrate, and we update with dignity, with creativity, with respect, with heart. Thank you.
Thank you, Min, for the beautiful and intriguing conversation and presentation on how cultural elements and pattern studies can lead to lots of creativity and give tradition a dynamic living voice in the modern world. Now, everyone, coming up next, we would like to prepare you to have a perception of space and materiality transformed. We are thrilled to welcome Teresa Shovakova, an architect whose work exists at the edge of space and light, connecting architecture with glass. Teresa's practice investigates the immaterial, how light, shadow, and reflection can become tangible architectural elements. She creates immersive sensory environments that challenge our conventional boundaries, proving that the most powerful spaces are those that engage not just with our sight, but with our entire being. Please welcome Teresa Shovakova.
When the light enters the empty space, is it still empty or has it become full? I have always been fascinated by this question. Sometimes the light defines the space, and sometimes the space becomes the light itself. What interests me is that in between, the tension between seeing and not seeing, between control and a chance. I'm an architect. I create spaces. But what is the space? Is it a place between here and there? Does it have a boundary? Or is it the tension that creates when people, materials, and light interact? I'm an architect, but born to a glass-making family. My father is an important glass technologist who knows almost everything about glass. So for me, the space was never empty. It was always full of glass. So maybe the question I asked on the beginning should sound a bit differently. What happens when you put glass between space and light? Asking those questions, I have to go back to my childhood. As a small kids, we spent most of the time outside playing in the dirt, and we found thousands and those small little colorful pieces of glass. It felt like a treasure back then. By the end of the day, we became rich. Maybe you are wondering what kind of country is it where the crystal rocks grow straight out of the ground. I was born in Europe, almost 9,000 kilometers far away from this place. And I searched online and I asked around to find out what you, the people of Hong Kong, know about Czech Republic. Because there are many stereotypes about my country. They say we are a beer-drinking nation. We consume up to 140 liters of beer per person and year. For your information, here in Hong Kong, it is around 20 liters of beer per person and year. They say we are ice hockey nation. As a Czech Republic, we won the World Championship in ice hockey for 7 times. Last time it was in 2024. But I was said that here in Hong Kong, there is not much known about my country, which is a good news. Because right now, I can introduce you the Czech Republic as one of the most important regions for a glass industry. I don't want to mess things up with the Italian delegation. They have a beautiful region of Murano glass in Venice. But in my small, tiny country, Czech Republic has almost around 10 million inhabitants. The glass appears in every form you can imagine. We have blown glass, we have bijouterie, we have cast glass, we have stained glass, we have chandeliers. The glass is produced and perceived through the entire country, especially along the borders where the mountains are. And as you see, one region stands above the others, and you can just guess where I was born. We call it Crystal Valley, but officially it is a Liberec region. It is a unique band going from Harachov to Kamenický-Šenov. You can drive this distance in roughly 2 hours. It is a region where the glass has been produced and proceed in absolutely every form with every available technique. You can see this you can see this nowhere in the world. This is really unique. But I want to point out 2 specific places which I'll come back to later. One is Kamenický-Šenov, the town of chandeliers. The other is Jablonec nad Nisou, the town of bijouterie. And actually, we are moving to Kamenický-Šenov right away through this old postcard. As you see, the entire city lived through glass. And you may notice the one big building just in the middle of the postcard, which looks like a chateau. But this is not a chateau. It's a glass factory. And you are wondering what kind of country is it that they are depicted factories instead of some important culture institutions? How come? Why exactly is Czech Republic so important for glass industry? Why exactly glass is here made from the beginning of the 13th century? The answer is pretty profound. There are few essentials you need to produce high-end glass, which Czech or Bohemian crystal surely is. You need wood, a lot of wood. Firstly, you need it to produce wooden molds and other tools. And secondly, you need it to power up the glass furnaces, because for glass to melt, you need almost 1,200 degrees Celsius. I mean, you needed the wood in the past. Today, for sure, the furnaces are run and powered by gas and electricity. And this, what you see, this is the surrounding of Kamenický-Šenov. It is a town located in the mountains, full of forest. And in the mountains, the soil was never suitable for agriculture. So the nobility in the 13th century decided to support the glass industry in order to make it world famous. Another essential ingredient is sand. And around Kamenický-Šenov, it occurs in a very pure form with a high silica content, which gives the glass exactly that kind of sparkle you would expect from something so-called Bohemian crystal. And the third reason is maybe a bit more poetic one. The people here are born with a heart made of glass. And this is another core memory from my childhood. We used to have this exactly button pinned right behind the front door. And it belonged to my father, and I looked at it every time I came back home. But back to the present. I haven't been studying glass at the university. Don't ask me why. I simply became an architect. And for me, architecture is space shaped by light. And for light to exist, it needs a shadow beside it. Only together, they create space. Even the builders of Pantheon knew that. The oculus isn't just a hole in the ceiling. It is a deliberate act of architecture that turns the sunlight into a living material. Through that single circle of sky, a Pantheon turns into a calendar, into a compass, and into a theater of moving shadows. Tadao Ando knows that as well. His concrete walls serve particularly as an instrument for light, as a paint that catches the light, shapes it, frame it, and let it sound. His concrete walls aren't just heavy boundaries. They are a partner for light that forms the architecture. It's not working somehow? Yeah. Le Corbusier added color, but not as a decoration, but as another layer of space. And for me, it is not about the light source. I'm not looking for a perfect lamp or chandelier design. What interests me is how the light itself looks like. But how is it possible to see the light? For light to be seen, the light is only seen when it meets something, when it touches something. And it's exactly glass what makes this meeting so magical. But I'm not interested in the light simply passing through plain sheet of glass. That means nothing. Nothing can be seen. For light to become visible, it needs an edge to touch and to illuminate it and to glow. There are at least 4 ways how it's possible to see the light in a glass I want to share with you today. Transmission is one of them. Transmission is when the light passes through glass without being reflected, scattered, or absorbed. When you interrupt the surface of such a glass, for example, by sandblasting, we are maybe not able to see the light itself, but maybe you can see the shadow, and that's at least the half of the success. This is a competition proposal for the Czech Pavilion for Expo exhibition, which was held this year in Osaka, in Japan. I'm one of the architects of the pavilion. We designed a spiral-shaped building constructed from 2 essential materials, which is wood and, of course, glass. We designed almost 200 long ramp, which you would climb on the top, on the rooftop, which is almost 12 meters above the ground level. We called this spiral the vitality of life, and it was our answer to the population problem, which is like the problem. Our population is aging, and this was our answer for strengthening the span of life, because when you are moving, when you are climbing the spiral up, you are strengthening not only your body, but even your soul, like through the viewing the art on your way. But during the competition phase and during the design phase, we had no idea what will be exhibited inside. So I decided that the facade itself should serve as a deliberate act of art. Climbing the ramp up, you should observe the ever-changing perspective through the glass to the outside world. Sometimes pretty clearly, sometimes a bit blurred, exactly as the life itself. The competition proposal for the facade was based on a really simple motif of vertical stripes, a reminiscence of a basalt stone sculpture found around Kamenický Šenov. Yet the glass-making technology was supposed to be a bit more sophisticated. It was used to be the fused glass technology used. But for many different reasons, only the easy technology of sandblasting glass was used. And the facade did nothing more than transmitted light, but yet the light still stayed somehow visible. But my favorite way how to see light is refraction. Refraction is when the light changes its direction and reveals what is otherwise unseen. It bends the light, and in the same moment, it changes the perspective we perceive the space. When the light goes through the mass and meets the edge, it illuminates it, and it glows. And this is exactly the technology the expo facade should used to be. And you simply fuse the stripe of glass together with a glass powder of various fraction in order to create as much glass mass and as many edges as possible just to see the light and to see the glass to glow. And as you see, this is how it looks, let's say, baked. And you don't even need the artificial light to see it. This was photographed outdoors under the overcast sky, and still it glows. And of course, I needed to try to put it in the water, because the pavilion at the expo site should stand just on the edge of the water canal. So I was curious how the glass would interact with the light reflected from the water. And as you see, this, let's say, shimmering or sparkling effect brought me back again to my childhood and to our treasures we found. Scattering. Scattering is when one ray goes in and many rays go out. And this is exactly that kind of magic that cut crystal pendeloques makes. And in Czech Republic, we have really rich and long tradition of making them, those cut pendeloques. You know why? Because we have hundreds of castles like these in our country. In the past, or today, they are only the part of the past, but in the past, they served as a home for nobility. And such a castles, they have really thick stone walls, and for security reason, only small windows. So the interiors were constantly deep and dark. So the people living there decided to solve this problem, and they began to hang the crystal rocks to their candle holders, so the light would be spread even to the darkest corners of the castles. But chandeliers, not only for historical castles, were produced in my country. Even the chandeliers for really famous culture buildings and even oriental palaces were produced in my country. The most famous type of chandelier was Maria Theresia chandelier, which production began in 1724. And you can just guess where those chandeliers were born. Of course, it was in Kamenický And it was Elias Palme company who made them world famous. They produced chandeliers for example, La Scala Opera in Milano in Italy, or to the Opera House in Sydney, or to the Waldorf Astoria Hotel in New York, the United States. And the Elias Palme company was based in this chateau, glass factory. And this is exactly the building you saw earlier on the postcard I showed. We call this house Eliashka. It was constructed in 1905, and this Art Nouveau decorated facade is really iconic. And for that time, and for that type of building, it was really an unusual choice. But during this time, this region was strongly influenced by the Vienna style, so maybe that's why. And this is how Eliashka looks today. Unfortunately, it is a ruin. The production here stopped around 1917, after the building was nationalized, or the company was nationalized. And unfortunately, after the privatization, the building never found a responsible owner with a really strong vision, until this year. And this year is exactly 120 years since the building was constructed. And I really hope that we began to write a new chapter. And I said we, because me and my colleagues, we founded a foundation, we bought this building, and we have really big plans to restore it, renew it, and continue in its rich and international story. This is just me sitting in my favorite place inside of this building. This is the main staircase, and I'm showing this because I really hope that this can show the beautiful and strong genius loci, which is inside of those walls. And it is not a coincidence that I'm telling you this story about this building, because those images are images from the year 2016, and it was my master thesis. So ever long before we have ever imagined the founding of foundation, I already did a project for a reconstruction of this building. And at that time, I worked with a different type of chandeliers, and I asked myself, what does the chandelier need in order to exist? And the answer is pretty clear. It needs walls around it. So I was searching for the perfect walls that would define the perfect space for every single chandelier. And this is exactly the vision we want to continue with Eliashka. Eliashka should serve as an international center for research and exhibition of chandeliers and everything related to them, including master classes, accommodation, and another hospitality, of course. And I don't want it to drift too far from the way how it's possible to see light. The last way how to see light I want to share with you today is reflection. Reflection is when glass becomes a mirror, but not of a reality, but of a light itself. This is the Museum of Glass and Jewelry in Jablonec nad Nisou. Do you remember? This was the second town I told you to remember. And to be precise, this is just a part of the museum. This is the Pelan staircase. It is an extension designed as a composition of different-sided windows and wall partitions treated with a bluish mosaic. The mosaic was lost sometimes around 90s, and 2 years ago from this day, the museum decided to assign a competition for finishing the facade, and I won it. And I decided for a really simple solution. I wanted to continue with this play of a geometric raster enriched with reflection and a color. So I decided to work with the dichroic glass. I shifted between each other and let the play begin. And as you see, even this town is located in the mountains. So after every site inspection, I went to cross-country skiing, which is my passion. But what I was curious most about was how the dichroic glass really works. Dichroic glass is a glass coated with an ultra-thin layer of a special metal, which makes this glass reflects the different wavelengths and therefore even different color, depending on the point of view and the different light conditions. So after we install it, it suddenly looked like the facade stopped being blind. It looked like if we have hung paintings on the facade, which are changing day by day and even during the day. And what was the best thing? The light that was seen through the reflection brings joy to the public space and to the people who are passing by every day. They still keep sending me the pictures of ever-changing paintings on the facade. So I think this job was done. But after all this research, I came to that moment when light stopped being an observer, but becomes a form of architecture. At that time, another competition brief arrived. Me and my team, we won it again, and it was a brief for a small ecumenical chapel in a small town close to Prague, the Czech capital. Ecumenical means not tied to any specific religion. So I began to think about what is shared with all the people, regardless of their faith or skin color. And at the same moment, I saw the Wim Wenders movie called Perfect Days. And I realized this is it. The moment I was searching for is komorebi. Komorebi is a Japanese word describing the sunlight filtered through the leaves of trees and creating this shimmering effect. And by the way, this is my favorite cycling path, leading, of course, to Kameniec-Kishinov, and this is exactly the effect I wanted to create. But how? I started with the darkness, an easy oval-shaped building. Remembering the Pantheon, I added a hole in the ceiling. Then I added 100 of smaller holes to the walls just to stay connected to the world outside. And then, of course, I added a skylight made from artistic proceed glass. And you know already why. Just in order to see the light filling the empty space. And we used concrete, but the building does not create a boundary and a public space. The light goes from outside in, yet the chapel glows as a lighthouse from inside out. And I said we used concrete, but we used a special kind of concrete. We used the ultra-high performance concrete, which does not require the reinforcement steel bars, because there are finely dispersed iron fibers inside, which allow us to cast directly to the concrete rods made by optical glass. So you can see perfectly through from inside out and vice versa. And this is the sample being proceed, which looks like this. This is a real scale sample. Right now we are working on those curved segments, and the building should be constructed in the next year. And we must not forget the skylight, because as you see, it is a huge part of the roof. So I made a few samples. I wanted to create this komorebi effect, don't forget. So I wanted to create as much edges as possible. So I just took a simple float glass, I broke it to pieces, and I treated every edge with a hammer just to create much more edges and to see the light glows. And as you see, I place it in front of the window and let the sun just paint the paintings. And to be honest, this reminds me strongly on the Eastern aesthetic. And this is the answer for my first question. As you see, the light is even beneath the window, in the deep and darkest corner. But the light which is seen is only the light which stays on the edges of glass. So if the law of the conservation of energy holds, then what happens to the light passing through the glass unseen? Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Teresa, for the breathtaking journey to the edge of perception, truly expanding our understanding of what space can be. Building on today's explorations, we now bring together our first panel discussion. It's a remarkable group of thinkers. I'm pleased to welcome the panelists back to the stage: Susanna Minotti, Dr. Barbara Virani, Min Chen, Teresa Shovakova. I'm delighted to announce that this conversation will be skillfully guided by Elaine Ng, founder of Fabric Lab, a pioneering force in material innovation and experiential design. This unique gathering represents a powerful convergence of perspectives, from strategic storytelling, cultural heritage, to sensory space, and cutting-edge materiality. Together, we will explore the vital synergy between contemporary design, honored craftsmanship, and emerging technologies. Get ready for a synthesis of ideas that promises to connect all of today's themes into a compelling vision for design's future. Now, this panel will also include a Q&A session. Throughout the whole panel discussion, As you can see behind your badge, there is a Q&A QR code right here. If you have any questions, please type in your questions into this QR code, and our panel moderator will be facilitating them. We look forward to your questions. And now please join me in welcoming our moderator, Elaine Ng, and our distinguished panelists. Enjoy.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome. This year, BODW's theme is curiosity, and today we're going to talk about craft living. Ask us to rethink how craftsmanship evolves when new tools, new materials, and new ways of making entered the picture. Traditionally, craft has been handmade or made by hand. But today, craft might also be coded, parametric, robotic, or even AI assisted. Or could it be completely AI run? So the questions become, if a craft is digitally made, or made digitally, is it still craft? Or are we entering a new era of digital craft, hybrid craft, AI? There's so much of these coming up on the topics. Can new tools expand craft rather than replacing it? And how do we craft the next era? These are the questions we want to talk about today and explore with our distinguished panel through the lens of furniture, industrial design, porcelain glass, and architecture. Well, before diving in, may I ask everyone to reintroduce themselves quickly and also share the quote about curiosity and your perspective really quickly, and then we can dive straight into our topics. We'll start with Susanna.
My name is Susanna Minotti. I'm third generation of our family business. Minotti was founded by my grandfather. And I'm head of the interior decoration department, which is the department that has the duty to design all our flagship stores and to design all our spaces and to take care of the furniture and the product selection inside.
Oh, it's my turn.
Oh, wait, curiosity. What do you just a quick few words about curiosity.
I think curiosity is a way of keeping our gaze open and to always have fresh eyes to see how things evolve and how behaviors change, how people needs are shifting and changing.
Great, Min.
My name is Min Chen. I come from China, but I have a big background in Europe. I studied and worked in Europe for 10 years. I think cross countries, I'm like a nomad in the cultures. I'm also very interested in diving into different cultures. And then I have this natural curiosity in the crafts. Basically, I think that's the originality of how things come in shape. That makes me very interested. And now I'm based in Hangzhou. It's a beautiful city in East China. My studios mainly focus on industrial design, but also making objects. And then we set up a platform called New Old. So as the name indicates, it's about the modernization of tradition. I think for me, the curiosity is the engine of creativity. Thank you.
Thank you. Barbara?
I'm Barbara Villari. I'm Italian. I'm the manager director and art director of my company. It's a family company founded in the 60s from my parents, Cesare and Silvia. I think curiosity is the first act of courage of the creativity process, because to be curious, you have to be brave.
Absolutely. Teresa?
Yeah, I think I already shared a lot of information about my life, but I'm an architect born in Czech Republic, and my aim is to incorporate the artistically proceed glass into architecture, but not as a design, as a piece of art, but really as a part of the architecture. And curiosity for me, it's maybe really the tension between, because I think you are either curious or not. There is nothing in between. And curiosity is always asking questions and searching for answers, I think.
Absolutely, couldn't agree more. Right, Susanna, shall we start with you? Let's talk about scalable craft. Minotti has scaled globally while preserving the soul and precision in Italian craftsmanship. How do you industrialize craft without sacrificing its identity? Like, what's the balance about scalability and the human touches? I think a lot of us would like to know more about that.
I think that the key word is really balance. So since the beginning of our company, we have experienced many ways of trying to evolve the way we create our furniture. Like, for example, we stole some machineries coming from fashion. Just to give you an example, there was one year we had this new model, a new sofa, and we wanted to create a very precise type of piping, but it was impossible with the machinery we had in our industry. So we found a way, taking in one sewing machinery that was coming from fashion. It was a machinery that was made exactly to make mini skirts, which is interesting. So it's, again, a way of staying curious, just to continue the conversation about this topic. And at the same time, of course, knowing very well what is the craftsmanship that is typical of our region, for example, Brianza, which is very rich in terms of knowledge, know-how. And in our case, it's really the ability to blend technology and tradition. Not only the way we work with machineries, with new materials, with new ways of making things, but also with a gaze, again, open to the world. So this applies in everything we do, from the way we with the designers, for example, so really being able, again, to blend the different cultures, different backgrounds, different sensibilities, in order to be able to create something that is always new, but it's still connected to who we are, our identity, and the identity of the designer, for example. And this, again, applies also to the way we design flagship stores, the way we go into the world. So we always have a very sensitive and very respectful approach. So trying to understand where we are, if there is a particular architecture, so what kind of architecture is hosting us, and really trying to work with the light, with the materials, to work with the way people behave, the way the people experience ambiences, and being able to create something that is always new and not just a replication of the same content or idea over and over. So really being able to be very precise, but at the same time to be able to speak a language that is globally recognized and understood.
I think that there's two things that, while listening to your thoughts, that really picked up in my mind. It's the looking at different tools in other industry. Like when you're in furniture, you look into the fashion to enable you to get into more details and precisions. And I think a lot of people wouldn't even think of, because you're in furniture, completely different industry. But sometimes precisions is when you have to start researching what other peoples are doing at the same time, right? To get there. And when you talk about designing stores, I think crafting the environment and narratives for your product is important. On that note, I'm going to go into Barbara's topic, the relevance of craft. Your work, Villers' work is all about poetry and handmade. And there's so much emotions in the products and porcelain. I want to know, like, how do you convey the heritage, symbolism, and narratives to the audience? While they may not share the same cultural background, how do you share this beautiful poetic language through your products?
I think that porcelain is a universal language, and then you don't need to explain, you know? You can't explain the message, because the message that you give with your creation is immediately. It's not something that you can translate, that even you need to explain. It's a message that goes directly to the heart of the people. And then in this, I think, is easy for us. And when you create pieces of art, I don't want to say that we create pieces of art, but you know, of course, the people, they feel like that. And then you don't need to explain, it's immediately.
Do you feel your product is more art or craft? Because they're all handmade. When there's someone new to your brand, like if they ask such a question, how would you identify that?
We identify in our history, because we are very inspired, as I said before, from the heritage, because we are a company that starts with the classic, and then the inspiration is the history, but even the modernity, you know, we are between. And then we took the inspiration from the heritage to create new pieces.
A lot of your pieces has very decorative elements in them. Being Chinese, we talk about function.
Yeah.
What's the balance between functional and poetry and the work? I think, and also I would love to get Min's point of view and functionality and products.
It is difficult to find the balance. You can't find the balance because it's not easy. I mean, when you create like a teapot, how can you see where is the balance? You try to, first of all, we try to create pieces that they give emotion, because we can compete with a company that they, you know, that they produce pieces just using. But our creation, they have to give emotional to the people, and then the rest come very easy.
Does that even mean if you put the roses on the handle of the teapot, it looks perfect, but you can't hold it?
Thank you. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, what do you think of the balance about poetry and functionality, especially in industrial design?
That the example of teapots just reminds me of our last presentation with Loewe in Salone del Mobile, Fuori Salone. That's the theme of last year was teapot. So it's a gathering of like 15 artists or designer, architects work, and then we represent totally different understanding of teapot. And I think among them, there are designers like me, like Naoto Fukasawa, and architects like Chipperfield. You know, they're all very famous ones. And then when I was observing all the objects, then I think it reflects the people's understanding. But there is, I think, a kind of very blurry border between, if you really want to say this is art or this is design, I think you still get that feeling. For example, the Wang Shu's teapot directly come from like a part of his architecture, and then directly made a massive ceramic things. You know, it feels like a weight for you to really taste that. So, will you say that's really functional? I don't know. It's
What is it?
I won't put it that, but then the function becomes also different than before. So the function could be for your physical body, but also could for your mentality. And then sometimes beauty becomes also a function. So this is really hard to say. Like the professor said, you know, you cannot express this. It's spontaneous. But somehow we get a feeling. It's like I would like to quote the slogan of Lolo Piana, who has done a splendid exhibition in Shanghai last year. It's called, "If you know, you know." So when you sit on the Minotti furniture, if you know, you know.
Do you know?
Of course, I already.
Great, that's really great.
Thank you.
Teresa, what about you? We haven't heard from you yet. I mean, the scale, if you've been exploring glass, and a lot of your work is about interacting with lights. If you have to design a very small object, like would there be the balance? Because if you work in large scale, you have a lot more to work with. But if you work on a small object, would you feel you need to have the function come first, or would you have to have the interaction between the surrounding come first, or the first touch?
I think the base is always still the same. I'm searching for stories, as all you guys do, because I think everything should tell a story, especially today with all the environmental stuff and stuff like that. If we want to create something, it must be something either functional, or it must have a story, and it should help someone to do something or to experience something or something like that. So I think it's not depending on the scale. The aim and the energy I want to give to the design is still the same. And yeah, if it's the large scale, I just need a large team to do it and maybe more time to do it, but still, the aim and the energy is still the same.
Fantastic. Okay. Handmade. It's such a wonderful experience. I love working with hands, but sometimes when you work with hand, it's difficult to pass information precisely to the next generation and even to your team when you have a large team. So documentation is very important. So computer aiding in designs has really been a very important part in the new generation designing, AI and craft technology in particular. I want to get your perspective. Your work shows quickly China's identity in design and craft has evolved from traditional forms to modern hybrids. How has this past decade reshaped Chinese craft? And what role can digital tools and AI play in documenting, changing and extending the traditional ways of how we think? Because we see a lot of Chinese craft movement in China, but do you know how many percentage of it is AI sort of involved, or actually they're mostly sort of still in free form of creating?
I believe they still haven't. Maybe some of them already applied such advanced tools spontaneously, without really thinking. But that was the thing that I came across crafts when I was back in China and looking at the factories. It's really hard to define what we are doing now. That was, I think, almost more than 10 years ago when I arrived in the factory, and I noticed it's very different from Italy. And the workers, they're very practical. So it's hard to say they are doing that purely with handicraft or with machine, as long as it's convenient for them. But the thing is, if you think from the pure sense of craft, handicraft, then we already lost the skills. A lot of traditions already been lost. How to really build a Ming-style furniture completely without glue. I doubt. Really few people maybe in the whole China can do that. But what does that mean to us even today? So I was thinking one thing that I got quite inspired when you talk about AI. I think it's inevitable that everybody is going to use this tool. And if you remember when you were young and you are new to a certain area of something, you're learning something, you always need a teacher, a master, to tell you what to do. So we always started with repetition, imitation, and then you practice a lot. But that master is kind of coach. So he will point out, you should do this, you should do that, you should prevent certain things because, his knowledge base. But if that, I have also the chance that we are collaborating closely with a silk company now. So they have shown me in their archive the books that's from France. All the patches are made 200 years ago. And then they look at it, they said this is kind of learning process for France to learn from even ancient China. But even that replicates. We cannot copy it today with our technology now. So this seems, I'm not a weaver, but the advantage of a designer is that we constantly enter a new area, and then we need to be the expert of that area in a very short time. Before, we always depend on our research, basically library, Google, all those things, or you call your friends sharing experience. And now you have AI. So basically, you have all the information that you would need. So that inspires me. Why don't we take AI as a coach? So you can customize it in a personal coach, and then they will learn. You give the fabric example to AI, say, analyze it, and then tell me, with the technology and the crafts that is available today, how can we do that? And then maybe they will give an analysis and then tell you what to do, and then you try. So that would be brilliant, I'm starting to try this already.
I think that's a really good point and a smart move. But sometimes in my heart, I feel, I hope not, because I'm trained as a weaver. If everyone can just analyze it, I'm going to lose my job. But what do the rest of you think about AI? Do you use AI tools at all?
Yeah, of course. I use it as a partner and as a mentor. But I think the things start to be a bit more, it is not critical, and that's the breaking point, I think. It's always just supporting you in your ideas and your thoughts, and I think this is the most dangerous part of the AI as a coach or as your mentor. So I think still we need the opposite side, like someone who tells you this is maybe not the good direction, go and start again.
That's the part you need to train your personal AI.
To challenge you?
Yeah, exactly. I always tell GPT, the first sentence I will say, don't flatter me.
Yeah.
and don't say craps, you please be super critical.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a good one. I haven't actually put that line in yet. So be critical, be mean.
Otherwise, they give you really, all good answers, like the British people, Great. You're brilliant.
Yeah. Barbara, what do you think about AI tooling? Because we had an interesting conversation a couple of days ago about your perspective and.
No, we use, of course, but first of all, our creative act starts from one emotion. Okay. Can be when I see a sunset. It can be when I see a flower. When I'm traveling and I'm sitting in the plane and I'm looking for, the window. And then from one emotion start the creative process. And then we make a sketch. Can be a teapot again, What we do, we take the sketch and we give to the AI. And she makes some example. And normally this is what I don't want to do. We use as, create a lot of options and we check. Maybe there is 20 options. We choose 2, 3 and we develop.
That's brilliant.
But this is what for us is just, like a labor, but not inspiration. Because I totally agree with you. AI don't criticize. It's not a teacher.
I'm making some notes here how to train my AI now. Be critical, be mean, what else we're going to be honest, and be emotional.
Impossible.
But it's
Be emotional is difficult.
I'm going to try and put that in and see what I'm going to get.
That's a human factor, no?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. But it's like a fast car. Great, brings you where you want to go very fast. Maybe no noises, no vibrations, so really effective and perfect. But then you have to drive the car. So this is, again, the human factor. No? I think in our field, we haven't used AI so much. And there are very good things that could do to us. For example, we still do prototypes. I still remember when we were prototyping this armchair, for example, and we test them ourselves. So we sit, we try the comfort, and then how my armrest will just lay on this part of the chair, how I can just change my position and be comfortable, and maybe I want a more firm seating, or maybe I want to be more relaxed. And these are all things that we think, and we have many conversations, we do many prototypes, and we change just the millimeter, the centimeter, the height, and so on. But maybe we can use AI to study all these data that make it more comfortable, and then maybe they will help us in developing a better, for example, foam or polyurethane density. For example, inside a cushion of an armchair or a sofa, there are so many levels of densities that are different, because the weight that I will have here is completely different from what I will do laying here. So it's a study, and it's done. It's a study that is the result of many years of work, so decades, and then again centuries. And putting all these data together, maybe this will help us in developing better products, a better functionality. But still, it's important to follow the emotion, to see, to be open, to understand things and how human behaviors are changing and developing.
Yeah, I do believe, like, if we use AI correctly, it really would help us to document things better in order for even team communication to get fast-tracked for the next prototype. A lot of things we still have to work with hands in terms of fine-tuning. So I think it's a balance between teamwork, craftsmen, and AI craft. Teresa, we've heard your wonderful keynote just now. Future crafts, that's one of the topics I want to ask you, and cross-pollination. Your work measures material experimentation with spatial storytelling, and that's really beautiful. You spoke about the glass as the medium, work with light, gathering transmissions, reflecting it, almost making the environment come to life. The material comes to life, the space comes to life. In the design world, material and digital fabrications, craft converts that more than ever. How do you see cross-pollination shaping the future of craft, and in what scale? How do you see the future of glass in particular? I think that we've seen a lot of other materials, but glass, would like to hear more from the material point of view from that.
Yeah, it's maybe interesting that you we already spoke about the scaling. So I think the glass in architecture in the future will be about the scaling. And as my aim is to put the glass into really as a part of the architecture, not just as a beautiful vase or I don't know, bottle or something, but really as a facade, maybe, as we saw on the pavilion. During the designing of the pavilion, there were so many problems with the facade, especially because of the security of the glass, because the glass can be broken so easily, especially when designing in a region as Japan, because of all the earthquakes and stuff like that. So I think this is really challenging. And for that, I really need a wide team of technologists, or construction engineers and everything related to them, but even the glass makers who really knows the material, who knows the craft, and only together we can really create something new and something from the future maybe.
I found glass is quite a difficult material to work because there's so many material science behind it.
It's so beautiful.
It is so beautiful. I think we're running out of time, but can we have one question? Oh, we have some questions from the audience. Maybe we just go through one of them. One of the audience asks, as architects, designers, and custodians of Italian craftsmanship, how do you imagine artists' intelligence evolving when human mastery's intelligence systems begin not to replace one another, but co-designing the future of living? I think that's for general perspective from both.
I don't think it will be replaced.
Because of the emotion, maybe.
Yeah, I don't think so.
Yeah.
I'm not scared of this. I don't think.
And Susanna, any thoughts on that one?
Well, don't anything else to say. I totally agree with this.
I think we've got quite a strong perspective that we're using AI tools as our assistant, and we are really the final decision maker at the end, isn't it? On the note, I've got so many more questions, but I think we have run out of time today. And thank you so much for joining the panel discussions. And I hope everyone's got some really nice perspective from our panelists today. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, our panelists, and thank you, Elaine, for the thought-provoking synthesis of ideas. And please be seated. Thank you. Thank you. We are thrilled to welcome two legends of the design world for an intimate conversation. It's always fun to talk about AI because it's all part of our world a lot of the time. I'm sure that if you guys have more questions, you can go into our future lab and you will get a close-up with our panelists and talk with them as well. Now, first, we would like to welcome Professor Ron Arad, an internationally acclaimed architect and designer renowned for his innovative fusion of form, material, and technology. Ron returns to the BODW stage to explore the new what-ifs and share how curiosity fuels his creative journey through design and research and craftsmanship. Now we would like to welcome Professor Ron Arad. Welcome.
Do you know it's 4 o'clock in the morning now in London? Can you see my screen? Oh, yeah. I didn't prepare a presentation. I didn't, but this is typical to the way I work. I jump from one thing to the other, and I'm not methodical, I'm lazy, and that's why I do so much. Any questions? Sorry? I'm serious. Any questions? How are you? I'm a bit jet-lagged, and nice to be in Hong Kong again, although I didn't go outside my hotel and this place here. It was very interesting to see that people talk a lot about weaving. And it just makes me think that the weaving industry is the first industry to use computers before the car industry, the Jacquard things. And I think maybe I'll share some. So, does it work? Yeah. I'll go here, undercover. And also, you know, you walk in the street in London and you see cars covered like little mini crystals everywhere. And you're curious. Sorry to use this word curiosity that was used too much here. what's behind the canvas, what's behind. So I saw a little Morgan car, which is we'll talk about Morgan later. And I imagined what does the fabric cover? And I made a sketch of the cover, and then draped it over the Morgan car, and this was my plan to show it in the Royal Academy Summer Show. Morgan were very happy to give me a car to cover. This was like one of my renders for my display. The Royal Academy has lots of grills with my initials there. Royal Academy, Ron Arad. So I thought I'll make the grill of the Morgan with the same. The only thing, it was the pandemic, and the summer show was cancelled. There was no summer show. But the fabric arrived to my home, and here it is. And one of my favorite sentences is, "It's better than I deserve." You know, my sketch was nice, but the fabric was nicer. And, you know, I could say I couldn't have done it better myself, although I did it. So the fabric arrived, lockdown because of the pandemic. So what do? I wanted to see how this thing will look covering the car. This is my conservatory at home. So it took me about 10 minutes to build a car to cover, to see what it looks like. So I was very happy with it, and this is what's under it. And you have like the history of design here. A Borsani sofa is holding it, a speaker that I made, the Gaetano Pesce thing as the thing, and the Moroso piece, little Albert there. And, you know, so this is this is what helped me see to check my idea. And then it was going to be presented at Huntsman, which is the place for bespoke suits, you know, the best tailors in the world. But I wasn't going to give them my cushions and my sofas. So I did this sketch, and Morgan Cars were going to give me parts of a car to build. So, you know, I did this sketch very fast, and then and then in the workshop I painted it, thinking no one is ever going to see it. So it gave me the freedom to do whatever I want to do. The only problem is that because I had that freedom, because I thought no one's going to see it, because it's going to be covered by the fabric, I liked it. I liked it even more than the fabric. So what do? So I thought, instead of doing the normal unveiling of a sculpture, I'll do the opposite. I'll do the veiling. So for 2 weeks, sorry, where are we here? Whoops. For 2 weeks, it was in the window without the cover, and then it was covered. Again, this is in the middle of the pandemic, so not many people saw this. So it has yet to be launched. You know, you're one of the first people to see it, really. So just to show you that, you know, you take a sketch and you give it to the computers of the jacquard industry, and you have all the colors in the spools, and then it makes this, which is pretty amazing. But technology is just a tool. It's not more than a tool. And I don't have any preference between state-of-the-art technology and craftspeople. To design is to create something, and the result is a symbiosis between the will of the artist, the process, and the material. It's a combination of all of them. But when you work with artisans, there's another element. There's the artisan that is part of the community of creating an object. And this is like, I worked in Dakar with amazing artisans, and I can't say that I prefer the computer industry to this. I love them both, and it's just a tool. And when we talk about AI, we should not forget that it is a tool. It's a tool that can do wonderful things, fantastic things, and it can create disasters. You know, like it is up to us, depends how we use it. So when I look at this work, what I did with for Moroso in Dakar, and I look at it, yeah, it's my work, but it's not only mine, it's me, it's the materials, and of course the artisans. You know, like I really enjoyed their visual thing. I mean, there's, now, I mean, you know, when they asked Churchill, how long do you need to do a speech? And he said, if I have 2 hours, I'm ready now. And if I have 5 minutes, I need 2 weeks to prepare it. So I will be stopped here by this machine because I don't know where I'm going. I wanted you to interfere and to ask questions, and still, it's not late. If you ever have a question, ask me and I'll share anything with you because I have all my work here on my laptop. Let me go somewhere else now. Talking about computer and technology. I was asked by Disney Corporation to do something for Mickey Mouse's 90th birthday. It's a long story. When you work for Disney, they don't pay you, you pay them. So they put me in touch with a French company that pay them, and sadly that company went bust. But after I designed the chair that I really liked. So I had another option. You know, they went bust, so I took it to my studio and did a limited edition, like artwork, not industrial design. I always jump between art pieces, studio work, and industrial design. I love both. It is like you never have to choose, and you never have to put something in a compartment. You can do both. So I took that design that I did for the industrial company, and I thought I'll make 20 of them. I called my lawyer and said, I know I cannot call it Mickey Mouse, but can I call it Topolino? And he said, yes, strictly speaking, you can. But in my profession, you know, the legal thing, there's a sentence, don't F with a mouse. And I said, yeah, that's a better name. And I called the collection. Wait. Maybe I'll find a little video so you can see that. So this is like, it's not painting a piece, it's making the piece out of the paint. You know, the colors and the layers is it. It's not that I have a piece that I paint over. I work on the mold. And everything I write, I have to write mirror image, because when you take it out of the mold, you see it. So I really enjoyed making 20 of them. Every Friday I went and did one. By the way, these pieces were never shown because they were stuck in a gallery in the pandemic. And they were in a lockdown. I mean, they have pictures of it in the gallery, but no one saw it. So just to say that the last one I made was called, where are we here? It was called, where are we here? Okay, too many. I'll find it, don't worry. It was called What Now? I did it on the Friday that the UK left the European Union, the Brexit day. So I stopped in the shop, in the news agent, and bought all the newspapers of that day and made them, made this piece here. So this is like working in the studio. Anyway, I didn't know I was going to show you this, but here it is. And it has like au revoir, auf Wiedersehen, à bientôt, in all the languages. Some newspapers mourned the fact that we left the EU, some celebrated. So funny thing is I sent all the chairs to Los Angeles to the show except for this one because it's more relevant to us in Europe. Sorry, yeah. Anyway, so these chairs were Fridays, going to the studio on Friday to do it. So one Thursday night, I thought, what am I going to do tomorrow? What am I going to do tomorrow? And I thought, Mickey Mouse, the main thing about it is the symmetry between the ears. And if you watch the Mickey Mouse animation, whatever is looking, the ears are always facing forward. So I thought, I looked for a word in my sort of sleepless night. I wanted a word that is a visual palindrome, that the reflection of it is another word. And I came up with love and song. Okay, so I got up and I sketched it. The next day I made it. And this is an example how an idea that comes from one work, from one piece of work, and then it drags you into a completely different place. So I discovered that if you cut out the word love and you take it out, you get a song. And that the shadow of love is song. So that's the first sketch I did. It's hanging in my bedroom. And that dragged me to lots of things. I had an exhibition the following week, so I made something with LPs, because lots of people have LPs that they don't need and don't listen to, and I thought we can celebrate them and let people choose the LPs. And then I made a sculpture that is like the small thing that I'll just go fast. And when it was in the gallery, it was near a wedding place, so all the young couples queued to get photographs by this thing. And that leads me to again, we are still in the pandemic here. I was visited by some people from Verona in Italy, a marble company, and they came to me, to my house, because, and the guy said, Ron, can you give us something very difficult to make? And I said, are you sure? I mean, do you really mean it? And he said, yes. So I had this idea to take the word love, extrude it, and twist it. So you get love from one side, and if it's on water, you get the reflection, and it says song, tan-ta-dam, and the other side, it's the opposite. So when these people from Verona came to me and said, can you give us something very difficult to do? I was busy with this, and I have given them, this is, but and anyway, I'll, where are we here? Let me see. And by the way, working with artisans in Africa, so I thought let's also take oil barrels, and we did a little series of love song, blah blah blah, and then here is, hang on. That's a small version of what I've given the people that wanted something difficult to make. So this is only 1.50 meters, and the main idea was to make something that is 3 meters long, one piece of marble. So technology can do fantastic things. That technology also needs artisans. It's not just technology, it's both. And so I'll skip. This is the small version in a gallery in Miami. And this is in Milano, the 3 meters piece. That was later bought by some people in Toronto. And so it arrived in Toronto in the middle of the snow. And the snow melted. And here we are. So, but this is like working on the Mickey Mouse chairs, love songs, leads to a lot of work to do with love songs, having a visit from marble people, doing something very difficult. And this is just the beginning of the difficult things that I did with this company. I mean, like I did this sketch for them. It's a piece that's called Not Carved in Stone. And it is carved in stone, but it is. And I took an Oscar Wilde sentence. Art is quite useless. A work of art is as useless as a flower. I have a lot of arguments with Oscar Wilde. Oscar Wilde defined art as something that can't be functional. I don't agree. I agree with another sentence of Oscar Wilde that says there's only two types of people in the world: tedious people and charming people. And I see the objects in the world exactly the same. There's boring things, objects, and exciting and thrilling. I don't need anyone's opinion what is art and what is design. So that drags me back to another place. I'll just go so I don't have to come back here. So again, the technology and the artisan, the sentence, the amazing piece of marble. The thing is, when I had the idea to do this, I went back to a sketch that I did 10 years ago, when I thought that this idea of a continuous volume should be done in upholstery. And for some reason, it was never done. I mean, do you want to see how it's made, this thing? I mean, it is stone, blah, blah, blah. And then, yeah, this is the old sketches, the 10 years old sketches that I never did, but that when I thought of what shall I do with marble, what other difficult thing I can ask him to do, I took this and did that. And after we made the marble chair, the marble seat, I gave it to Patrizia Moroso sitting here and said, let's do it as it was designed in the first place. Let's do it in upholstery. And this piece, this is a new piece. I think there's one on the way to the Nuovo Gallery, but it was stuck. I mean, the stuff that arrived by air is in the gallery, and the stuff that was shipped is going to be later week. So, but this piece is called Soft Marble, and it is it shows you the connection between the art pieces, the industrial pieces, the useful pieces, the functional pieces, and the. So let me tell you why I call this piece. I'll jump here. I'll jump here, and when I started work, I taught myself how to weld, and I thought, why should everything be perfect? Why things can't be crude, like action painting? And then when we got better I'll go back to this because that's relevant to, let me see where I want to go now. Yeah, I made this sketch of things that I was going to do. Sadly, I don't own this sketch, but Vitra Design Museum do, and it's in a good place. So, I mean, this is the first big, easy things that I did. And again, why should everything be perfect, blah, blah, blah. And then we learned how to weld and why a piece of furniture couldn't be as perfect as a piece of jewelry. You just change the lyrics. And so this piece, the Big Easy, that started as a paraphrase, almost a satire on the club chair, became the piece that every time I had a new idea about material, process, yeah, I'm told I have 5 more minutes. I'll do my best. Anyway, so this piece, I showed it in Milan, and that's when I met Patrizia Moroso, and she said to me, can we do it in Moroso? And I said, no, either we do a whole collection or nothing. Anyway, it was the beginning of an amazing friendship that lasted for years. And we did, after that, the spring collection. By the way, Michael Jackson used it illegally in a video, and I will go back to it. So this is, that is like painted like, I'll just go. This piece is, I really like the story here because Sotheby's asked me to do a piece for an event called Beyond Limits that they do every year. So 4 minutes left. And I made this render for them, and because they wanted a photograph for the catalog, and I said, it won't be ready, but I can make you a render, you don't need a photograph. But then I was late, not by a day, not by a month, by a whole year. It took me a year longer to make this. And it really pleased me that this piece was on the invitation of Sotheby's, and it was in a catalog. It's the first time Sotheby's had in the catalog a piece that does not exist. But, oops, where are we here? But later it was made, and then different variations of this. I mean, this is like made in resin. Resin is another example of a partner. Like when you have a drop of color in the resin, it does things like landscape. that you cannot claim the credit for. It's nature. Yeah, so like this, and then when I was in the car, we were going to do this piece, and then we said, let's make it out of recycled oil barrels. And my favorite version of the Big Easy is the one I did with Salam that lives in Udine and Dakar. And it is, again, I really, and then talking about marble, I said, why don't I make a pile of pieces of stone, 2 minutes left, and then carve it, and then, so this is another piece. This is just to show how a piece, every time there's a new idea, this piece volunteers and say, try me. And so that's that. But what I was going to tell you, the story when I finish, is that this is a prototype I made of a piece called the D sofa. And another piece, another prototype, was sold, again, in the pandemic at Philips Auctioneers in London. And I was watching the auction live, and I was hoping it will be close to the higher estimate, but it sold for science fiction number for £1.3 million hammer price. And then, just so you know, sorry, I'll finish in the middle of a sentence, or shall I finish the sentence? I'll finish the sentence. Okay. When you sell a piece of art in an auction, the artist gets a percentage. The artist's right. Unless it's a functional piece. So because it was designed, Philips refused to pay they lost the debate. But after that, I made that piece in marble that I called it Not Carved in Stone. I just want to tell you there's a show here in the Nuovo Gallery, and if I had, can I have a minute? I don't have to. It is, I flew for 15 hours, and then I have 5 minutes to speak. That is a bit, anyway. So, my first ever piece of furniture that I did was the rover chair. I went to a scrapyard of cars to choose a car seat to make into a domestic thing. This is the first sketch of it. And then this is the first one that I've ever made. I still have it at home. And I discovered that exactly 100 years ago, before I was even born, Jean Prouvé copied me. And this is the Jean Prouvé chair that no one has ever seen. It appears only in one photograph, this photograph, from this angle, and there's also a sketch of it. So I talked to all the Prouvé experts. I talked to his daughter, to his granddaughter. No one has ever seen this piece. So I did a forensic research of this photograph, and we produced, with Moroso, we produced a series of replicas of this chair. And on the back I wrote, no one except maybe Prouvé has ever seen the back of this chair. And I engraved this on the back of this chair, and here it is, and it is in Hong Kong now. It's the first place it was exhibited in outside our world. I mean, it is like, I had to think, how did it work? I had to learn everything from a photograph. And I didn't say the rover chair is better. Okay, I'm happy to finish.
Thank you, Ron, for sharing your creativity journey. Now joining Ron on the stage is Patrizia Morozo, the creative director of Morozo SPA. With a profound passion for art, she has transformed her family business into a global design brand. Patrizia and Ron have been collaborating since 1988, and together they have created some of the most iconic furniture pieces of our time. To moderate this fireside chat, we have Sean Dix, founder of Dix Design and Architecture, known for his contemporary furniture and hospitality projects. Together, let's explore their decades-long partnership and the magic of creative collaboration. Now, this fireside chat will include a live Q&A session. You have a badge. At the back of it, it says Q&A, and it has a QR code. You guys can scan that and ask your questions. The moderator will be presenting the questions within the last 3 minutes. Now, please join me in welcoming Ron, Patrizia, and Sean.
Ehi. Eccoci qua.
Was it okay?
So, nice. Today, I'm Sean, and I'm here to have a short conversation with Patrizia Morozo and Ron. Ron has already introduced himself very.
I just begun.
Only just begun.
Yes.
Patrizia and I are here to give you emotional support because we.
Right. Thank you.
Ron's already talked quite a bit about a lot of his approach to creating. I wanted to shift the angle a little bit more towards the collaboration that you've had together, the two of you. You know, this friendship and collaboration of roughly pushing 30 years is a pretty impressive collaboration. And what I see is Ron is always pushing the envelope with his projects, always playing, always experimenting. But then at some point, that blue sky work needs to, well, it doesn't need to, but with the collaboration with Patrizia, it then becomes something that's more grounded and becomes actually a product. And what's interesting to me is how that dynamic happens, and you know, how Patrizia succeeds in dragging your mad scientist ideas into the world of actual production.
She's here. Let's ask her.
Me? But of course, I was already that years in the 80s. I was a big fan of him. He didn't know, but I was. I was also traveling to London to see his work in his workshop, in the shop in the first one. You remember the one with Danny Lake?
I do remember it.
Yeah. So when it was in Milano and in his exhibition, I went there. I saw for the first time something he said before that he tried to do in upholstery or similar. And I was surprised because for me he was the king of metal shapes and that kind of beautiful sculptures. And I never seen something more, how to say, just for the market or functional industry and so on. So I asked why, and he said me, that he tried, but it was not easy, so was letting the idea. And so I asked him, like he said, may I do it? May I help you to realize? He asked me to not one thing, but a collection. I said, fantastic, because for me, was not the subject is never to make one thing, but I try to work with the designer, imagining a world, and I imagine to realize something that is closer possible to the idea of the designer of imagining the world. And I'm very attracted by the talent, of course, and Ron is a very big one, okay? A big talent, and that gives me a great satisfaction imagining to work with him and to realize not one thing, but a collection.
Maybe I better mention that the Moroso family was a very successful upholstery manufacturer.
Since the 50s, right?
Sorry?
Since the 50s, right?
Yeah, I mean, they used to upholster boats and things, and they were a family business. They made one mistake. They sent the daughter to Bologna University, and she came back and she changed the company. And from a company that was very good producing upholstery, she changed it, and I first was aware of what she did when she started working with the Bollydists. It was like Massimo Iosagini.
Massimo Iosagini. Yeah, that's
Gini
right.
or Gini?
Gini.
Massimo Iosagini.
Gini.
Yeah, and not many people that time were daring as Patrizia was. Then she made another mistake. She brought me to the company, and I do remember meeting a father looked, who's this man with the hat? What's he doing here? And it took, we became friends, and another thing is, she had an uncle, Zio Marino, who was like Michelangelo with foam. He could sculpt anything. I was there doing sketch, and he would cut it. It was pleasure working with him.
Before the computer machines,
yeah, before
he was
CNC
doing
machines.
everything with his hands.
And as I said before, I love that, but I also like the CNC. So it's not, you don't have to choose.
Yeah, that was going to be one of my next questions. Is this collaboration where this relationship between technology and craft is, I imagine that working with Zio Marino, shaping these things, he must have had a blast, first of all, because the challenges that you present with these complex forms are not traditional to upholstery.
I think the only thing he didn't enjoy is later when we did a piece that we used technology and he wasn't involved, he was furious. And we had to go and console him.
Offended, please.
No, it's not that. It's a different thing, but we'll come back to. Anyway.
Yeah. No,
one of the other questions.
He made this.
That thing, for instance.
Like the Misfits.
Oh, yeah.
So, I mean, that is.
He made that.
Yeah, he made that. I mean,
but not only the first prototype, he did all the first series. All absolutely the same piece for the number that we have done, I remember for Dolce & Gabbana. Who was the client?
Yeah, we did a show in Dolce & Gabbana, yeah.
Yes. So they asked for many, and so he did many pieces, but exactly the same.
Wow.
Then I decided, please,
let's open a mold.
We can mold them, because in the beginning that was a sort of, let's say, an art piece or a very limited edition for the client of Ron, Dolce & Gabbana. But then we decided that because Marino could not make everything again by hand, to mold them. And that was fantastic to see how a piece that was intended as a limited piece then became an industrial piece and is still going on as a sort of life that is not going down. Maybe it's going up.
It continues
with the time.
To sell.
And one more thing is the round pieces. They are not, how to say, having the problem of the time that is passing. They are a sort of timeless pieces, if you like or not, but they are timeless. They are not showing to depend on a trend or that kind of things. They are part of his art thinking, part of his vision, part of his taste, and what he is making is not related a lot with that moment. The example is that the Big Easy is the first standard and is maintained in life by Ron with many, many different aspects, materials, people, machinery, and every time is different, and every time is a new thing, because it's sort of, you know, iconic relation with that shape that is, for many time, was part of his brand. No? Your number on the street, Ron Ara Studio, was at that shape. So it's something different from a piece of furniture.
Yeah, very much an archetype. So the maybe you answered this question, but one of the things that I wanted to understand too was, you know, much of your work begins, your collaborative work begins as pretty radical, difficult to make, complex stuff that then...
It doesn't have to be difficult to make. Sometimes it is. Sometimes it's easy to make. I mean, it's not...
But yeah, no, in the sense that so some of these pieces start off as basically almost like art pieces, very limited edition, and then they evolve into a production piece with Patrizia's company. Does it ever go the other direction, where you...
Yes, yeah.
Where you develop...
I mean, it is, yeah. I mean, like, I have some examples of pieces that started off as an industrial piece, and then it was dragged into the art pieces. I think the Mickey Mouse is a good example. It started as an industrial design piece, and then I dragged it into the studio pieces, and then it was pulled back to the industrial design by Kibu. They are making the industrial version. I think there's one in Hong Kong now. I don't know.
Yes, it's somewhere.
Yeah, but it's not one direction or another. There's no rules, and I'm not, people say pushing boundaries. I don't push boundaries. I do what I enjoy doing, and I hope other people will enjoy it, starting with sketching, talking, and doing. You know, it's not fighting anything.
Yeah, but I beg to differ. I think you push a lot of boundaries. For you, they're not boundaries, but I think for a lot of designers,
I was in a conference about breaking boundaries, and they had like people from the fashion industry, from we sat and we each had a microphone, and then to start with, and when I had the microphone here, I said, I think the more we talk about breaking boundaries, the stronger we make the boundaries. I think we should stop this discussion. The audience were hungry because it was lunchtime, and they all cheered, and the poor MC said, okay, and the conference stopped. It's on YouTube somewhere.
As a designer myself, I'm always curious to hear stories about failure. I think, you know, I believe that the process of design, for me anyway, is a succession of failures. You're failing at this, and you adjust it, and you fail at that, and then you adjust it until you arrive at something that starts to approximate what you had in your head. And I think that's a beautiful thing. There's no shame in failing, because it's part of that process of design and production. So my question to you both is give us an example of an interesting failure and what you took away from that.
When you work on something, especially in the studio, and you're following one route, in your head there's lots of other routes that you say to yourself later, and some of them you follow and some of them you don't. Failures, I mean, look at, like, I look at things. The funny thing is, I had a show when I showed the Prouvé, and at the Downtown Gallery in Rue de Seine in Paris, and there were lots of pieces there that at the time were avant-garde and rebellious, and now they are presented as vintage. So they made a transition from being pushing boundaries into being like, like commodities of
communicating your good taste.
Yeah.
Nothing worse than good taste.
And there's lots and lots of stuff that we designed and it wasn't made. It wasn't. It's still, waiting to be made one day. I mean, I think the soft marble is a good example. It's like a sketch that I did, never happened. Then the marble people came. Then it went back to the origin of the intention.
I
failed to talk about architecture today. I'll be
Sure.
No, there's lots of Moroso pieces in my lobbies and stuff. But yeah, next time.
In my design process, I end up with a lot of things that I'm not happy with. And often, some things move forward, like you said, and other things you set aside for a later time, maybe. I sometimes go back to those first ideas and digging past the parts that I hate, I find nuggets of something really interesting that I can then develop further. Is that your process?
Sometimes it happens, yeah. Sometimes it's, yeah, I said before, you jump from one thing to the other and you're not committed to this or to that. And it's an ongoing, fluent, flexible process. When you do studio pieces, you don't have to consult with anyone, you don't have to please anyone. And when you do industrial pieces, there's the economy, the cost of production, the distribution, all sorts of things like that. I mean, like a very, very good example is the bookworm that I started for my own house. I did this and that.
The huge metal.
Yeah, the huge metal. And then I made it with Cartel. And I think they took it because they'll get column inches for it. It's very photogenic, and they didn't know it's going to become the best-selling piece. It was my best-selling piece ever. I mean, they used to, there's 2 minutes left. They used to extrude over 1,000 kilometers every year, longer than Italy.
Wow.
Can you imagine?
How many miles you sold?
More than 1,000 kilometers of extrusion, of shells.
Extrusion, yeah.
Longer than Italy, from Udine to Naples. And yeah, I mean, it could have been a failure. I mean, I have like one of my favorite, I thought most successful lighting that I did was a piece called the Pizza Cobra for Guzzini. I mean, and commercially it was a failure. I don't think because the design it was given to a company that specialized in architectural thing, and it was sort of domestic. Anyway, so one of my favorite pieces is, I think we're overstaying. 1 minute left.
1 minute. So in the end, what I'm thinking is the important thing is the talent of the person, his way of thinking, the idea that comes out, and the way of making many different tools and many different ways, craft, industrial, computer or whatever. that are only just tools, because what is important is to realize in a better way possible what was the idea, that also the idea is never the absolute, the abstract thing. It's something that has to be, how to say, a little bit meshed with what happens in reality with material, with the craftsman, with the computer. Everything combines together to make the final thing that many, many times is not the first idea, but is a beautiful, surprising final thing.
Some evolution of that.
Yes, of course.
I've been asked to, there's some questions from the audience that...
Oh, good.
I'll read the first one. It's, Ron, if you were to wake up with a superpower, what would it be and why?
Superpower is to continue doing whatever keeps you from being bored.
Don't you already have that superpower?
I do, but yeah.
I wish everybody else had that superpower.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. I don't believe in superpower. I don't believe in challenges. I believe in being allowed to do what you enjoy doing. And I'm doing now the same thing that I did when I was 8 years old. I mean, holding a pencil and drawing. It used to be a 6B, and then I have a tablet and there's a light pen, but it is still holding a stick in my hand with a little tip and doing things. Drawing not things that you look at and do take a record of, but doing things that don't exist yet. That's the difference between...
That leads to a question that somebody was just asking, but it popped away, was where do you get your inspiration? And...
television.
Yeah.
Where do I get my inspiration? I mean, the biggest source of inspiration is the work you're doing. And we talked about it. You do this, but I can do that in a different way. The work itself is the source of inspiration. Ideas are not a problem. There's too many ideas. The problem is to know which ideas you give time to, which ideas you invest in, and which ideas you let go. And there's a very easy technique for that, for choosing. If I have an idea and I can close my eyes and think, if I went into a gallery and saw this on the wall, would I be jealous? If the answer is yes, I do it. If the answer is no, I drop it.
Excellent, excellent.
I love this photograph. I love that, yeah, anyway.
Your body of work is massive. This is about radical personal innovation. How would you approach total unlearning and reinvention?
Reinvention. That's an oxymoron, reinvention. You either invent or you redo something. You know, Charles Eames once said, only use innovation as the last resort. And let's think about what he meant. But in the last century, in 99, I think, was it the last millennium, the 99? I had a show in Italy called...
End of question. End of
okay.
Called Not Made by Hand, Not Made in China. And it was the first exhibition that used what we used to call then rapid prototyping. Now it's called 3D printing. And it was very exciting. The most exciting thing there was explaining to Achille Castiglioni what it is. And it was like, ooh, I'm teaching Achille Castiglioni. Whoa. So again, this was a beginning of a tool. And that tool is, you know, we take it for granted now. I was very upset with the Victoria and Albert Museum when they bought the first 3D printed gun. And I said, why? You know, it's a gun that you can go in airport and it won't be registered by, and I was really, really, really upset with them. You know, it's a tool, and the tool, let's do good things with it.
I think on that note, they're cutting us off.
Yes. Yeah. It is in Nuovo Gallery. Ah, the rover chair.
Or the
new
one.
The new one is here. There's 2 of them here in Hong Kong. Opening tomorrow. Where is it, Madalena?
Maddie. It's there.
Where?
On Ice House Street. Time's up.
The address?
I think
Off the stage.
it's an addition of 6 of them, and I think that the MoMA should have one, Pompidou Center should have one, the M1 Museum.
They're kicking us off.
Ah, okay.
Okay, we have to go.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ron, Patricia, and Sean, for the wonderful conversation. I know that we all have a lot of questions, but perhaps we can continue the dialogue off stage. Thank you. Now, that was a very rare, honest, and utterly captivating glimpse into one of design's most legendary partnerships. As we go for break, we will have a break for lunch, and we invite all of our guests to share your comments on how you thought of the seminar and our morning's events. Please kindly share your comments as you scan this QR code that says survey at the back of your badges. We would like to know more comments and feedback so that we can provide better, invaluable future conversations and improvements for BODW. Our afternoon program will be starting at 2 p.m. and we'll have another panel session on crafted living and followed by luxury reimagined. Stay tuned. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to day 2 of Business of Design Week 2025. My name is Vincent Tang, and I hope you had a wonderful lunch. To begin this afternoon, we have a panel discussion that brings together visionary leadership and design talent to explore how heritage craft can shape the future of interior design. Joining us are Sandrine de Suspiel, Creative Director of the newly formed Manufacture Nationale, who champions French craftsmanship on a national scale. Of course, we have Paul Lebrun, an award-winning designer known for his poetic and contemporary reinterpretations of historical decorative arts. This conversation will be moderated by Frank Mio, partner and special events director of Maison et Objet, bringing decades of experience connecting the global design community. Together, they will outline a powerful vision for the future of interior design, where institutional support, artisan intelligence, and bold design converge on to create spaces that are both deeply and rooted in forward-looking. Before we begin, we'd like to share that we have the support of Kudo AI, which offers up to 10 languages for you. If you'd like to access Kudo AI, please simply scan the QR code on either side of the stage and on the back panels of the chairs you are sitting. Now, if you are ready, please join me in welcoming our moderator Frank and our panelists Sandrine and Paul.
Hello, everyone. We are here to present you, start by a presentation of Maison et Objet Intérieur. Maison et Objet is really proud to be here in Hong Kong for the second time. Maison et Objet is a trade show taking place twice a year in Paris and highlighting worldwide designers and craftsmen coming from all over the world. And here in Paris, in Hong Kong, sorry, we are for the second time highlighting interior designers, trendsetters, and craftsmen in order to offer in Asia a platform for the developers in order to find the right information in terms of creation to make the right choice to develop a program. And we put in the heart of everything we are developing in Paris and now in Hong Kong, the connection with the craftsmen, with the artisans, with the talents, and we are really proud to include inside this program. You can discover not far from here, on the same level in the whole 3C, sorry, 16 different designers and showcases, and one of them is produced in collaboration with les Manufactures Nationales. And I am delighted today to introduce you to Sandrine de Suspiel and to Paul Bonlarron, and they will present you what they are doing and the collaboration with Paul.
Okay.
Sandrine.
Thank you so much. Thank you for this little machine. Thank you, my dear Frank. And I'm very proud and happy to be here with you. Such a good energy here and such sympathetic people I met yesterday and today, and I listened. So let's introduce myself. I'm a creative director for French and national textile factories. The name is Manufacture Nationale.
Maybe you could go for a while.
Yeah, sorry. I don't work for Buccellati.
And here we are.
Yes, this, no, yeah. Voilà.
That's it.
That's it. Now, this unique in the world, this institution was created by Louis XIV in 1662, and today it's always supported by the French government, and more specifically by the Ministry of Culture in France. So this public center promotes and supports the French craftsmanship in France and around the world. So first, I would like to share with you our activities. We work on 6 strategic pillars. Education and training, because we have 2 schools in the public center, one dedicated to ceramic and one dedicated to textile. We work on research and innovation with Atelier of Recherche et Création, which is a workshop dedicated to furnitures. And we fabricate a lot of prototypes with this workshop. We work on artistic creation with artists and designers. We work on conservation and scientific research on arts collection. We have 1,000 pieces of art in our collection. And we work on the influence and economic support to the French art and craft industry, and also on international and development of exhibitions around the world. So the purpose is to work on heritage, creation, transmission, new vision and sustainability. The Manufacture Nationale, I would like to share some evocative figures. It's 53 craft practice in factories and workshops, 7 restoration workshops, 330 art technicians, 2 national ceramic museums, 4 tapestry, carpet and ceramic factories, 2 lace workshops, 1 design, research and creation workshop, Atelier de Recherche et Création, for 500 prototypes, more than 15 wool colors in our color library, and 1 wool, silk and linen dyeing workshop, Atelier de teinture des Gobelins. So everything is made by hand at the Mobilier National. So I propose you to quit industry and follow the craftsmanship heritage. So, sorry. I would like to show you this museum, the Musée National de Céramique à Sèvres. It's a vibrant place dedicated to ceramics, and since 1740 years, the Manufacture de Sèvres has been committed to both preserving heritage and experimenting with new techniques. We have 120 ceramists, and the museum conserves and preserves 50,000 works. This is the Galerie des Gobelins, where we organize exhibitions, 6 per year. Today marks the opening of a textile exhibition on the artistic relations between France and India. Yesterday, it was the celebration of the program Nouveaux Ensembliers, which I'm going to present you after my presentation. Some example of restoration workshops. Fabric for seating, carpets and tapestries. Period furnitures. This fantastic game table. DM of the Manufacture Nationale is also furnishing the official places of the French Republic. This is the President's office at the Palais de l'Élysée, with the carpets of Pierre Paulin, the French designer, and the furnitures also of Pierre Paulin.
We can say that we are in a very long tradition of French craftsmanship, coming from the kings.
Yes.
And now...
Support by the French Republic, yes. It's 4 centuries of heritage and creation. And we recreate with contemporary designers and artists during the 4 centuries till now. We work also on research and creation and innovation. As I just told you, with the Atelier de Recherche et Création. I would like to present some projects. This is a Pixel Cloud, a collection designed by Miguel Chevalier and the A+A Corinne Design Studio. So we made the carpet, the sofa, the 2 armchairs, and the magnifying glass table. Its production was entrusted to the company Dacryl. It's PMA plexiglass technique with exceptional optical properties. So the table's function is to magnify patterns. This is a famous chandelier of Jean Nouvel, the architect, made for the Louvre, Abu Dhabi, for the Louvre Abu Dhabi restaurant. It's made of mirror polished stainless steel and blown borosilicate glass. It's a prototype that we made. This one, it's furniture from Roger Fatus. It was ordered in 1967. The table is composed of 5 T-shaped, covered in midnight blue laminate. This is 2 little lamps of Renan Bouroulec, made with Manufacture de Sèvres. It was the first collaboration with Renan Bouroulec. And these little lamps are composed of an aluminum base and Sèvres porcelain corolla. Here is the new cabinet table. A unique project bears the mark of an exceptional partnership between students who won a competition. So this table was designed by a group of students.
And this is the place where...
Yes, it's used now in Palais de l'Élysée for the big meeting of the
government.
The government, yes. We work on creation with the furnitures. I would like to show you this amazing table made by Maurizio Galante and Tal Lankman. It proposed this inventive refined table made of silicone wire. And it was created by the Atelier de Recherche et Création also. Alors, now I would like to share with you our project Nouveaux Ensembliers. No, I show you first, sorry, the dyeing factory in Atelier des Gobelins. As you can see, everything is by hand, handmade. We work on wool to make carpets and tapestries. It's the same way from 4 centuries. Colors. The colors library with more than 15,000 colors. and tapestries. The carpets. This is a piece that we are translating in a tapestry from Agnès Turnauer, Dialogue. This is a painting from Nina Childress. Nathalie Dupesquier. And a big tapestry for the Danish government. We work also on big tapestries for cathedral. This is for the Cathedral de Beauvais. We are currently waiving this project. And we also are currently working on a big tapestry for the Cathedral Notre-Dame with Michael Armitage and Michael Barcelo. So as you know, as you can see, it's really an heritage, but also creation. It's the way the lace, workshop lace. This is a very beautiful piece of Gertrude Hales, a Danish artist. And now we go to Nouveaux Ensembliers.
Maybe fast, since we have to let enough time to Paul
Okay,
to
very fast. It's just the purpose is contemporary vision inspired by the spirit of the 1925 International Exhibition of Decorative Arts. The edition brings together 10 designers, and Paul is one of the designers invited, 10 spaces, 10 decor, 10 style. The theme was the Embassy of Tomorrow. And the 10 designers explore the idea of sensitive, co-responsible, and collaborative diplomacy. So as you can see, heritage craft is not as nostalgia, but a foundation for contemporary innovation. You want to start?
So here we can see some of the proposals designed by so those 10 different showcases. So
the new generation of designers, a sustainable approach with this platform, which it presents some innovation with materials. Each designer of this program used the material to tell a story. So let's go directly to the story of Paul, because we don't have any time. You can have a look.
Installation will be presented, is presented here at Maison et Objets Intérieurs Showcase. And we can mention that 2 other showcases are presented in Gwangju, opening this Friday inside the Gwangju Design Week program.
So for this exhibition, Les Nouveaux Ensembliers, I worked on a salle à manger. Salle à manger in French means dining room, but also could translate as a room that you can heat, like heating the carpet, the floor, and the walls. So the idea of building a dining room made out of food and food waste, food scraps, was the starting point of this project. So I collaborated with several creators, designers, artists, with traditional crafts such as bakery, I would say neo-crafts, like making, as you mentioned, a tapestry out of eggplant peels, or making glass or making material out of beetroot juice. So I will highlight some of those collaboration. The first one being Mélanie Villard, which is a specialist in natural color and natural dye. For this tablecloth I just shown, we dyed silk with onion peels. So yellow onion gives yellow, and as you would expect, red onion gives
the green.
The green. And we had different shapes there was various colors that came from the different type of onion we could gather at market. So it gives like a lot of different shades within the exhibition. I also had the pleasure to collaborate with Lumi Le Floch, also called precious peels, that made those kind of material out of eggplant peels. And we kind of drew a huge tapestry, like 3 suns. Oops. Can you show the video?
We have a video now presenting your collaboration.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay, maybe there's going to be a video, but so we kind of placed like marquetry those eggplant peels to kind of make it like a sun.
It's a marquetry made by vegetables.
Yeah. I also had the pleasure to work with Roman Poré, also known as Studio Vaporé, that made biomaterial with beetroot peels, orange peels, banana peels, and coffee, and natural binders. And we wanted to work on stainless glass window. And with the idea of working with kind of a patrimonial approach, we wanted to have a reference to, like the early 20s Bohemian glasses made in Europe, and also like kind of the marbling of the millefeuille, a traditional
French patisseries.
French patisseries. So this is the result, and there is a video of her doing it, maybe. Okay, let's see what the other one, but you get the idea. I also collaborated with Chloé Laurent, which is like a glass artist that make during the day scientific glass. She's a scientific glass blower, and at night she collaborates with designers, and we wanted to create glasses made like fruit and pastries and delicacies. So we work on small blackberries that became kind of a huge motif within the collection. And also work with amber tones that could be reminiscent of caramel and candies. And on the left, you can see we sprinkled a smashed glass onto the melted glass, and it gives that kind of sugary effect. So it was more of a collaboration of narrative collaboration on shapes and culinary aspects of glass. And finally, I also collaborated with Poilâne, which is a well-known bakery in Paris that is known for its sourdough bread. But it's also known for working with Salvador Dali. In 1971, they built a whole bedroom out of bread. So the furniture, the bed, and even the pillows are bread loaves. So following that history of making surrealistic interior with bread, we wanted to work on cutlery made out of bread, and also kind of mix light with bread or glass with bread, following that idea of surrealism. I was also inspired by, you can see on the left, a very typical Easter bread we make in Europe, in France. At Easter, we bake the egg with the bread on the oven. And following that idea, I replaced the egg with glass, so it's like, in a way, a bread jewelry we made for with Poilâne. Yeah, you can see the glass transparency and the mixing between the bread and the glass. This type of bread is called a pâte morte. It's like a dead dough, if I translate, and it meant to be to last like 1 or 2 years. So it's like kind of a temporary art piece. So this exhibition is a result of all those collaborations, and I think it was cooked with love.
Thank you, Paul. What is amazing in all this story with deeply rooted in the French story, the connection between the decorative art tradition, this coming from very far, and the way that the manufactures nationales are, in the meantime, are able to work with the upcoming...
a new vision.
The coming trends and the new talents, and it's something, we must say, very unique, and we are really proud of it in France, and so we invite you to have a vision of it, and at Maison et Objets, so just here, and thank you for your attention, and thank you, Paul and Sandrine, for your presentation as well.
Thank you.
Thank you, our panelists, for your insightful sharing. We will see them all on stage very soon. Now, to kick off our next pillar is Luxury Reimagined. We'll dive into the exclusive intersection of fashion, heritage, and curation. A warm welcome to Angelica Visconti, the Vice Chairman of Ferragamo, and Dr. Stefania Ricci, Director of the Ferragamo Museum and Ferragamo Foundation. Telling you a little bit more about our conversation, this conversation offers a deep dive into the art of preserving a legacy while keeping it vibrantly alive. Together, we'll explore how Ferragamo is reimagining the very pillars of luxury, transforming where heritage becomes the foundation for future innovation. They will reveal how a fashion house's archive serves not only as a museum collection, but as a living source of brand identity that creates meaningful dialogue between celebrated history and its contemporary expression. As Ferragamo approaches its centenary, we'll discover how tradition and innovation coexist through conscious curation, and how authentic Italian styles continue to evolve while staying true to its artisanal soul. Our stage is ready. Please join me in welcoming Angelica and Stefania.
Thank you.
Hello, all of you. And in this section, we try to explain very quickly how the brand heritage could be very important for the future and for innovation. So I start immediately. And we start from a wonderful story around the founder and Salvatore Ferragamo. I am responsible of the museum dedicated to the story of the company, to the story of Salvatore Ferragamo. And our activity is especially directed to organize a different exhibition. And we start always from the subject related to the life of Salvatore Ferragamo, the concept of his life, and we try to investigate some contemporary needs, a subject that are important for contemporary day. And on the other hand, I am also director of the Ferragamo Foundation that was created by the family, the Ferragamo family, in 2013, to translate the value of the company to the new generation. So our task is especially directed to the organization of program, educational program for student, institution, university, and we have a lot of activities. So we have a lecture, we have a workshop, and many research with the young people. So you can see here the symbol of Salvatore Ferragamo. He was the dreamer and he was a shoemaker. He started when he was very young because he was born in a small village in the south Italy, and he was obliged to go to emigrate in another country, in the United States, but he arrived in the 20s, in 1915, in California, before in Santa Barbara, and after in Hollywood, and he became famous making shoes for the movie system, for the stars, and also for some historical movies, especially worked with Cecil DeMille. And it is very important because there is a connection with the cinema for the brand, also in general with the culture point of view. And on the other hand, they tried, starting from California, to combine two very important concepts. From one side, the creativity and beauty of the shoes, and on the other hand, the wellness of his customers, and also the importance of comfort, to find comfort through the shoes. Another very important point, he came back in Italy in 1927 because he received a lot of orders, and so he needed to find good shoemakers. He made, at that time, the shoes only by hand. There was a very long tradition in Italy, in our country, and he decided to stay in Florence. He decided to stop there, even if there wasn't any connection with the city, because his family lived in the south of Italy. The other brothers were in the United States. And he was able to buy a very important building in the center of the city, that in Via Tornabuoni, that also today is the fashion street in Florence. And this building is the headquarters of the company, is the headquarters of our museum. And if you see here, one of the rooms of the building with frescoes and stuccos made a very important artist, that there they were the shoemaker that worked there. And after the war, he received a very important award in the United States, the Neiman Marcus Award for the creativity. And here you can see one of the shoes that is a symbol of his creativity, the invisible shoe, with a wooden wedge heel, and the upper is made with a new material, nylon thread for fishing. So again, there is the craftsmanship of the art of shoemaking, but on the other hand, innovation, new idea, and the future, the futuristic material. The stars, of course, the contact and the relationship with very important people, especially the star of Hollywood or the Duchess of Windsor, are part of our story, and we saved in the archive of our museum, we saved all the last of their feet. And another part that is important for the brand is the family, because he had a wife and 6 children, and after his death, they continued the brand. And here you can see Wanda Ferragamo, that she was, until 1960, only a mother and a wife. She decided not to close the company, and she decided to be the new guide of the brand. She was wonderful because she opened it to the different market, the Ferragamo production, and she helped her children to enter inside the company and to have, to try to guide each different department. Here you can see the 3 daughters, Fiamma, Giovanna, and Fulvia. They were responsible for creative part. Fiamma for the shoes, bags, and small leather goods. Giovanna for the ready-to-wear, and Fulvia for the silk printed accessories, ties and scarves, especially scarves. So they were women, they had a family and children, but they worked so a lot since when they were very young. And here you can see the son, Ferruccio, the oldest of the male, that he was for a long time a general director of the company and CEO of the company, and Leonardo Ferragamo, who is now executive president of the company. She was responsible of the opening to the Asian market of Ferragamo, and Massimo Ferragamo, that was for a long time a CEO of Ferragamo United States. That was the first market of our brand. And we wanted to show you also the 30 years that Ferragamo is in China. There was in the Forbidden Cities very important fashion show in Shanghai. We made in 2008 Evolving Legend, a very important exhibition about the story all of the company. And this is the base of our heritage. And so now, through the vice president, and who is our chief of, she's responsible now of the heritage in the company, how the heritage can influence the company today, and is a very important pillar for the future.
Good evening. We've been through our history very quickly, but let's say we visited the most important steps and pillars of the company's history. We are almost turning 100 years old. And now we would like to show you how we continue to bring, let's say, this heritage forward. First of all, we start from the product, because we have a very large archive in Florence. We keep there over 15,000 pair of shoes from the 20s up to today. We also have thousands of handbags, silk accessories, documents, pictures. It's a very large collection. Our designers, also the new designers, have joined the company. They love to come and visit and spend time browsing in the archive. The archive is a source of an inspiration, so they don't have to feel they need to copy or follow the rules. They just get inspired. Here we presented this example of what has been recently done by our designer, Maximilian. He's a very young guy who joined the company a couple of years ago. He was in love with these shoes. It's a shoe designed by Salvatore in the 60s for Marilyn Monroe. It's one of our most iconic and famous shoes. It's called the Marilyn Pump. And it's made of these beautiful red Swarovski crystals. He reinvented, in the fashion show of last year, another iconic bag, the Vanda handbag. He reinvented with this, let's say, iconic red color and using this crystals material. He also played with the size of the handbag. This was another very institutional handbag, which was originally in brown crocodile, so very serious and important handbag. That was the iconic bag used by Vanda Ferragamo. He decided to play with the colors, and he invented new size in a very, let's say, sleek shape. And so this, we thought it was the first very interesting example of how the heritage and the legacy in terms of product was reinterpreted in a fresh and very modern and appealing way. You can also see in this picture those trousers that are made of the same materials. Those are always been used in the fashion show, and again, using this iconic red. A few years ago, the company decided also to review the logo using a different font, which we thought was more readable and easy to identify on the market. And so we came up with this new branding. The same color of these Marilyn shoes was used to design this new logo, new packaging. So this is another example, starting from the pillar of our iconic colors, how to reinvent them. Here, we got another few examples based on our, let's say, core business, which is shoes. Our company, let's say, history has really been rooted in the art of shoemaking. So we give the utmost importance to the creativity, the design, the style. But also, it's very important, the perfect construction of the shoe. So in the first image, you can see again the invisible sandal, which is one other very iconic shoes for two reasons. First of all, because it was the first wedge that was invented in the shoemaking history. So this was during, after the World War, it was very difficult also to find certain materials, and it was a good reason to experiment different kind of materials. For example, we had some shoes made with cork, and those were often used also in the wedge shoes later on. Here, as we mentioned before, you can see an invisible thread used to create the shoe. The same shape, this F wedge, was used by our designers to create another iconic shoe that you see in the picture below, which is called the Eva shoe. And it's a modern reinterpretation of this iconic shape. So another way of using the heritage is really on the construction and the shape of the shoe. The second shoe is the golden sandal. This was originally done in 18-karat gold. It was developed by a local artisan in Florence who really worked gold by hand. Of course, it was reinterpreted using a different material, only recalling this gold color, and designed in a modern shape that could be, let's say, practical for today's lifestyle. The third shoe is the cage shoe. It was another very innovative design because you could change the heel of the shoe. So basically, you could have the same sandal, but every day you can change the heel. And the same concept was reinterpreted and developed in a modern cage shoe sandal, which was presented last year. The fourth model, it's the opanque sole, is a very important structural innovation. It was done with a very resistant material. So it's properly walking shoes with a very important construction, because our shoe philosophy is based on the supporting the arch of the feet. Because we have, let's say, studied for a long time the anatomy of the foot to discover that the weight of the foot really falls on the arch. So it was developed this special technique to support the arch and build a construction on the shoes based on this anatomy concept. So this material was discovered to be the most resistant, but at the same time flexible and easy to walk in. So this same structure had been reviewed, restudied, and remoderned in this other pair of sandals by our new designer. The last style is another prototype that we have from the 50s in our archive, and it was presented in the latest fashion show in different materials, a different style, but the same. In this case, it was not the shape or the material of the construction, but simply the decoration that was reinvented. So let's say these are the ways on which we can play around with our heritage and our, let's say, most iconic elements. Here, it's another important point. This is a very ancient technique of using, let's say, the leather in the men's shoe construction. So it's a traditional way of hand sewing the shoe. And it's, let's say, a cultural tradition that you can find in some let's say, manufacturers close to Florence. One thing that we decided to keep also as a pillar for our brand is the Made in Italy concept. So all of our products are still made in Italy. Here you can see that large part of this product is still handmade. And this shoe, which is called Tramezza, it's probably the most important men's shoe that we have developed in the company, is still one of our best sellers nowadays. So basically, once again, we try, to compensate some innovation, some traditional techniques, some productions that are coming from the past, which are still very relevant today, but playing with creativity, with the use of different materials, and also with new production techniques, especially with a very, let's say, careful eye to all the natural resources that we use during production. Here we can see another example of how we bring forward the legacy. For example, the use of different materials. Our founder had developed also very innovative techniques based on patchwork and other very, let's say, traditional way of working with the leather and with other materials. And we thought another interesting ways to carry on maybe some iconic styles is to play in every collection with the same style but different materials. So in the first picture, you see the iconic top handle, which is a model coming from the 60s, but here it's interpreted in plexiglass, in steel, in raffia, and in bamboo. So every year, a new, let's say, material has been used and carried, let's say, this style forward. The second picture, we have our most new iconic handbag, which is called the Hug Bag. In this case, we developed different styles based on shearling materials, on raffia, on lace, and every year we, let's say, introduce new versions and new techniques. The same thing we did also playing with the size of the handbag. For example, we just launched the mini version of this bag, and it was immediately a big success. So it's always a matter really of balancing new and codes that the client can identify with the brand. So it's really a way of keep a balance between these two, let's say, faces of the brand. The novelty, the newness, the fashion show with fresh ideas, but also some pillars that really the company stands for and wants to bring forward. What's the important thing to do is how to evolve in the future. What we think it's at the core of this process, it's really the most important thing that are the guiding values. So these are the principles which we think we can never compromise. As we were saying, one of them is the Made in Italy, the second is the quality of the craftsmanship and on the materials. And I would say the third one is to have an elegant, timeless style. So our brand stands for a long-term view, also talking about the style and the identity. So basically, the work we still do today, it's inspired from these founding principles of our heritage, but mixed with innovation in terms of material and process, and creativity with that, let's say, we achieve by working with our team of new designers that come from all over the world, are very young, and bring forward a lot of new creativity.
And in conclusion, we want to show in this very brief discussion that to have the archive to save the past is not a nostalgic point of view, but is the start point for the new creativity, for reimagining the future, but saving the identity, saving the difference respect to other competitors, to other brands, maintaining the value of the first foundation. Thank you.
Thank you.
If you have any question, we are here.
Thanks.
Thank you, Angelica and Stefania, for sharing. If you are interested in hearing from our speakers later on, please do connect with them. They'll be around the house and they will be happy to share more with you. You will also see them later on for a panel discussion. Now, we have the great pleasure of welcoming and stepping into the world of timeless artistry and the meticulous craftsmanship. Please welcome Nicola Luchsinger, a key leader from the legendary Italian jewelry house, Buccellati. His keynote, yes, please save your applause. He will be joining us very soon. Let me share a bit more about his background. His keynote, Curiosity Meets Passion, Innovating and Timeless Artistry, dives into how heritage brands founded on peerless goldsmithing techniques continues to innovate while staying in tune to its soul. He will reveal how curiosity drives the evolution of designs that are passed down through generations, providing that true luxury that is the marriage of timeless artistry with contemporary spirit. Please join me in welcoming Nicholas.
Thank you very much for welcoming me today. And yes, I will speak about the history and the craftsmanship of Buccellati. I have 25 minutes and I have much too many slides, so bear with me. So I'm the CEO of Buccellati. I've been the CEO for 1 year and a half. I'm Swiss and from the French part, so it's why you have a Swiss speaking with a French accent about an Italian brand. But let's start. Okay, so the history of Buccellati started with Mario Buccellati in 1919. So it's a generational company. So it has been founded by Mario Buccellati. It's an interesting history because he was an apprentice in a company and then he took over. So I mean, today, and I will speak it later in my presentation, about heritage. I mean, heritage is also in design, but also heritage is in craftsmanship. And at Buccellati, I mean, we have in silver, we are in jewelry, and it's very difficult for us to find artisans to be able to have this craftsmanship in the future. So we have to invest a lot on craftsmanship. And it's interesting to see that he started himself and as apprentice in a jewelry silver company in Italy, in Milan. And in 1919, he took over the company and founded it under his name. What makes it interesting that when you start a company, especially in jewelry and silver, obviously it's you need a lot of investment. You need to buy the stones, you need to create the jewelry. And when you are very young, it's often you don't have the money. So what he selected and how he invested it, it's first in the location. He had a store which is next to the Scala in Milan. So obviously the very prime address because all the high society of Milan was walking by his store going to the Scala. And as he didn't have the money to invest in jewelry, he put drawings in the showcase. So instead of having jewelry, you had a drawing of jewelry and pieces. And then the people going to the Scala, they were like amazed, what is this drawing? And then they pushed the door and asked him, what is it? And he said, if you like the piece, the drawing of the piece, I will make it for you. And this is how he started. So he could have, after that, a little bit better cash flow to invest and to develop the company. So that's the first company he was working for, Beltrami and Benzati, which he took over in 1919. That's the first location, which I told you, next to the Scala. So it's interesting when you look at a city, often the real estate, and especially the prime real estate for luxury, moves. So first it was next to the Scala, then now it's a Via Monte Napoleone, so it's kind of moved. For example, in Rome, it was always Via Condotti, so we have a store there which is 100 years old. So obviously you have to sometimes follow the trend of the city. So he moved very quickly to different cities. He opened to Rome, as I say, we just celebrated the 100 years of our Rome store. Then Florence, New York, very fast as well. I mean, we had a presentation about Ferragamo, so he moved kind of at the same time they opened a store in New York, which was very early for like an Italian brand. And then New York, Palm Beach, so also very international, Hong Kong and Paris. So if we look about clients, I mean, there is one client who was very important for Buccellati, is Gabriele D'Annunzio. So Gabriele D'Annunzio, I mean, I'm sure most of you have not heard from him, but he was a very famous writer and poet living in Italy. And he befriended Mario Buccellati. I can say they really built a close relationship together. And he did buy a lot of pieces, silver piece for himself and jewelry for gift. So he had a lot of friends, girlfriends, and he all gifted them a lot of Buccellati pieces. So thanks to him, Buccellati was well known in the Italian intelligentsia and high society. And one of very famous lover was Eleonora Duse, who you have a picture of her here. And she was a very famous actress. She was like the Sarah Bernard of France. I mean, you know, like a celebrity of the time. And for her, Buccellati designed this necklace, which is called Ombelica. And you always have also the letters between Mario Buccellati and D'Annunzio about the creation, asking what he wanted or giving his orders. And then, as I said, it was a really friendly collaboration. We have an exhibition about to open in Shanghai, and we have a kind of a sneak preview because we had it in Venice before. And the exhibition is called The Prince of Goldsmiths, which is on one letter that D'Annunzio wrote to Mario Buccellati. On the envelope, which we still have in our archives, it's written Mario Buccellati, the Prince of Goldsmiths, and then the address of the store. So that's how we named it, and we use that. We thought it was a beautiful description, and we use that for the title of our exhibition. So here we have a few boutiques of the stores in New York and in Palm Beach. So obviously, as I said, very avant-garde, especially high society was moving in the winter to Palm Beach. So always, when you're in retail, you always have to follow the money. He had 5 children, 5 sons. So one son is still alive. Is the youngest one, was an archaeologist, or is an archaeologist, and was not in the business. The 4 others helped him to develop the business. Obviously, when he passed away, and then you have like 4 children, it's difficult for them to get along and to keep the business going. So unfortunately, they kind of separate at a certain time. You have Gian Maria Buccellati, who was a more like genius one of the generation, and who kept designing for the company and opened a lot of stores around the world. Then you have Lorenzo Buccellati, who took over Rome store, and Federico Buccellati Milan. So the company was kind of split in 3. I spoke about Gian Maria Buccellati, and one thing that Gian Maria Buccellati did, and as we speak about design, and I wanted to show a few examples to you, are these wonderful caps. So at one day, he was already worried, and here we speak about the 70s, that the craftsmanship in Italy will die. And he went on a visit to the Palazzo Pitti, which is an incredible museum in Florence, who used to be the house of the Medici family. And they had this incredible collection of objects and caps, which were done during the Renaissance at the time of the Medici. And he saw this cap, and he said, I wonder if we will be able to do it again. And then he challenged his workshop, his worker, to do similar caps, which he was designing. He didn't sell these caps. He kept them for himself. And he was working on several caps at the same time, if you had an inspiration, changing them. And that's an incredible collection. So this one you saw before. This one is incredible because it's a swan, and it takes the shape of the base, which is in a jasper. So I think it's interesting to keep the shape and do a piece. This one is also incredible because it's kind of an engraving, and there was a French engraver in the 18th, 17th century called Jacques Callot. And he loved in his engraving, and he kind of reproduced in this engraving in this egg. And you can see the drawing. And then this one, which is an inspiration for us for a silver collection we launched a few years ago, which is all in a foundation. So at his desk, he created a foundation, and all these cups are in a foundation, and we try to help the foundation to exhibit it in a different museum around the world. So that was Gian Maria. Then after that, the family, Gian Maria and her brother kind of decided to reunite themselves. So they bought the company to two. So there was only two branches, one in Rome and the rest of the world. And it was bought at one point by Richemont, which is a Swiss company who owns Cartier, Van Cleef & Arpels, and other watch brands. And now everything is under one owner, but the family is still very much involved in the business, which is a pleasure for myself to work with. So we have still 6 members of the business, of the family working the business, 3 at the 3rd generation and 3 at the 4th generation. So we had this exhibition about the story of Buccellati in Venice, which is about to open Saturday in Shanghai. And I'll just show you a little movie so you can see what it is. I hope you have the opportunity to fly to Shanghai. And the start of the exhibition is around 4 butterflies, because each butterfly has been designed by a member of the Buccellati family. So it goes from Mario, the founder, to Gian Maria, the one in the cap, Andrea, who is the current designer, and Lucrezia, who is his daughter, who is the 4th generation designing for Buccellati. So we go directly from the exhibition to flatware. But what I also wanted to show you is, because we speak of design, so it's a very old company, over 100 years old. We do jewelry and we do homeware, silverware, which we are a little bit less known for that. But what we try to do to bring it up to date, we work with a young designer to show, Because when you see silverware in our stores, I mean, people admire it in the showcase, but it's difficult to be able to see itself living with it. So we always try to give the word to designer to kind of recreate a home with our silver. And that's something we did last year in Samaritz. We worked with two designers from David and Nicola, we are from between Beirut and Milan, who create this contemporary kind of room in the mountain, so you can see like a contemporary way to live with classical Buccellati silver, and it was very successful. Another collection we have, which is since the 70s, is these furry animals, which are incredible. They are made in a workshop in Florence, and it's all like, you can feel and see the fur, but it's all made in silver, incredible craftsmanship. And for the Salon del Mobile, which is this design week of Milan, which is very important in April, we decided to also not relaunch, but put this collection in advance in an installation, which you will see in a short movie, which was in a tent next to our headquarters in the center of Milan. So we had three universes. You see the mountains, the forest, and the sea. We also have our flagship in Via Monte Napoleone. So we spoke about the street, and it's a palazzo from the late 19th century. And we took over the first floor, which in Italian you call the piano nobile, the noble floor, where the aristocratic family who still own the palazzo, but now is renting it, used to live and entertain. And we had another decorator called Shahan Minassian, redecorated for us, and also to display our jewelry and our silver. And we are able to make dinners and reception in this place to invite our clients, and you saw that also in the video. When we entertain, we're able to entertain fully Buccellati, meaning the silver is Buccellati, the plates is Buccellati, the glaze are Buccellati, and also it really helps our clients to project themselves in the Buccellati world. So here you have a table. So I just wanted to show one store. I put the Shanghai Grand Gateway because I wanted to show you the showcase. So the showcase is kind of a trademark of Buccellati. Each time you see a Buccellati store, you see this kind of historical showcase. And I wanted to speak to you a little bit about it because it's an interesting history as well. It's Mario Buccellati. When he was young, he went to see his aunt in a small village in Italy. And there was a church, and the priest was kind of renovating the church. And there was a kind of old altar to keep the reliquaries. And the priest wanted to throw it away, and Mario Buccellati asked if he could take that with him. He restored it, and that was the first showcase. So you see, that's what we reproduce now in our stores worldwide. So you can see the history, the tradition, and you can imagine it's a bit reliquaries. And when you look at the feet, you can see you have the four, the lion, and you have the bull, the angel, which are the symbol of the four apostles. So we spoke about production, and we spoke about the challenge of production, because Buccellati, luckily for us, is very successful today, but we cannot deliver as much as we would like because we have a short supply of production, because it's very difficult to find the craftsmanship, to form the artisan. It takes, even when you have a skilled workers, it takes over 6 months to form them. And here is a workshop we have. We have like a hydry workshop in Milan, and then we have 4 other around Milan, and one silver one in Bologna. That's a hydry workshop, so you can see a little bit how it is. And I also, the way we build it, so you have light, and the artisans feel very comfortable working there. Creativity stays in the family. I started to speak a little bit about it, but we had Mario, Gian Maria, and now Andrea, and it's a drawing of each of them, and you can see the difference in style. So when you see, I mean, you saw already a little bit of the style of Buccellati, but the major influence is like nature's. It's like architecture, especially Italian architecture, like the church, the Palazzo of Venice, and fashion and old masters. So a lot of Italian, influence of Italian Renaissance. So here you have like a dress of the 17th, 18th century, so you can recognize a little bit the style, the kind of the style with a very ornate and a very worked jewelry. So I mean the craftsmanship in Buccellati jewelry piece is very important. And we have, of course, different techniques. That's what makes Buccellati so special, so unique, very difficult to reproduce, but also so complicated to have. What is the specialty, and we will go more in details, is engraving. So we always say that, you know, normally when you want to add value to a piece of jewelry, you add stones, you add gold, and us, when we want to add value to a Buccellati piece of jewelry, we remove the gold because we engraved a different technique. So the first technique, which is the most well-known one, is rigato. So it's engraved, but it's like in a long lines. So you can see like a beautiful cuff of Buccellati with this technique. The second technique is a telato, where it's not engraved in one line, but it's a crisscrossing. So it gives this kind of textured. The other one is the ornato. So ornato is not a way of engraving, because that's the way it's engraved, but the ornato is when you have the stone set, you go at the end of the setting and you make a little decor in the gold. And then another technique which I love is the segrinato, where it goes crisscross, but in really every direction, not as symmetric as the one you saw before, and it gives kind of this silk technique. Modellato is another way of engraving, is when you do all these flowers or these flowers or leaves to support the ring. And also when you set the stones, I mean, they are not set with prongs like you have in every rings, but they are set with this modellato, where the stone setter, in fact, push the gold to hold the stone and to engrave it. What is kind of the signature pieces of Buccellati, you saw it, is these cuffs. So these cuffs are incredible, they're all unique, and that's really kind of, yes, I repeat myself, but the signature piece, when you see somebody wearing a cuff like that, you know immediately it's Buccellati. A small movie about the workshop. So it gives you a little bit the idea of the craftsmanship which goes behind all our piece of jewelry. Obviously, we use this technique in every kind of jewelry, the high jewelry. That's a collection we launched 1 year ago, influenced by laces. And every 2 years, we do kind of a capsule collection. That's the one you saw. We always already also buy our piece back and refresh them in our workshop and re-offer them to our clients or buy them for our museum collection. And what I wanted to show you, it's, and I will end my presentation with that, is one piece that also is our bestseller, and you see it a lot. And unfortunately, there is a waiting list, which is called the Macri collection. And I wanted to end my presentation with that because it has a very nice story. So here you have a picture of Maria Cristina Buccellati. So Maria Cristina Buccellati is head of communication. She's a daughter of Gian Maria Buccellati, third generation. And she witnessed her father designing this collection when she was around 14 years old. And then she said to her father, "Oh, I love this bracelet. Can you please give it to me?" And then he said, "You are a little bit too young, but I will give it to you when you will be 18 years old. But in the meantime, I will name the collection after you." So Maria Cristina Macri. So that's how the name from the collection came. And I think, I mean, I'm here to tell you this story. Maria Cristina is already in Shanghai where we are opening our exhibition. But I think for me, working with the family, having these stories and having the family being able to tell these stories to the press, to our clients, to the public like you, is what make the story and Buccellati an incredible brand. Well, thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Nicholas, for sharing the exquisite craftsmanship and history of Buccellati. Thank you very much. Now, our next session will be conducted in Italian. This is a great opportunity to try out Kudo AI. Kudo AI is our AI sponsor for languages. Please feel free to scan with your smart devices the QR code on the left and right side of the stage or on the back panel of your chairs. To access Kudo, please use your smart devices with your earphones. You'll be able to hear human translations for 4 languages in Cantonese, English, and Mandarin for our upcoming Italian presentation. If you require headphones or earphones, they're available by the reception. Please make your way over to enjoy our upcoming Italian showcase. And also, there will be captions on the left and right if you require to do so. Now, more on this upcoming talk. Building on this foundation of timeless excellence, our next speaker embodies a visionary force in contemporary luxury detail. Tiziana Fausti is an entrepreneur who has fundamentally transformed the landscape of fashion and luxury retail. In this keynote, Tiziana will share her journey in transforming 10 Corso Como, pioneering a new phase for the iconic concept store that integrates fashion, art, design, and culture. Her work reflects a deep commitment to the curating of spaces in experience, innovation, and cultural exchange. Redefining the boundaries of contemporary detail, here's a preview from Tiziana. Please welcome Tiziana Fausti.
Good afternoon, buon pomeriggio. Io sono Tiziana Fausti, vengo da Bergamo, la mia città natale è Bergamo, e ho iniziato un progetto di lavoro con la mia famiglia. Non mi sembra che vada. Ecco, ok. E sono fondatrice, ho fondato il mio negozio a Bergamo tanti anni fa. Nel 1970 ho iniziato a lavorare con la mia famiglia e ho fatto la buyer per loro. Nel 1979 ho aperto la prima mia boutique piccolina di 16 metri quadrati. Poi nel 2000, nel frattempo sono un po' cresciuta e ho preso Corso Como. No, nel 2000 apro la mia prima boutique, quella che poi vedete nel monitor, che sono 1500 metri quadri e 22 vetrine. E poi sono 3 piani dove c'è un ingresso. Non capisco come mai no. Ecco, questo è l'ingresso del reparto donna, dove si vendono soprattutto gli accessori, e devo dire che lo spazio è meraviglioso. Il building è un building storico dei primi del Novecento e assolutamente è un punto di riferimento della città, è un luogo dove alla fine si è radicata una conoscenza sul territorio ed è un'aspettativa che ormai tutti hanno di poter trovare delle situazioni favorevoli e della ricerca e del prodotto di un certo tipo. Al piano superiore c'è l'abbigliamento ready to wear uomo e donna e devo dire che c'è questa magnifica terrazza che è anche un ristorante dove normalmente facciamo delle presentazioni di libri, sfilate, trunk show, e devo dire che è diventato un punto di riferimento molto importante del nostro mondo. Questo è l'ingresso uomo, dove alla fine noi abbiamo sempre avuto una liaison con l'arte, e nell'ultimo restauro che è stato fatto, la rinnovazione che è stata fatta a settembre scorso, uno dei miei più cari amici, che è un artista che si chiama Marcello Maloberti, mi ha dedicato questa opera che è un neon, le formiche fanno fatica sulla neve. Questa è una forma di metafora su quello che è stato un po' tutto il mio lavoro, perché alla fine è stato semplice ma molto faticoso. Marcello Maloberti ha fatto un'esposizione di neon al PAC di Milano, e questo è esattamente l'installazione che ha fatto nel negozio, che ha portato molto successo e molto interesse da parte un po' del pubblico. Poi arriva questa grande notizia nel pieno Covid 2020, Corso Como sta chiudendo i battenti. Io all'inizio sono un po' perplessa, dico non so se è il caso, non so, però c'era qualche cosa che mi stimolava. Era una destinazione d'elezione, era un punto di incontro culturale molto importante. Primo concept store che l'anno prossimo, nel 2026, compie 35 anni, per cui fondato nel 1991. E a questo punto inizia un po' questo progetto di ripensare a un nuovo Corso Como, facendolo, svuotandolo e mettendolo in condizioni di poter essere uno spazio, una macchina teatrale flessibile. Io volevo che non ci fossero mobili fissi, non volevo che ci fosse, volevo che alla necessità potesse diventare uno spazio libero di 1500 metri quadri, ospitare proiezioni, sfilate, e così sta succedendo, per cui i rack si alzano, si spostano, i mobili sono tutti su ruote, per cui si possono spostare da una parte all'altra senza nessun problema, e questo spazio è diventato uno spazio estremamente interessante, dove
alla fine interessa coniugare la qualità con la ricerca e una sorta di identità. Ripensare Corso Como è stato un progetto che, con degli architetti anche molto bravi, con del supporto di personale sinceramente molto vicino a me, mi piace associarmi a persone più intelligenti e più colte di me, in maniera che mi aiutino e mi stingano del loro. E abbiamo iniziato questo restauro senza toccare le parti storiche. Questo giardino segreto rimarrà per sempre, queste piante faranno parte della storia di Corso Como e alla fine entrano nell'interno del caffè, entrano in quello che è la struttura di Corso Como fino alla terrazza che c'è in alto, che poi vedremo. Il discorso del negozio, alla fine abbiamo coinvolto degli artisti, designer, che hanno fatto delle strutture molto semplici, ma di grande gusto. I racks, come vi ho detto, si alzano, i mobili si spostano e alla fine anche tutto quello che sono le strutture diventano facilmente utilizzabili per altro. Questa è la terrazza che ha una struttura molto semplice, è un lastrico solare, ma uno spettacolo di, come si dice, ecco, le case a ringhiera storiche milanesi che contrastano con i grattacieli nuovi di Porta Nuova che sono confinanti, dando un'immagine completamente tra l'heritage e quello che invece è il futuro di Milano, che possiamo vedere tutti e ammirare tutti. Questa è una delle rooms perché sull'hospitality abbiamo dei grandi progetti, apriremo probabilmente a breve un albergo, stiamo ultimando il progetto. Per ora ci sono 3 rooms che si chiamano proprio in questo modo, che sono delle suite dove dentro rimane uno spazio molto piacevole, sono sempre occupate e alla fine le persone che le amano le continuano a prenotare da un anno con l'altro. Nella parte sopra, nella parte della project room, ci sono libri e profumi, delle selezioni un po' speciali di profumi essenze che non si trovano normalmente e dei libri che fanno parte oltretutto di un circuito di libri vintage che sono decisamente introvabili e questo interessa moltissimo il pubblico degli appassionati e dei collezionisti. Direi che, ecco, questa è la parte dei libri. Questa è una parte molto versatile perché alla fine questi spazi si liberano da questi tavoli che sono dei tavoli pantografo che si abbassano e si alzano su rotelle, che si appoggiano, si spostano e possono ospitare, ecco, questo è il negozio dove abbiamo usato degli artisti, dei designer. Questi sono tavoli in fibra di resina di Odd Matters, che ne hanno fatti 2. A sinistra potete intravedere uno spazio gioielli che Sam Chermayev ha disegnato per noi con dell'acciaio che è un po' il materiale di base. Questi sono i tavoli contenitivi con vetrine e non che si abbassano, si alzano e diventano delle specie di piattaforme oppure pedane per quello che può servire. Questa è l'immagine un po' del negozio. Questi sono di Lauridis, gli scaffali, e sono degli scaffali con una struttura molto semplice e poi sono allestiti con delle resine che fanno da scaffali d'appoggio per tutti gli accessori. Sempre Odd Matters, che è un altro mobile. Questo colore è stato scelto insieme agli artisti sul posto perché alla base noi abbiamo tenuto i muri antichi, vecchi, di una vecchia officina che c'era alle origini e il pavimento che è di resina, che è un materiale che poi si diventa iconico per Corso Como perché è il materiale che bene o male è sempre stato usato e che sempre rimarrà. nel caffè attiguo è verde, qua prende un colore un po' più acqua, però è un pavimento che io apprezzo e amo molto. Nella parte sopra e soprattutto negli spazi di 10 Corso Como, nel periodo del Salone del Mobile, vengono allestite e diventa una destinazione molto importante. Questo è stato un allestimento che è stato fatto con Werner Panton, che è uno storico brand di 10 Corso Como, perché i lampadari erano suoi, i tappeti erano suoi, e ha pensato di fare questa installazione che ha avuto molto successo perché questo colore aveva completamente disorientato un po' tutti, invece alla fine è stata un'idea brillante che è piaciuta molto. Questa è stata l'esposizione, vede i tavoli a pantografo che si alzano e si abbassano, hanno agevolato questa mostra di Ergots de Meron e che è piaciuta moltissimo e che è stata molto apprezzata. Allora, adesso bisogna portare avanti questo progetto e quello che succede normalmente sono la parte culturale, che è forse una delle più importanti. La cultura del fashion system si abbina, questa è una piattaforma dove vengono condivisi tante arti. Oggi nella moda non si può più pensare solo al prodotto, ma bisogna creare uno spazio, una piattaforma che possa essere da ponte a tutte le varie attività che sono l'arte, la cultura, la musica, l'architettura. E le mostre che vengono fatte 2 o 3 volte all'anno sono sempre contemplate da artisti che sono nel mondo del fashion, sono fotografi famosi. Questa è di Glenn Lashford, che l'abbiamo disallestita qualche giorno fa, ed è stata una mostra particolarmente interessante perché l'artista la prima volta che faceva una mostra al mondo, non aveva mai fatto nulla, ha allestito foto per foto personalmente, facendo un lavoro molto importante e mettendo i 30 anni del suo lavoro in fila come se fosse praticamente il film della sua vita, per cui ha fatto le campagne diciamo dei più grossi brand, le campagne pubblicitarie di Prada per 30 anni, di altri brand tipo Valentino, oggi come oggi, e direi che è stata forse una delle cose più belle che abbiamo fatto insieme a quella di Yoji. Ecco, Yoji per me è stato un grande, perché dall'archivio di Parigi sono arrivate delle cose bellissime, nel senso che è venuta un'equipe di sarti che hanno cucito sui manichini, messo a posto, e questa lettera al futuro che Yoji-san ha fatto ai giovani è stata una cosa commovente, anche perché devo dire che ha avuto una risonanza importantissima, perché è stata la prima mostra che lui ha fatto in Italia e aveva anche recuperato degli abiti che erano in esposizione nei vari Boburg e tutto il resto. Questa è una mostra molto bella che abbiamo fatto qualche mese fa, legata a un artista che a me piace molto, che è Guido Guidi, è sulle ombre e le luci. Sono fotografie doppie, scattate, aspettando qualche minuto, e per vedere la trasformazione che il sole riesce a dare e all'intensità che si riesce a valutare nel momento in cui si fanno delle fotografie a distanza di qualche secondo. Questa è una mostra molto importante che è stata fatta per Branzi. Andrea Branzi, a 1 anno dalla sua scomparsa, abbiamo fatto una mostra con tutti i suoi oggetti di design, ha fatto delle cose meravigliose in argento, utilizzando la betulla come legno, e dei gioielli straordinari che erano una poesia. Devo dire che questo è un artista che io amo molto. Poi c'è stata Talia, un'altra fotografa importante del mondo della moda, che sta facendo le campagne più importanti, pubblicitarie più importanti. Poi c'è stato Consagra, abbiamo fatto Consagra, che è un artista un po' alternativo degli anni 60, molto impegnato sul femminismo, per cui anche nei gioielli aveva presentato degli oggetti molto particolari. E questo è Roy Hendrich, che è stato il primo fotografo americano, insieme a Thalia. È stata la prima mostra che abbiamo fatto circa 2 anni fa, perché Rethinking Corso Como è partito nel 2024, quando il progetto è stato fatto, e da lì siamo andati oltre. Ecco, adesso bisogna pensare alle nuove generazioni, ai giovani talenti. I giovani talenti sono per noi la ricerca, e la ricerca è molto importante, perché sono tutti i nuovi ragazzi che sperano e vogliono. Noi li selezioniamo per il negozio e una volta all'anno, in primavera, facciamo questa mostra che dura l'antico, da Cova, sono tutti nomi semisconosciuti ma che hanno già un percorso molto importante. Vengono tutti dalla St. Martin's, vengono da queste scuole o dalla Parson, e sono decisamente, hanno una visione talmente ricca di energia che rimani a bocca aperta quando vedi il lavoro che sanno fare. Questa è un'opportunità che abbiamo creato con la St. Martin's School di Londra, dove abbiamo scelto 40 designers che dovevano rimanere, praticamente dovevano fare un prodotto ideato e adatto a Corso Como. Ha vinto Petra, questa ragazza per la quale poi oltretutto abbiamo sostenuto anche la collezione, e ha ideato questa borsa che sarà lanciata nei prossimi mesi e che è un oggetto di grande culto per noi, perché è un Corso Como che diventerà, spero, una iconic bag. Di sopra viene utilizzato per la parte della project room, viene utilizzata per dei talk dove c'è molta affluenza e molto interesse, perché vengono praticamente trattati argomenti insoliti, culturalmente importanti, e devo dire che tra artisti, editori che presentano riviste, che presentano libri, c'è decisamente un'affluenza importante. Olfactory Signals è una specie di fiera che noi facciamo, che abbiamo iniziato a fare dall'anno scorso, e che con Sissel Tolas, che è un personaggio incredibile, un naso straordinario, fa da assistente, da madrina a queste manifestazioni. L'anno scorso ha ideato una specie di rotolo di carta da pacco imbevuta di sostanze di un certo tipo, dove tu ne staccavi un pezzettino, la conservavi in una specie di boîte di alluminio, e io ne ho una a casa. In effetti a distanza di 1 anno ancora sento l'essenza, perché il suo è un processo molecolare. Durante il passaggio dei vari artigiani, dei vari presentatori, dei vari artisti, ogni tanto diamo uno spazio anche all'artigianalità. Abbiamo ospitato quest'anno questi ragazzi artigiani africani che hanno fatto un percorso dal campo del cotone alla realizzazione del filato, con una manualità incredibile, che poi sono utilizzati nel mondo della moda per quello che è il discorso legato alla materia prima che loro coltivano. Questa è una mia passione, è una collaborazione che noi abbiamo con Gentle Monster. Gentle Monster sono un'equipe di ragazzi, secondo me, straordinari, eclettici, colti, intelligenti, che hanno una capacità e una visione del post-human. Infatti fanno queste installazioni con delle maschere enormi, con dei robot grandissimi, e si muovono tutti, muovono gli occhi, hanno la pelle che sembra veramente la pelle umana, e devo dire che hanno creato, forse è una delle fotografie più instagrammate degli ultimi periodi. Questo è il mondo di Corso Como, questa è stata la mia visione fino ad ora. Adesso bisogna proseguire, bisogna continuare, bisogna avere sempre lo spirito e la forza di portare avanti qualcosa di nuovo e di interessante, contaminare, sostenibilità, contenuti sono le parole d'ordine. La destinazione rimarrà sempre una destinazione importante e è uno spazio narrativo, emozionale che è nato così e dovrà rimanere per sempre così. Vi ringrazio, vi ho fatto, questa è la mia storia, spero di potervene raccontare a breve il proseguo e grazie molte di avermi ascoltato.
Thank you, Tiziana, for sharing your vision of luxury retail as a cultural experience. We'll see you very soon. Now, upcoming, we have a gathering of wonderful minds, a conversation that sits at the very heart of Italian luxury's enduring appeal. Rejoining us are the three leaders in Italian luxury who represent the excellence of Italian craftsmanship and vision. First, you'll welcome her again is Angelica Visconti of Ferragamo. She'll join us. And of course, Nicholas Lusinger of Buccellati. And Tiziana, once again, will join us on stage. Together, they will explore how Italy's legendary luxury section balances heritage with modernity, sharing insights on evolving brand strategies, redefining retail experiences, and integrating deep cultural values into the very soul of their brands. This dialogue will be in English. If you have any feedback regarding Kudo AI, please also share with us behind your badge. On the badge, we have a feedback QR code. After using the Kudo AI, please let us know how it has worked for you. And of course, this session will be moderated by David Ketchum, the founder and CEO of Current Asia, whose expertise in brand storytelling and customer service spans the globe. Discover how meticulous craftsmanship and an unwavering commitment to quality allows these iconic names to continually captivate the world, ensuring the legacy of Italian luxury not only endures but thrives in a changing global landscape. Please join me in welcoming our moderator, David, and our panelists, Angelica, Nicholas, and Tiziana.
Thank you. So good afternoon, everyone. This panel is about bringing together kind of the red thread that runs through this whole conversation from the last three presentations, which is around the new luxury. And we've got three very kind of different perspectives, one from a storied lifestyle brand, one from a jewelry company, and one with retail and an amazing store and gallery space. And in this conversation, we'd like to both bring together what the definition is of the new luxury and how that fits between heritage and modernity, and then also look forward to see how your brands are going to stay vital into the next generation. So maybe we could kick our panel off. It'd be great if we could just go this way. Could you give one example? And I know, Angelica, you gave quite a few examples in your presentation, but what would you say is one iconic example about how you've reached back into the heritage of the brand and then propelled it forward to stay relevant to the next generation of customer?
I think the key element is the will to bring it forward, the enthusiasm. Mm-hmm. As we discussed before, you don't have to look at the heritage like a nostalgic or something that it's a given. The most important thing is the attitude with which you look at your heritage and you make it relevant for the world of today. So maybe a different lifestyle, a different need of your customers, a different mood. So I think this is the most important way to address and bring forward the heritage, really. That's fantastic. The enthusiasm.
Yeah. And enthusiasm is something timeless, right? It's not about stitching or technique or materials.
Yeah.
Exactly. You can treasure what are the pillars, as we said, of craftsmanship, of beauty, of iconic shapes, colors. But then the real challenge is to develop new ideas, recreate, reimagine your icons, your products, your techniques, and always aim to make them more relevant and bring them forward.
Let's elaborate on that as we continue our discussion. Nicola, can you give us an example from the past to
No,
the
but what
present?
you said is exactly that. But I think you.
Okay, next.
You need. But you need to. I mean, especially in jewelry, you need to look into your past for the inspiration of the future. You need to have something which is still very recognizable. You need to be still very faithful to the quality and the craftsmanship. I think that's very important. Even if it's a new product for a new generation, for a kind of new client, you need to have exactly the same quality that you used in the past and respect that. And the client must be able to recognize and to know that. That's
Yeah. And in your presentation, I really picked up on that idea of technique as being something that has carried through the generations, right? The designs and the styles might change.
absolutely, absolutely. Yes, the technique stays the same.
Okay. Tiziana, one thing that struck me in your presentation was the secret garden, how you were able to carry forward the past of that building into like a sleek modern space. So how have you been able to bridge heritage and modernity?
Io penso che definire Secret Garden Corso Como sia forse la cosa più bella ed è la cosa più amata dai frequentatori di Corso Como.
I think that defining 10 Corso Como as a secret garden is actually a very nice way to do it because it's what people think it is.
E questo fa parte dell'heritage, però la contrapposizione con l'installazione di Gentle Monster, che è il futuro, che è quello che bene o male sconvolge un po' gli equilibri, perché l'heritage ha un grosso vantaggio da un lato perché è una bussola sulla quale tu ti puoi orientare, ma se lo lasci troppo fermo si cristallizza, non aiuta, non si evolve e può avere dei risultati non adatti.
Exactly, the secret garden represents the heritage, but if you think of the Gentle Monster installation, that's what somehow brings dynamism. Because if we think of heritage, we need to remember that it doesn't have to be left in the past or being crystallized, but it's a process, a dynamic process that brings us to the future.
Questa è la cosa più difficile, il bilanciare l'heritage con la modernità, perché l'heritage è la base, la modernità è l'energia. Questo è quello che serve. E bisogna trovare l'energia.
Indeed, as I said earlier, heritage is a compass, and what it's important is to strike the balance between preserving the heritage, but also looking at modernity.
And it's honestly, it's very difficult, I think. Beautiful what you just said. But if I look at the brand, it's not easy to have this modernity and at the same time to be faithful to the tradition, to develop a new product which keeps that and goes into modernity. But I love to say that when you say that modernity, dynamism, because it's true. It's absolutely true.
Maybe, Nicola, as a follow-up, in your firm, if somebody, a young dynamic designer comes to you and says, let's use a material we've never used before, or let's go off in a crazy direction, is that something that you welcome as an experiment, or are there sort of guardrails that take the brand forward?
No, I mean the material I will go, but I think I will again look into the legitimacy in the material. So perhaps I will not use like a new plastic or a new, but I mean if somebody tell me like we did a collaboration with Murano where we had a specific glass, blow glass, and that was a great collaboration. It's something which is also in the same DNA, artisanal, made in Italy, in Venice, in a workshop. So yes, we are open to that, but it has to go into the global image or global history.
It's even your fresh best-selling line that you showed us before, that wouldn't look out of place over a number of different decades, right?
Yes, exactly. But it's what I was saying, it's what we use sometimes contemporary or modern decorators to bring that, to give this dynamism, as you say, because you need that as well. So we don't like, we love collaboration, we don't like collaboration on our product. So I don't think we will have a designer designing a piece for Buccellati or designing a piece of silver, but we're more than welcome if a designer comes and said, you know, I design a table and would like to dress it with Buccellati piece. That's what this mix and this experiment, which make it futuristic, dynamic, and a good opportunity.
In its own way.
Yeah.
Angelica, when I was marketing at Calvin Klein, everybody wanted the gray T-shirt with the C and the K on it, so we killed it. Because we didn't want to be that brand, we wanted to be multi-dimensional. How do you keep your designers fresh? And again, maybe the same guardrails or question, is there sort of a thought experiment laboratory where people are doing all kinds of crazy things and you edit them back? Or how do you keep from having timeless classics?
We experiment a lot with some projects. So we work a lot with some schools, with young designers. So for example, we do some capsule collection, but it's a limited, way of experimenting. It's like sort of project where we study new prints or new materials, and that's where we experiment. But we keep it, let's say, on a side. So we keep nurturing this path, but not in the main collection for now. It's more of a special project.
Okay, so and you can see what gets traction or goes forward, and some things might get pulled forward or quietly sunsetted.
So maybe if we work with a lot of schools and a lot of students, then we pick a couple of items and they get to go into the collection.
Good. So I'm going to skip forward a little bit. There's been a big sign over us that says the new luxury. I know my most luxurious experience in my life probably was I flew from Tokyo to New York first class, and I had one bottle of water and I slept. And it was the most luxurious experience. I didn't eat, I didn't drink. Nobody said thank you, yes sir. All of what you would think about the trappings of first class. And to me that was kind of, for my generation, that was kind of a new luxury experience. How do you define the new luxury?
We were discussing about curiosity, and I think that the customer now is more curious. So it's not just the product, but they're more curious to discover how the product is done, but also a lot of other topics that might surround the brand. So they're more interested sort in the brand's vision, or in the brand's cultural activities, or in the brand lifestyle. So I would say that the new luxury is very interesting because it's more than just the product itself. I think the customer poses himself a lot of questions, and brands are very happy to play this game with the customer.
And I guess there's an amazing story around the brand as well, right? Which comes with each piece.
Exactly. It's more to discover really what's behind the brand, also in terms of values, vision, ideas, cultural experimentation, a lot more. And also a culture really of lifestyle. What's a nice way of living. Also, I think, well-being. So we were talking about shoes, and for example, there's another big value. Yes, creativity, beauty, design, elegance, but also how you construct your shoes, how they help the customer to really achieve a state of well-being. So I think it has a more holistic meaning.
Enthusiasm and curiosity, following your thread here. And Nicola, I was quite impressed in your presentation where you talked about taking things away in terms of engraving, not necessarily just crusting things with more diamonds and gold and things like that. So in your definition or your brand's definition, what is the new luxury?
Yeah, thank you very much. For me, the new luxury is also the experience, and it's also advising the clients. I think you deal with clients who can afford everything. You know, they can afford the jewelry, they can afford the lifestyle, but sometimes they don't know how to live with this kind of luxury. So it's not only selling them, but making them comfortable using it. And it's what, in my presentation, I was showing this new piano nobile we have in Milan, where we can really entertain our clients Buccellati style. And I think if you see a piece of silver in a showcase, or you see it and you eat with it, suddenly you realize, oh, I could have that home. Well, when you see that in a showcase, you see it's over the top, you know. So that's really the new luxury is also accompanying the clients and creating this, as you say, this experience and this relationship.
Yeah, it'd be much easier to create experiences than to manufacture things.
I think both must go hand to hand. Yes, absolutely, absolutely. Yes. Because if you only have the experience and then the product doesn't follow, the clients realize it quite quickly as well.
Tiziana, in the short time that we spoke, I think you're quite a poet, and so I'm going to give you a big task. Can you help define what it is about Italian culture that has made luxury brands from Italy so popular around the world? Consistently?
Io credo che tutto quello che viene dal Made in Italy sia gestito dalla cultura, che questa storia a noi ha regalato molto. Per cui l'attenzione al particolare, la scelta di materiali straordinari, l'artigianalità sono comunque la nostra forza, ed è quello che riesce. Poi qui abbiamo l'eccellenza di queste cose, perché sia Ferragamo che Buccellati fanno proprio parte di questa storicità. Io credo che noi siamo un museo a cielo aperto, l'Italia è un museo a cielo aperto, e questo probabilmente ha stinto su tutte le varie categorie una sorta di veridicità e di attenzione, per cui la cultura non te la fai, ce l'hai nel sangue, ce l'hai nel tuo DNA.
Give the minute for the United Nations to catch up here.
For Made in Italy equals to culture. So everything we can connect to Made in Italy, craftsmanship, our history, the fact that we are surrounded by beauty. And here today we have excellence, such as Ferragamo and Buccellati. I would define Italy as an open-air museum, and I think that that's what makes us special. I would say Made in Italy is culture.
If I can add something
Please.
on that, I mean, because I'm not Italian, and so I moved to Italy. I discovered Buccellati, and I used to work as a jeweler, a French jeweler, so I saw and what amazed me in Italy is also how the artisan is proud of his work and wants to do the best. And the only thing which is sometimes complicated in Italy is the timeline. So that means when you see, I need that for April 1st, you know, now you need to tell April 1st, and you know you want it for June 1st. So because that can be a little bit challenging. But I always use this example because we relocated our store in Capri. So we had a store in Capri, and we moved. And here I don't speak about jewelry or silver. And the store was horribly delayed, obviously, because the worker couldn't come and everything. But the store is made in, we have this wood paneling, that's a concept of Buccellati, and we have like stucco. But when I went to the store in Capri, in all our stores worldwide, I never seen a store so well made. The stucco is perfect. The engraving is the best of any. You know, and the artisan, whoever artisan in Italy, they are very proud of their job. They love it. Well, in the other rest of the world and in Europe, and I can tell you in France, nobody looked at the artisan. Well, in Italy, it's very respected. Whoever is the painter, dress designer, yeah, that's amazing. And I hope it will always stay like that, because I'm very touched and impressed by that.
Yes. And if you
Do you agree?
Really, I think the passion, it's really that they enjoy what they're doing.
Yes.
They're so passionate.
Yeah, exactly.
Happy to do their job.
Yeah.
So enthusiasm, curiosity, and passion.
Yes.
We're making progress there.
No timeline. Deadline. Not
So let's move forward and look a bit at the future, because each of your brands is coming from a position of great strength, and moving into the next generation is going to be key to your future success as well. And I wanted to understand a little bit about your process. Are you research-driven? Do you look into what Gen Alpha is going to be thinking about luxury, or does your definition of the future come from your own inspiration and your own setting the course for the brand, or some combination of that? How do you look forward to have yourself land in the right place? Because in addition to being iconic and significant, you also have to be commercial.
I think it's a combination. So for sure, we look at what the new generation wants, how they live, which values they share with us, which is the common language that we share with them, and the common emotions where we find each other, you know, talking to each other. So for sure, we give a lot of attention to this. But at the same time, we want to bring forward our identity. So we want to be different from the other brands. And by being different, I mean being ourselves. So we really work a lot also on defining what are the most important things of our brands that we want to bring forward in the future. What is important, what is relevant, and what can really improve, try give our contribution to improving also the life of these new generations. So I would say it's totally a combination of both.
So it's in the spirit and style of the design rather than the merchandising of the assortment specifically?
I would say even in this case, both.
Okay.
Because design is paramount, but also merchandising, because it really grounds the product in what is the lifestyle and what do the customer want.
Yes. And so, Nicola, focus groups or spirited artisans?
I think I mean, jewelry is also more limited pieces than perhaps a fashion maison, but we are lucky because when I was explaining the story of Buccellati, we have the fourth generation, and one of the designers, her name is Lucrezia Buccellati, and she's in her 30s. So she also knows what herself, as a 30-years-old woman living with jewelry, she would like.
A focus group of one.
Exactly. And I mean, she's the one who designed this collection we have in silver and precious stones. So instead of having gold, we have like a silver cuff or ear clips with brown diamond, semi-precious stones, which make it more affordable, very wearable, very sparkling. And that has been a huge success. And she was the one who did bring us the idea. So as you said, we have all in one person. And I think she's very beautiful, so she's a model as well.
It progresses generation by generation. Exactly. And Tiziana, you mentioned in your presentation about how you make sure that you bring young students and people into the gallery and constantly change the exhibition and things that are taking place in your space. Is that one of the ways that you learn about where the future is going to be, or where do you get your ideas about what's going to happen next?
Secondo me la cosa più importante che in questo momento bisogna fare con i giovani, bisogna ascoltarli, bisogna capire che tipo di attitudine hanno, che cosa desiderano, perché diventa molto difficile valutarlo. Sotto il profilo dell'unicità sicuramente è forse uno delle soluzioni. Loro non vogliono essere più omologati, hanno vissuto l'omologazione, in questo momento vogliono avere una sorta di unicità. Penso che questa sia la prima cosa che io sento. Hanno interessi, molti interessi legati alla cultura, all'arte. Devo dire che sono molto meglio di quello che potrebbero essere. Questo.
The first thing to do with the younger generations is to listen to them. I think one very important topic to discuss is what they desire, what is their attitude, how do they spend their time. And I find that uniqueness, this willingness of being unique, not like anybody else, so not buying stream products. It's what comes out of my experience with them. I think they are much better than what we expected them to be. So listening to them is the key message.
So as we kind of head for a wind up here, I want to talk a little bit about what are the new models for luxury going forward. And obviously you come from different backgrounds, whether it's retail or jewelry or fashion. Maybe you could just share with the audience, each of you, one of those trends that you could see yourself surfing going forward. And if I could start, I would say that as we have such a proliferation of fast fashion, there'll probably be a new luxury emphasis on craftsmanship and the way things that are made. We see this with Etsy and some other retailers, and I could see in the luxury area as AI designs more and more things and things become more and more automated, there may be a deeper appreciation of craftsmanship. What are some other ways forward that you see?
I think to add up to what you're saying, also a long-term view on the product. So it's like if you buy a product, you want to keep it for the long run. It's like not something, as you were saying, a fast fashion, and in 6 months is not relevant anymore, but it's something that you keep in your closet.
Yes.
And then another trend that we saw is like all the second-hand. So the product with a good craftsmanship is meant to last a long time.
Yes.
So this for sure.
And they're not as good as Ferragamo, but I have some Diego Della Valle shoes that I'm never going to let go.
And also this meaning also the way you produce also the best possible production process, the most respectful of the environment. So really have a serious approach to this part.
Especially with the generation of consumers that really cares about purpose. Yeah. Tiziana, may I skip to you on this topic?
Io penso che per i ragazzi oggi sia importante l'esperienza. Loro non sono più legati a un acquisto semplice. Loro vogliono un contorno diverso, vogliono giustificare quello che stanno facendo, che sia supportato da qualche cosa che dia un valore aggiunto.
I think that younger generations in particularly, they are not really attached to ownership of a specific product, but they need a whole surrounding, a whole experience that could actually justify also the price. They are looking for this added value. And very often the experience includes other areas such as culture and other elements.
And certainly you see that in DHA Corso Como, right, with the gallery and the sales. It's not all just about displaying product, but also about a lifestyle experience that changes no matter what's happening in the fashion world. Yeah.
In Corso Como vengono molti giovani, molti e vivono parecchio tempo, spendono molto del loro tempo per curiosare, per vedere, affascinati, magari non si possono permettere tutto quello che loro piace, ma escono con la voglia di desiderare qualcosa, che forse oggi è la cosa che manca di più.
We have a lot of young people visiting DHA Corso Como. They spend a long time there. They are driven by curiosity. They actually look for things. They may not be able to afford all of those things. Maybe they will not buy now, but actually they live with this willingness to desire something, which sometimes is what we are missing today.
So, Nicola, I'm going to leave it to you to take us home. Can you let us know a little bit in terms of your brand or your vision of the future? Will it be around retail or product, or what do you think will be the defining trend for the new luxury?
No, but when you speak about technology, which was what you mentioned before, I think if you look at our business, the way it will make it help us with the design. You can have the design now on computer. You know, when I see the workshop, you can have improvements to the workshop. So there's new machine, there's new laser, which permit to solder the jewelry more precisely. So there is an evolution like that. But the AI and all of that, I think it will be very useful for the luxury, but not so much in the production, but more in what you say also the after sale or the client experience. Because it helps you to analyze the clients, it helps you to welcome more the clients in the store. I mean, now, before, the sales associate had to know everything because the client was coming to discover the product and the brand in the store. Now, when a client enters a store, he knows the product sometimes much more than the sales associate because he looked online, he has been passionate about it, and it's more like, so I think for all of that, AI, to make the first experience through the website, through the cell phone, the client experience, you buy the piece, you directly have the invoice or your phone, you know what I mean? They remember you, all of that. That's the new technology will really help to have a more flawless luxury experience, because a luxury experience must start from the best product, but also to the best experience in the store. And what is very important, and you mentioned, is after sales, because that's something which people often forget about it.
And then your customers turn into advocates.
Exactly,
in the community.
Yeah.
So I would very much like to buy you all a cup of coffee and a glass of wine and continue this conversation. And thank you so much for your fantastic insights and your sharing. And that concludes this panel. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
A round of applause.
Thank you very much for your sharing. And of course, always great to see David once again. Thank you so much, our panelists and moderators. Now we turn to a discipline that defines the very texture of our visual world, typography. Our upcoming speaker is Akira Kobayashi, a master type designer whose work spans 4 decades and whose fonts are silently read by millions every single day. Akira's career spanning legendary type foundries is a dedicated pursuit of perfect letter form. He works where art meets function, where the subtle curve of a serif can change the entire font of the message. In this session, he will explore why top global brands choose to communicate through custom typefaces and how the visual expression of type articulates a brand's deepest values. He'll be addressing compelling questions such as, how does typeface unconsciously influence our actions? And how can questions be both recognizable and original? And is it truly possible to design across Latin and Asian scripts with unified vision? There is also a typeface that is across at Design Inspire. After his discussion, feel free to head over and enjoy some of his work. Please give a very warm welcome to Akira Kobayashi.
Imagine you are driving your car. You are on a foggy German suburban road, and at one point you see this information, these banners and signs at the same time. You want to go to a town called Filma and want to be sure you're on the right road. Which information do you then look at? Many of these signs are yellow, meaning they all need attention in terms of color code. Yet, even among them, we can distinguish in a fraction of a second which information we need and which we don't. The banner on the far right stands out, but why don't we choose it? It is because we are sorting information by the form of letters. If we want to see which way the road is heading, we look for signs that appear official. If we want to buy some flowers, we look for a sign with friendly-looking letters. And if we are looking for a supermarket, we look for one that looks the part. Of course, if we want to buy pumpkin directly from a local farmer, we look for the handwritten signs like this. From these examples, we can see that we utilize the form of characters to categorize information. Furthermore, if every typeface has its designer, whether it is a functional type or a friendly-looking one. I am Japanese, based in Germany. I traveled from Frankfurt to Tokyo. Then, yesterday, from Tokyo to Hong Kong. Yes, the airports in Frankfurt, Tokyo, and Hong Kong. What do they have in common? Although their designs differ, the Latin typefaces used in these signs were all created by a single Swiss designer. The name of the designer is Adrian Frutiger. He is known for creating several highly legible typefaces. I worked with Adrian for nearly 10 years. Sadly, he is no longer with us. But what I gained from working with him forms the foundation of my typeface design. The primary requirement for signage used at airports, stations, and motorways is functionality. Travelers rarely view such signs head-on. Instead, they have to find their destinations while in motion. Signage should not be too eye-catching. That might make travelers stop. But it also should not be unclear, like when it's hard to tell a 3 from a 5. This is Helvetica type. Since its release in 1957, it has enjoyed immense popularity and remains one of the top sellers in our font library. Let us compare this with Frutiger type, which was designed by Adrian in 1970 and is one of his signature designs. If asked which is easier to read, many people might say both are equally so. However, not everyone has 20/20 vision, and road signs must also be visible at night or in poor weather conditions. So let us simulate conditions that are less than ideal. As this slide shows, the difference between the two designs is evident. The design of the numerals significantly influences legibility under such less than ideal conditions. His designs are crafted from the viewer's perspective, prioritizing shapes that are natural and easy to read. That is why they are widely adopted for signage in locations such as airports and railway stations. This typeface family, an enhanced version of Frutiger, was developed by the original designer Adrian Frutiger and me, and released in 2009 under the name Neue, which means new, Frutiger. It is a family offering greater usability with an expanded range of weights from 5 to 10. Shortly thereafter, Neue Frutiger was adopted for signage at Narita Airport, Tokyo's other major airport. Since joining Montype, I've been working on Latin alphabet typefaces. However, given that I was also a Japanese type designer, I was tasked with creating Monotype's first original typeface, which is Tazugane, as you see here. Starting from scratch, I intended the Japanese type to harmonize with Neue Frutiger. In fact, Adrian and I had once joked, perhaps one day we'll create Neue Frutiger typeface, Neue Frutiger Japanese. And now that has become a reality. How did I incorporate the concept of Neue Frutiger when adapting it for Japanese? Latin characters and Japanese characters differ in origin and how they are read. Therefore, simply copying and pasting Latin forms to create Japanese characters would not work. I proceeded with the idea of translating his concept into Japanese. Let us take the Chinese character or kanji for Hong Kong as an example. Many people tend to find signs with large space-filling characters easier to read, which is in the first row. However, having grown up in a culture that uses Chinese characters and worked with Adrian, I believe characters with neutral form are easier to read. Let's try another one. This is another city in China, Qingdao. For those accustomed to reading Chinese characters, even if individual strokes are not clearly visible, they can be discerned from the overall outline. The development of the Japanese typeface began. I worked collaboratively with the other two designers in the Tokyo office, and these red pen corrections to their work were written by me. In parallel, teams of designers both inside and outside Monotype worked on the simplified Chinese, traditional Chinese, and Korean versions, all of which were released between 2017 and 2018. This effectively constitutes the Pan-CJK edition of Neue Frutiger, which means simplified and traditional Chinese, Japanese, and Korean edition of Neue Frutiger. These fonts have been developed to harmonize with the Neue Frutiger family. The Japanese design is already in use for the signage system project in Shibuya, Tokyo. And is also employed on Shinkansen bullet train platforms and within train carriages. The types Adrian and I worked on serve people's lives in East Asia like workhorses. Herein lies an intriguing aspect of type design. Our task is to create characters never seen, yet they must remain legible to everyone. It is, in fact, a fascinating paradox. Avenir Next, Neue Frutiger, these are functional typefaces born from the collaboration between Adrian and me, and are now used worldwide. Many of you may well be seeing one of these very fonts today. I'm holding the brochure of this conference, and this is set in Avenir Next. So you have already seen my typeface, and I am the designer of the type. You are seeing the type designer and the Avenir Next in action at the same time. Thank you. Well, yet our work isn't solely focused on functionality. We also create typefaces for top-tier companies, including luxury brands. Let me share a few projects I've been involved in. This font for a German watchmaker was based on another of Adrian's typefaces. Working alongside a German advertising agency, I endeavored to meet the brand's requirements while making the most of the strength of his typeface. The client chose this Versailles font for its legibility and calmness, but at the same time felt that a few details did not align with the brand. It was necessary to modify some aspects to achieve the voice that fit the brand. We made the ascenders and descenders of the lowercase letters longer to create a more elegant look. But that was not the only change we made. To further enhance the inherent elegance of this design, it was necessary to simplify the details. For some brands like this, removing decorative elements can be more effective than adding them. Building upon an already functional and legible typeface, we redesigned it to better express the brand's intrinsic quality. Much like the timepieces themselves, it needed to convey precision and reliability while simultaneously expressing the brand's tradition and the attention to detail. This custom font family features not just one typeface, but several designs tailored to different usage sizes. The brand's commitment to its visual identity is masterfully evident in the catalog's application of these variations. This example I showed involved modifying one of our existing typefaces and adding variations to meet brand requirements. However, creating new, original designs from scratch has become increasingly common, as is the case with the brand's typeface. To effectively communicate its philosophy through its catalogs, websites, and trade shows, the brand requires typefaces that embody its spirit. So why do the world's top brands you see here want to communicate using their own unique typefaces? Think about when you visit the website of a brand that interests you. Do you spend more than a few seconds staring at that brand's logo? Of course not. Your attention quickly shifts to the stories behind its new products, the information about quality, and the price details. Because most of the important content is written in text, the brand needs a typeface that can effectively convey the quality and the stories of its products. in this case, in many languages. Monotype holds over 250,000 typefaces in its library. So, does that mean there is no need for new ones? In fact, a recent survey shows that even with so many typefaces available, they still aren't enough. We conducted a global survey of more than 12,000 social media users from Europe and the Americas. Our research clearly shows how much this matters. Across generations, people don't just see fonts. They truly understand their value. In our survey, over half of Generation Z, age 16 to 28, and millennials, age 29 to 44, say they are not satisfied with the limited font options on their favorite social media apps. 69% of all respondents report that the font choice is important for creating posts on social media. Across the surveyed regions, it is clear that fonts are no longer just a niche design detail. Typography has become a mainstream form of visual communication. Fonts are like actors who lend their voice to a brand. In the 21st century, that voice must speak many languages. Our creative services team has 20 designers based in Europe, North America, India, and East Asia, and many of them speak multiple languages. We understand the structural differences between Western and Asian scripts, enabling us to design them under a shared visual concept. Our fonts guide users through multiple languages while consistently speaking the brand's voice. Let us turn to the theme of this conference, curiosity, and to our partner country, Italy. Many type designers have long held a strong fascination for Italy, and I am one of them. I was moved by the beauty of inscriptions in the Roman Forum from 2,000 years ago, and I can spend hours admiring Renaissance Italian books and prints. And today, Italy is the country whose name comes up when discussing nearly every form of design. As a type designer, I shall focus on typography. When using Latin typefaces, we use the terms Roman and Italic, the words suggesting Italian origins. We use them without conscious thought, but the word Italic literally means Italian. This is no coincidence. Research into the history of printing indicates that the first Italic typefaces we recognize today were created by an Italian type designer or type cutter named Francesco Grifo. I developed an interest in collecting old prints, and among them is a work by Grifo, printed in 1502. I would often take it out and study it with admiration. Last year, out of sheer curiosity, I decided to collaborate with 2 type foundries in Taiwan and Japan to produce hot metal type, and I began working on the design in my spare time. Although inspired by Grifols type, I chose not to create a faithful reproduction, but rather something suited to contemporary 21st century printing. Unlike digital methods, hot metal type production involves a number of constraints. After more than a year of trial and error, the project was finally completed and the metal type was released earlier this year. This is the metal type AK Renaissance. It is the tangible form of my modest curiosity, cultivated over 40 years of type design in Japan and Germany. I've been planning collaborations with printmakers and calligraphers in Japan and Europe using this type. And this is one of those collaborations. This metal type was inspired by the first italic typeface created by the Italian Grifo and was designed for Western letterpress printing that originated with the German Gutenberg. It was produced through the combined efforts of highly skilled craftspeople in Taiwan and Japan. Using matrix making techniques in Taiwan and typecasting techniques in Japan. Metal type technology is a legacy that has spread so widely across the world that, much like the term italic, no one consciously considers which country it originated from. I wish to convey its splendor to the people of the 21st century through beautiful prints. Although letterpress printing is becoming increasingly rare these days, I hope this small project will support the craftspeople I respect. Perhaps it was the theme of this conference, curiosity, together with our partner country, Italy, that led me here today and gave me the opportunity to speak to you. I would like to express my profound gratitude to the organizers of this conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Akira, for sharing how typography is essential to our everyday lives. Thank you so much. We will see you very soon. Now, we will explore the evolving soul of interior spaces. Tina Norden, principal and partner at the renowned design studio Koran and Partners, who will present her keynote, Understatement, Redefining Luxury Interiors for a New Generation. Tina is at the foremost of a shift away from overt opulence towards a more nuanced, personal, and deeply felt sense of luxury. She champions spaces that prioritize authenticity, cultural appreciation, and relevance over transient trends, creating environments that tell a personal story and stand the test of time. Please join me in welcoming Tina Norden.
Hello, everybody. It's always a pleasure to be here in Hong Kong, which has become my second home. It is a sad time for the city at the moment, but it's important for us to still come together, share experiences, and importantly, celebrate community. I have to remember to press the button as well. My name is Tina Norden. I'm a partner and principal at Conran & Partners. We are a London and Hong Kong-based architecture and design studio. We're all about people and all about experiences. And that's the key, really, for today's conversation. More than ever, we need to think globally in the luxury sector and every sector and focus on experiential design. The cross-sector pollination that we enjoy in our work informs luxury design and any design, really. So the fact that we're working across hospitality, residential, restaurants, bars, but also workplace and retail informs the work that we do. And many of our projects are layered across all of these sectors. So London and Hong Kong are home. We were founded about 40 years ago in London, and that is our home studio. But about 8 years ago, we opened a studio in Hong Kong because we were doing a lot of work in this part of the world, and we felt that we needed to be here, be closer to our clients, and be able to communicate in real time. Why Hong Kong? We have a very close connection to Hong Kong in the UK throughout our history, and we feel very strongly about Hong Kong being our partner. And the city has a really international attitude and is still a regional hub. So we are very happy to be here, and we never regretted our decision to come to Hong Kong. So we truly feel like a European design house with an Asian heart. Our founder, Sir Terence Conran, brought European lifestyle to Britain and made it accessible to all, in a time when Britain was really quite a dreary place and certainly had terrible food. He always believed that good design improves the quality of people's lives. He was a real bon vivant. He appreciated luxury, but luxury for him were well-designed and considered spaces. And he had a really democratic approach that we still believe in today. We're talking about curiosity here, so I want to ask myself and all of us some questions and try and answer those. What is modern luxury? I think that's the big question, really. For us, it's about 3 key pillars. The first one always has to be people. There's no experience, there's no luxury, there's nothing really without people and interaction between people. The second one is experience, and I'll be talking about experience a lot. Experiential design is very much on the forefront of everybody's mind. And the third one is authenticity. And that means many different things, but it means being true to what we do, true to ourselves. And people really notice whether what you're talking about, what you're doing, is actually authentic. We're sharing this week also with the fashion industry, which I find very exciting. Fashion is always the most forward of the design disciplines and the fastest thinking because they have to, with many, many collections every year. Interior design and architecture are not all about fashion, but fashion still resonates with us because what's happening online, what's happening in people's lives, still means something to us, and we want to make sure that what we design resonates with the times. And this is not a new thing in fashion. Coco Chanel, many, many years ago, was always talking about before you leave the house, look in the mirror and remove one thing. And I think that should be a mantra that in design we should also always be thinking about. Burberry has a fantastic new campaign. I don't know if you've seen it, but if you haven't, look on YouTube. It features Olivia Colman, who's a kind of national treasure, really, in the UK. It's called It's Always Burberry Weather, Postcards from London. And what it is really about is celebrating down-to-earth lifestyle, but obviously elevated by the quality of Burberry. No airs and graces, and a key of understatement. Hospitality has always been at the forefront of design innovation, and it still is today. So luxury is changing its face, and so is hospitality alongside of it. It's been fascinating watching the industry develop over the years. More and more, the focus is on engagement and experiences, unshowy and understated. And design is a key part of this strategy. You can't really talk about quiet luxury without mentioning Aman. Founded by Adrian Zecker, the Amanpuri Phuket in 1988 was really groundbreaking in quiet luxury. Nobody had done something like that before. He's a hotelier at heart, and it was all about the experiences, all about connecting with people and having a very, very clear vision of what he wanted to do. Adrian is no longer involved, but there's 36 Aman hotels now and 12 in the pipeline. So clearly, his idea of a quiet luxury still very much resonates today. He has since moved on to fund other projects, for example, Asarai Resorts. And I was lucky enough to stay at the magnificent Azumi Setoda in Japan last year. The Azumis and the Asarai projects are all about authenticity, understatement, but they're more democratic. And this is another thing that we are noticing today, because democratic also translates as being more affordable. If you recently looked at the prices of Aman resorts, it's kind of out of the reach of normal people. But what he's trying to do is making that kind of experience also available to people with less deep pockets. The other innovator I wanted to talk about is Bernhard Bonenberger, whom I had the pleasure to meet only very recently at a conference. And the passion and engagement that he has with the industry and is creating new experiences was really palpable and very inspiring for me. He created a new dimension in quiet, wellness-focused travel with 6 Senses, starting in 1995. And the fact that there are now 27 hotels with that name and 38 in the pipeline clearly speaks to the fact that IHG, the new owner of the brand, believe in that still and are really trying to promote that into the future. Bernhard, no longer with IHG and 6 Senses, has moved on to fund a new idea. He called it Discover Collection. He talked about that at the conference recently. So this is a really interesting new model of travel and resorts. And it's a membership model. So what that means is the ultimate in exclusivity. You're buying into this club at a pretty reasonable price, and only then are you allowed to book and stay in the hotels. So it becomes a community as well as being obviously a resort and about travel. But interestingly, rather than it being really luxurious, he's very much going down the Aman and 6 Senses route. It's all about barefoot luxury. It's about engagement, it's about positive impact on the location, so doing something good as well as just providing luxury travel. Grupo Habitat is another one that I like talking about. They're very much, young guys who started the company in 2000. They're focusing on one continent, mostly in Mexico. They have a couple of hotels outside. Very unique sites, location-focused, and it's about local luxury. So again, reinforcing these ideas. And a recent one that really caught my eye and caught the eye of the industry as well is Not a Hotel. You may have heard about this. It's a new concept coming out of Japan. It's kind of like a timeshare 2.0 type concept. The idea is that a property is designed, and then they're trying to find investors, up to 8 or 9 investors for each property. They're quite small. And only once they've got the investors do they start construction. So it's also a really interesting financing model, which obviously is always a big question when you come to big projects like we have in hospitality. Once the owners have taken their time, it's then open to the public, so anyone can go and stay if you know that this is something that you can do. So 9 properties and 10 in the pipeline, so it's very much a growing interest. So this emergence of design-focused, understated, authentic, immersive brands is catching on also with what I'll call the Big Four. The Big Four brands are buying into these pioneering ideas by buying the brands. But it's really good to see that they really have an understanding for that and want to ring-fence and protect them. So for example, the Standard team that very recently joined Hyatt, are being ring-fenced as a team in itself, and they're going to continue looking after the Standard brand and making sure that it stays true to its DNA. Accor merging with Ennismore was obviously huge news in the industry only a couple of years ago. And Ennismore have been tasked looking after all of the lifestyle brands that are in the Accor stable and making sure that they stay true to where they came from and stay true to their ideas. And of course, not to forget Marriott buying actual design hotels as an overall conglomerate. So clearly they do believe that design is one of the key things in the hotel industry. There are a couple of other initiatives that I find interesting. One of them is Marriott's Good Travel. Good Travel was Marriott Bonvoy, founded in 2021. It's a really interesting focus, even in the big brands, on experience. The way Marriott are talking about this is that meaningful travel creates the opportunity for positive impact as you explore and build deeper connections with local communities. And they're referring to 3 pillars within that: environmental protection, community engagement, and marine conservation. I don't think 10 years ago a big brand or people staying in resorts would have even thought about that. On the complete opposite end of the scale here, we've got Design Anthology. You may be familiar with this. It's an online and printed design magazine, very beautiful. And they have started running what they call experiences. They had one in Japan recently, one in Italy, and there's one coming up in India. And the idea here is bringing a small group of like-minded people together to travel and to really get into and under the skin of the location. So they're curating experiences that, as a normal traveler, you wouldn't be able to access to really understand your destination. So how can design create experiences? And how can we as designers help our clients to do so? The evolution of luxury is something that we continuously talk about. And I think we're all kind of aware of the fact that design, luxury used to be about materiality. So imposing grandeur of spaces, formal service, rigid attitude, the gold taps. But modern luxury is something very different. It's meaningful. It's about a welcoming aesthetic. It's tailored, personal service, and it's rooted in integrity. We believe in the power of narrative in design. We call it narrated journeys, and it's really taking our end user right from the public space through the traditional to the private, might even be from the, stinking all the way from the train station. It's about investigating the heritage of the local area, cultural influences, and through that establishing a really strong design theme that informs the narrative, materiality, and spatial form. That allows us to create a real connection and an experience that's thoughtful and of its place. When we start a project, we always look at usually 4, sometimes more, key pillars when we're developing the design. The first one is location. Obviously, I don't need to say that. The sense of place is something that Rosewood have even trademarked. The brand is the other important pillar. And that may be an established brand. It may be a brand new one. It might be something that we're creating with the client. But every project has a brand, really, when you think about it, because the brand is about your tone of voice, how you're speaking about yourself, your attitude, and what you're trying to achieve. The next one is the architecture. And whether we're actually creating the architecture or creating what's inside of the architecture, it's about our urban built environment or our natural environment and how we sit within that and understanding that. And the last but not least one is the history of the place. And that obviously is a key part of creating a narrative and creating a story, deep diving into the locality, deep diving into the history, and bringing some things out of that into the design. There's an interesting quote there that was in Forbes magazine at the end of 2024 when they were talking about new shifts in the travel industry, where they were actually referring to all of these things: authenticity, a strong sense of place as a key to enhancing the guest experience, hospitality brands that are turning to unique stories about their location, narrative-driven approaches. So we're glad that Forbes has finally caught up with the design industry. I wanted to give you some examples of how we might apply that and show you some projects where we have followed that narrative path. The first one is Lawson Place, which opened in Melbourne last year. It is located on the edge of the CBD on Parliament Gardens. And Lawson Place is the hospitality brand owned by Wing Tai that I'm sure many of you are familiar with, because obviously they're very much located here in Hong Kong as well. It's a long stay, short stay concept, so you can stay for one night or you can stay for 1 year. There's apartments as well as hotel rooms. So it's very much about community creation again. Firstly, we wanted to understand the brand. So Lawson Place, they talk about the comfort of home, community spirit, and great hosting. But very importantly, and it says they're very small at the bottom, it's about people, and they talk about the Lawson Place people that make a new place feel like home. And that refers back to some of the stuff that I was talking about earlier. The building itself is fascinating. It's a historic Salvation Army printworks, so lots for us to take from in terms of storylines, the dados and heights and the trays that graphically kind of carry all the letters, but also the story of Salvation Army, soup, soap, and salvation, as they call it, which is all about community, which obviously also fits very well with the Lawson Place brand. So taking from that, we wanted to work with the printing techniques, the ink tones, the strong dados, and the graphic nature of the trays, and then also the paper references. And layering this up to an approach to the design that talks about creating a sense of home, about celebrating the juxtaposition, obviously the old building, the new building, you see this in a moment, embracing the printing path and bringing that into the storyline, and then again back to Lawson Place, creating a real sense of community. Here's the building and the extension on top of it, designed by Denton Corker Marshall, who were our partners for this project. On the right-hand side, I want to draw your attention to the sculptural installation in the center. This is actually something that we wanted to right from the beginning. We had this idea of kind of flying paper as a kind of installation through the space to talk about the history of the building. Curatorial & Co., who are our art consultant that we collaborated on, based in Sydney, brought together First Nations emerging artist Jara Carolina Steele and sculptor Corey Thomas, who came up together with this idea of kind of interpreting that in slumped perspex. And on these perspex panels are Aboriginal markings that speak of Jara's people and history. So it's a great way of bringing together our concept, their background, the history of the site, and turning it into something that is immediately accessible and visible, but has a really deep story behind it. And you can see there in the background, there's another piece of artwork that refers back to the printing past, and all of the artwork that Curatorial have come up with refer back to those graphic principles. Next, I wanted to talk about a trio of projects. We've done a lot of work with Hyatt over the last few years, and we've been lucky enough to be involved in 3 Park Hyatt projects in short successions. So they share the same luxury brand, but they're responding to 3 completely different locations, cultures, and customer profiles. So hopefully you will agree once you've seen them that they all look very, very different from each other. The first one, Park Hyatt Auckland, is on the old site of the Team New Zealand shed, so the sailing team, right on Viaduct Harbour, right on the water, in the new Wynyard Quarter, which is a new development area. There's a number of restaurants and bars wrapping around the North Wharf, and this building is continuing that on by opening its entire ground floor out to its community. A nautical touch with the Maori heart is how we christened this. And you can't really do anything in New Zealand without integrating with Maori culture and also alluding to the relaxed Kiwi attitude. This is actually the hotel bar. If this would be in London or in Hong Kong, this would look a lot more posh. But actually here, it's very relaxed. It almost feels like a pub. And right behind me are big windows out onto the harbour, and you can park your boat and just walk in and have a pint. Again, an interesting collaboration I wanted to talk to you about. Baronia Scott, who is a Maori artist, took the patterns woven by her aunts for the Ngati Watua Orakai Marae, Marae being a Maori meeting house, so tuku panels, and developed a series of patterns for us and for the hotel. Maxwell Rogers Fabrics, who are based in New Zealand, and our local fabric brand, then interpreted and wove these patterns in New Zealand wool. So again, it's a lovely story of location, of history, and of culture coming together in the design with our partners. Park Hyatt Jakarta is the third one in the little trio, and this was all about bringing the vast richness of Indonesia into urban Jakarta. And anyone who's been recently, it is a big city, Jakarta, and there's a lot going on. We worked together with a local artwork consultant, again, Hadi Prana, who are very focused on crafts-based art. So we really enjoyed that because it meant that we can again bring that storyline into the project. And it's also about materiality. The material palette was inspired by the locality. Copper, for example, which is one of the biggest copper mining countries in the world, and also using lava stone in a reference to its volcanic nature. And then Park Hyatt Changsha, which opened last year. You may be familiar with Changsha. It's a very big city between Beijing and Shanghai. It's a media city, very glamorous. There's a lot of kind of film stars and movie people, etc. And it's located on top of the IFC Mall. So we christened it a fashionable home. So it's relating not just to the Hunan nature and serenity, but also it's married in with fashion. It's also the city of fireworks. So hopefully you can see in the Shanli that we developed with Lasvit that we're referring to that. So at some points you might see the firework outside and the firework inside as well. And referring to local customs, we don't have a destination restaurant as a breakfast room, but we have a tea room and we have a series of PDRs for the local way of entertaining. Peninsula, of course, you're all familiar with that. We were tasked with the brand innovation for the Peninsula Boutique and Cafe. Very evocative brand immersion, where we used the deep green color to highlight all the beautiful packaging and create an environment that immediately feels like Peninsula. The importance of this is also that it appeals to the next generation. You may not be able to afford a hotel room in the Peninsula just yet, where you can come and have a, admittedly, quite expensive cup of coffee. And I can't be on Hong Kong without talking about KEF. And Grace and Victor Loh are good friends of ours and obviously are intrinsic also to the city. It opened last year after the success of the Hong Kong version and won an FX award last week for Best Retail Space. It's not a hi-fi showroom, just like Not a Hotel is not a hotel, but it's an exquisite backdrop to a curated immersive experience. Podcast room, listening experiences, some like your home, some very much not. So I want to finish off by looking ahead. What is the future of luxury design? And what are the key words for us to consider when we think about designing luxury spaces? We have to go back to the principles we've talked about, the purpose, who are the people staying, the identity. We always need to remind ourselves, who are we designing for? And I think that's fundamental today. I have to start with experience. Experience is key, and experiential design is absolutely the order of the day. The second point is wellness, and I'm not talking about spa. I love a massage, but this is about a full holistic approach. Lighting, smell, sleep, sound, all of these things that make us as humans feel well. And that's very closely linked to a new field called neuroaesthetics that you may or may not have heard about, which is an interdisciplinary field. It talks about the biological base of experiences. Neuroscience, psychology, and aesthetics coming together. How does our brain respond to the stimulus of the senses? And it talks about the, neuromechanisms behind appreciation and judgment. It's been intuitive for us as designers for many years, but it's good to now have a scientific basis for this. And people like Professor Charles Spencer at Oxford University are actually studying this field very closely and have found that there's a number of things that are actually communal to people. So for example, the color blue that you saw about on the slide beforehand at our Hotel Maximilian is actually a universally the most liked color. So there's certain universal truths that apply to everybody, even though we're all different. The next one, as you've seen already, quick preview, is personality, not following trends or following the crowd, having a unique point of view, and projects that have integrity and are really memorable. And closely linked to that, of course, is uniqueness, which is another important part of design. I talked a bit about that before with Discover Collection, etc., but exclusivity is another important factor in luxury design. People want to feel like they're part of a special club, that something is curated just for them, and only accessible to select few. I'm not going to use the word leisure because I hate it, but the combination between work and leisure is a really important one for us to consider. The boundaries are blurred, the crossover of functions is so fundamental today. So we need to find new ways of integrating work and play and create the right conditions for this, whether it's in a home, in a hotel, or in a workplace. Also, when we're talking about luxury design, we can't leave out branded residences. A 30% uplift on sales prices in residences with branded residences. That is a fact. And obviously, anybody working in residential development will sit up and listen when they see those figures. It's the next level of brand integration, really. It's all about curated living. And this is not just about hotel brands, but fashion brands are in on the action, and even Aston Martin, who have already residences in Miami and in Tokyo. Artificial intelligence is another one that we always have to talk about. Is it a future or is it a fad? New ways of working have always emerged, and it always takes some time to get used to them and for them to become an integral part in how we work and live. And I'm sure it's going to be the same with this. You might recognize this picture from a film a few years ago called Her, where Scarlett Johansson was a lovable AI agent. Mauro Porcini, the Samsung president and chief design officer, spoke at a conference with me on Tuesday, and he talked about the importance of human touch and love in design. That really resonated with me. And the other thing that was mentioned by Mike from IDEO is AI, EI, and HI. AI, we know what that is. Emotional intelligence is EI, and HI is human imagination. I always like to talk about timelessness versus trends. I believe that design, interior design, architecture should be timeless. We're building something that should last for 10, 15, 20 years. So we can't just follow trends. We need to have our own story, our own narrative, and needs to be right for that particular project. So short-lived fads is not what we should be aiming for. And that, for me, is actually true sustainability. Because a project that will stand the test of time and doesn't need to be renewed, is really something that works towards a more sustainable future. I will leave you with the words of Chris Nassetta, the CEO of Hilton Worldwide, who in 2024 talked about this year being the year of the travel maximizer. Whether the adventures brings them to thrill-seeking journeys or restorative retreats, travelers today are embracing a variety of experiences. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Tina. My big takeaway was blue is a color liked by all, so hopefully I chose the best wardrobe for today. Now, thank you very much. We will hear from you very soon. Our next speaker is the founder of Atelier E, Enoch Hui. Approaches each project as a symphony of interconnected spaces. In his keynote, Design Beyond Styles and Rules, Enoch explores a philosophy that is intuitive, contextual, and deeply human. He makes the case for a process-liberated, predefined aesthetics, one that solves real problems with creativity, empathy, and a fresh perspective. Please join me in welcoming Enoch Hui.
Good afternoon, everyone. This is Enoch, founder of Atelier. First of all, I would like to give a big thanks to BODW for this incredible platform. So what do? We are basically an architecture and interior design studio specialized in commercial projects in Hong Kong, Japan, and Singapore. So curiosity. Curiosity to me is about asking myself questions. I always have question marks in my head, particularly when it comes to questions that appear to have clear answers. For example, why are swimming pools always blue in color? Why can't they be like yellow, pink, or even black? Why do we always trust the things we've learned from books? If we are not curious enough, we may never realize that some of the countries are actually much smaller than we expected. Why is kitchen design always so polished that we have to be very careful while we cook to avoid scratching the surfaces? They always make me feel like cooking on the back of an iPhone or iPad. Alternatively, I think this kitchen design is for someone truly love to cook. Despite its appearance, it's a carefree kitchen, making it a design that works for you instead of you working for the design. I believe many of you have experienced this in the public toilet, the hidden soap dispenser that I always miss the shot. And as well as the hidden toilet paper that can hardly be reached. They look very nice in design, and they make the toilet look so clean and tidy. But honestly, they don't function very well. Surprisingly, this type of toilet design is like everywhere, especially in Hong Kong. So why is that? It seems sometimes we blindly follow certain rules without questioning ourselves. What is the true meaning of design? Is it just about aesthetics? Is it just about styles? We've got so many different design styles in our industry. For example, like minimalism, modernism, contemporary, Art Deco, futurism, Scandinavian, wabi-sabi, brutalism, or new trends. But I always ask myself, why does design have to be governed by styles? And why do we simply follow design trends and end up like everyone is doing a copy and paste exercise? Most importantly, does that specific trend or style have anything to do with the owner? Or is it just a way to fulfill the designer's own preference? I always have doubt. So personally, I don't believe in any trend or style. And what I believe in is design is fundamentally about customization and problem solving. So instead of following any style or trend, we have developed our own design principles, which is called RARE. The first R stands for redefinition, which is how we transform something from ordinary to extraordinary. The second one is adaptation. Most of the time we have to adapt into our client's design brief, into their backgrounds, their brands, their habits, as well as the site restriction if there's any. The third one, representation. I think design has to be representable and unique for the individual. Last but not least, elimination. Sometimes we overthink, sometimes we overdesign. And overdesign can result in not just an excessive visual impact, but also a rise in the client's budget. So we have to control it very well. So for today, I'm going to share some of our projects that reflect our design principles. So let's begin with the first one, redefinition. A few years ago, during the COVID, we worked on a Japanese omakase restaurant project. And as usual, we did a lot of research on how a typical Japanese omakase restaurant should look like. So we found a lot of photos from the internet. I mean, a lot of them. But the problem was, they all look strikingly similar. And we wanted to go for something different. So we stepped back and looked at the brand again. Wako Sake Labo, which is the name of the restaurant. And Labo means laboratory in Japanese. So end up, we decided to create a space that feels like a lab, which is completely different from the traditional ones. So here we go, the shop front of the restaurant. And many of the design details were inspired by what we often see in a lab. But at the same time, we didn't forget about the Japanese tradition and culture. For example, this product display rack, which is actually inspired by bamboo. And as well as the table support. And also some inspirations from the traditional Japanese pattern. So they are all like hidden in the restaurant space. Okay, we all know that omakase means the chef who decides what you eat, right? But I always wonder, how about the diners? Do they have a choice? The answer is yes. They can choose where they want to eat at this immersive omakase bar. Thanks to the two sides of the LED screens and the mirror on the ceiling that enhance the effect. So this is one of the nights. So this project demonstrates how we can redefine something already exists in people's mind. Okay, the second one, adaptation. Last year, we were asked to design an Italian restaurant, which is located right next to the Lina Park. And Lina Park is a very special park in Hong Kong, featuring some invaluable wood fossils. According to the design brief, a strong connection between the park and the restaurant was needed. But the biggest challenge was, as you can see from this existing site photo, there's a series of steel trusses along this curtain wall. And they look a little bit industrial to us, while we were looking for something more rustic, more natural, in order to match with the theme of the park. And of course, we were not allowed to destroy them, but we had to adapt into them. So end up, we turned the steel structures into a cathedral-like restaurant space. The original steel trusses are now covered with the new organic arches, and we added horizontal stakes in between the arches to function as louvers for reducing sun glare. And it helps cast beautiful shadow into the space as well. So this restaurant is basically divided into two areas. We call it the high ceiling space and the low ceiling space. At the low ceiling space, we've got this upside-down flowers installation that represents the eternity of wood fossils, as it reflects the ancient method of preserving flowers. Additionally, the mural on the right-hand side, named Nirvana, created by the local artist Miss Eunice Chung, tells a story about how, about the life of wood fossils, and to remind us to cherish the present moment and to appreciate the value of life. Okay, the third one, representation. Earlier this year, we designed this Michelin restaurant, Organic, which is run by Mr. Simon Rogan, the gentleman standing in the middle. I was immediately impressed by his core principles, which is the farm-to-table concept and the zero-waste approach. We aim to embrace his sustainable philosophy and to create a space which is also driven by sustainability. So we went to Hong Kong Timber Bank, where they collect all sorts of reclaimed woods from typhoon damage in Hong Kong, and to see what we could do with them. So back to the site, you can see there are 3 intrusive columns right in the middle of the space, and we dislike them very much. But we thought we could probably transform them from something unwanted into something beautiful and functional. And we came up with this bottle tree idea that served as the main design feature, and also, of course, to hide the columns and to accommodate the service station at the same time. So it's kind of like the all-in-one solution. So after selecting the timbers, we cut them into pieces, we combine them, and we form them into organic shapes by using the CNC machines. It was a painful process, as we encounter many uncertainties, such as the issue with thermal contraction and expansion, and accuracy of the joint, and as well as the structural concerns. But it was absolutely worth it. So for this project, we aim to maximize the idea of sustainability. And we wanted to use as much recycled materials as possible. Starting from the entrance, we built this semi-open partition by using those timbers. And the louvers were intentionally left unfinished. So here we go, the main dining space. Now you can see the massive bottle trees as well as the tabletops. They're all made from recycled timbers. Additionally, the flattened floor marbles were connected from the other old projects, and the chairs were reused from the previous location of organic. And we even used the oyster shell with plaster on some of the wall areas and bar counter. So this is another interpretation of fine dining space. Okay, the last one, elimination. This is a very special Chinese restaurant project, which is located on the top floor of M+ Museum. That the architecture is designed by Herzog and de Meuron. I think the impression to many people, Chinese restaurant is always rich in colors and design ornaments, right? But at this specific location, as requested, we had to work closely to the DNA of the building, and that means we had to eliminate and to give up a lot of traditional Chinese design elements. So we went back and studied the Chinese design, and we found they often focus on lines and circles. And we tried to eliminate all the unnecessary decorative ornaments, keeping only the lines and circles, and to see what would happen. And we came up with this sort of simplified version of a Chinese restaurant space. So this is the moon gate that serves as the main entrance. Can you see there's a shadow of a person walking behind the semi-translucent screen? Actually, that's the corridor, the service corridor, connecting the kitchen and the dining space. And we utilize natural daylight to create this unintentional traditional Chinese shadow play, simply by showing the waiters walking behind the screen. So this is the image of the shadow play. This is such a long restaurant space that is quite unusual in Hong Kong. But the best part of it is we've got this stunning Victoria Harbour view on one side. So there's nothing else we could do except for putting a nice table there for someone to enjoy the view. And here we go, the main dining space. Our aim was to create a changeable Chinese garden to bring life into this area. And the trees represent the 4 seasons They can be moved around to enhance the different table settings. The black and white animation on the wall, which is created by Mr. Alan Chen, tells a story about how Chinese calligraphy is inspired by the great nature. And for the toilet design, which is also based on our main design theme, circles and lines, but no hidden toilet paper and no hidden soap dispenser. So this is our team for this project. It's my honor to work with the two design masters, Mr. Tino Kwan on lighting and Mr. Alan Chan on branding and art direction. We share some common beliefs, such as the importance of elimination. So we all agree on reducing design elements. We all agree on cutting down the lights. We all agree on cutting down the use of colors. However, there's just one thing we didn't want to cut down: our design fees. Thank you. And God bless Hong Kong.
Thank you very much, Enoch, for sharing your thoughts with us. Next up, we turn to a deeper dimension of design, where branding becomes a language of emotion. Our next speaker is Sarah Biancacho, co-founder and creative director of Putonghua Studio, whose cross-cultural work bridges Eastern sensitivity and Western culture. In her section, The Emotional Intelligence of Branding, Designing Meaning Beyond an Object, Sarah explores how curiosity cultivates empathy in contemporary design. She examines how sensory details, from spatial visuals to material textures, translate emotion into experience, creating resonance that feels both universally and deeply personal. Please enjoy a video prepared by Sarah. Please give a warm welcome to Sarah Biancacho.
Hello, everyone. I'm very happy to be here. I'm Sara, I'm Italian, and I'm co-founder and creative director of Putonghua Studio, a branding agency with branches in Shenzhen, Hong Kong, and Venice. In our work every day, we do something that is very easy to say, but very hard to do. We design how brands feel. Not just how they look, but actually how they feel inside, the emotional world they create around you. And today I want to dive deeper right behind this principle, in the emotional intelligence of branding, or how we build brand experiences that live across cultures, across medium, and across emotional registers. I want to start with a sentence that really sets the tone for today. Technology connects faster, but emotion connects deeper. We live in a world that is accelerating. We live with AI, we work with AI, we brainstorm with AI, we even sleep with it. But speed is not death. Don't get me wrong, AI is great. AI gives us precision and gives us control. But actually, what is missing is the emotional value. So on one side, we have, in the context, artificial intelligence. And on the other side, we have emotional intelligence. AI helps us to see data. AI helps us to see people. AI tells us what people are doing. AI tells us why they are doing it. And in branding, this why is everything. So we are living through a very clear shift in our industry. For years, branding was about faster production, tighter systems, stronger organization. We optimized, scaled, automated, templated. We built brands to be efficient machines. But now something different is happening. We are shifting from machine connection to human connection. We don't just need brands that think, we need brands that feel. People don't remember perfect systems, they remember how a brand makes them feel. From thinking faster to feeling deeper, AI can think 1,000,000 times faster than we do. But humans feel, and that is what creates attachment. From efficiency to empathy, efficiency makes things smooth. Empathy makes things meaningful. And meaning is what turns a brand into something people come back to. This shift will define the next decade of branding. So today we explore 3 things. Why emotional intelligence is the new craft of branding, what happens when East and West enters together the conversation, and how curiosity transforms empathy into actual design decision. So what does emotional intelligence in branding really means? It is the ability to sense, to interpret, and design values with intention. It means going beyond the surface, beyond the logo and the colors, and understanding the emotional core of a brand. It's about reading the brand the same way you read a person. Is this person happy? Is this person sad? Is this person energetic? Their insecurities, their strengths. Because every brand has an inner world, and it's up to us to uncover it. So we have 3 layers. We're analyzing 3 layers of emotional intelligence in branding. The first one is self-awareness, the second is other awareness, and the third is relationship. Let me give a very clear example that is very basic to understand what this means. Let's say you are a man. You know yourself very well. You know how to dress, you know which food you like, you know your personality. Then you love a woman that must be understood. You need to understand what she likes, what she feels, what she expects. And that's the layer number 2, other awareness. Then you have to take her out for dinner. And you have to pick a place that you like, because highly likely you're paying. Or otherwise she will be pissed if she doesn't like the place. So basically you have to blend together the self-awareness and the other awareness to make sure that the relationship or the interaction works greatly. If a brand skips self-awareness, it becomes confused. If it skips other awareness, it becomes self-centered. If it skips the relationship later, it becomes theoretical. Nice ideas, but without real impact. Self-awareness is where everything begins. If a brand doesn't know who it is, every decision becomes messy. So we ask, what does this brand believe in? Which personality does it have? What does it refuse to compromise on? Once a brand is self-aware, everything else becomes clear. For other awareness, we bring in empathy. We shift from what do we want to say to what people want to feel. So we look at emotional patterns, not age groups or income brackets. We ask what reassures them, what excites them. And the last one is relationship. This is where the emotional intelligence becomes tangible. Where are the details based on previous answers that make the people feel important? These details are the translation from intangible to tangible. And what happened when East and West entered this conversation? I grew up in Italy. I found my studio across China and Italy, and I have clients worldwide. And East and West dialogue is present in everything we do. So here is what I learned. Curiosity is the bridge between cultures. Without curiosity, difference is a problem. With curiosity, difference is an asset. So what I've been learning across these projects and talking to clients of different kind of cultural background. On the Eastern side, we often find collective harmony, subtlety, a quiet emotion expressed through rituals and symbol. On the Western side, we find individual expression, more boldness, and emotion expressed more openly. a love for clarity and directness. Neither is better nor is worse. They are simply two different emotional languages, and the magic happens when they meet. When you mix Eastern sensitivity with Western clarity, you get balance. Design that is emotional rich, but still direct, refined but not silent, bold but not aggressive. This is the space where we work in every day. And if we stay curious, these differences stop being obstacles and become the ingredients that make the work deeper, more layered, and more human. I want to introduce a project that we recently completed that perfectly aligns with the East and West lens. Specifically, this is a project that we have done for Rosewood Hotel Hong Kong for the Dark Side Bar. As you can imagine, Dark Side Bar is populated by people that are foreigners, tourists, as well as local alike. And to bring alive this concept of the yin-yang, we wanted to be clear to everyone and make the concept accessible to everyone. This is a menu, a cocktail menu. And on the front side, we have two sides, the yin, the dark one, and the yang, the light one, where we engraved a skyline of Kowloon and Hong Kong Island. Kowloon, as you know, is known from the locals as the dark side. As we open, we have the cocktail displayed in the bright or the dark part, according to traditional Chinese medicine. So the cocktails with hot ingredients, they are on the yang side, and the one with cold ingredients, they are on the yin side. We also had an interactive game, let's say. If the people cannot pick their drinks, then they let the fate decide for them. So by spinning the wheel, basically the wheel will reveal them which cocktail they will pick. So what are we learning when we design between worlds? We stop translating visual, and we start translating emotion. And here is actually what we learn when we stay curious. Empathy becomes translation. You stop forcing one culture into another. You start listening for emotional equivalence. Contrast becomes balance. Boldness meets subtlety, structure meets ritual, clarity meets symbolism, and the result is richer than either side alone. Meaning becomes universal. When you get the emotion right, you don't have to localize everything. It actually resonates across borders. Now, the beautiful thing about design with emotional intelligence is not random. It's not let's pray that that works. We actually create a framework for it, and we call it lens. Listen, emphasize, narrate, and shape. So when we start the design process, we start with listen. The brand, the founder, the team, the audience, everyone has something to say. We listen to their words, but also their contradiction, the hesitation, their energy. We map brand personality, user persona, and emotional drivers. We use tools like the limbic map and visual card to understand what sits underneath each decision. If we skip this phase, everything loses depth. Then we empathize in a strategic way. We study emotional triggers, expectations, subconscious behavior. We map what people think, feel, say, and do, and then we do the jobs to be done. Which job does this brand need to fulfill in order to make a person feel something? Make me feel welcome, make me feel uplifted, make me feel energetic. This is the layer that transforms the strategy into humanity. And then we narrate, we tell the story. We write the manifesto, the core story, the tone, the voice. This is where the brand stops being a list of attributes and becomes a personality you can actually hear. Narration gives the brand a spine, a point of view. Without this, the visuals feel empty. Eventually, we shape, visualize the story. Here's where everything becomes real. The logo, the typography, the colors, the graphic, the system. Shape is where the emotional truth takes physical form. So when this methodology is applied, you can actually feel it. The brand speaks its own voice. The audience feels coherence before they even realize why. And meaning becomes something you can actually sense. This is when a brand becomes memorable, not because of a trendy aesthetic, but just because it is emotionally aligned. So I want to present now two projects that have a very different background, but they share the same logic. The first one is Bar Leone. Bar Leone is a bar in Hong Kong, in Sheung Wan district, that won #1 best bar in the world and #1 best bar in Asia. So when starting working with Bar Leone, we wanted to understand what the people of Hong Kong needs. Something became very clear very quickly. People were craving for something real. Not perfect, not polished, not hyper-curated, just real. They wanted a place where you can drop in after work and fill the room, not step into another glossy, over-designed bar that feels empty. People wanted personality. They wanted a bit of chaos, a bit of soul, a bit of spontaneity, the kind of energy where you hear laughs before you even open the door. So the value basically wrote themselves. The first one is celebrate the extraordinary ordinary, something that Italy is very well known for. The second one is embrace the detail of the culture, not in a pizza, pasta, mamma, like cliche way, but in a very deeper way, in a way that feels lived in. And the third one is to be unapologetic. This is absolutely my favorite because it's the one that you totally feel when you enter the space. Bar Leone doesn't try to please everyone. It actually doesn't care to please nobody. It knows its tone, it knows its humor, it knows its personality, and it stands by it. And this confidence is what creates connection. So together, these values set the emotional DNA. Warm, bold, a bit chaotic, but full of heart. And it creates a bar that feels like a friend you want to hang out with. Visually, Bar Leone has to feel connected to Rome, where the owner is from. And one of the strongest emotional symbols in Rome is the football. If you know Rome, you know that Roma Football Club is pride, it's loyalty, it's chaos, it's family. It's the kind of emotion that lives. So we took inspiration from that energy. The deep reds, the yellows, that unapologetic street-level confidence. Not to make it like a football bar, but to capture that Roman energy. And there are the lions, of course, leone in Italian means lion. We intentionally created different lions across the branding, not one perfect polished logo, but many that create a very layered personality. Another project that we did shift completely from what Bar Leone is. And now we are in Yunnan, a province of mainland China, in Kunming, in the Shangri-La Hotel. Yunnan is very, very incredibly rich in culture. You have multiple minority groups, each with their own motifs, colors, rituals, and stories. So emotional intelligence here becomes crucial because the line between celebration and appropriation is very thin. Our first insight was to celebrate minorities' culture without turning them into decor. We didn't want to copy patterns and stick them on menus. We wanted to understand what those patterns meant and then reinterpret them respectfully. The second insight was to elevate tradition through modern refinement. Guests at Suma, likewise Dark Side, include international travelers, but local alike. So the design had to balance both, not themed, but refined. And the third insight is to create something that both locals and foreigners emotionally connect to. Locals need to feel proud, not stereotyped, and foreigners need to feel welcome, but welcome into a refined space, not into a theme park. So the emotional work here was all about the sensitivity. How do we protect the soul of a place while shaping it into an experience that feels contemporary and universal? The values that came out from these insights are, for sure, respect, and this one was absolutely non-negotiable. Respect for the minorities' culture of Yunnan, respect for their symbol, respect for their stories, respect is what keeps the brand from becoming a theme park. The second value is refinement, because Suma needed to feel elevated, not rustic, but sophisticated, in a way that still feels grounded in where it is. Refinement, though, doesn't mean European or minimal. It means choosing what to highlight, what to simplify, and what to let breathe. And third value is resonance. This is where everything connects. The brand has to resonate with locals, again, and with visitors alike. The color palette came from the super rich environment of Yunnan. And the patterns and the graphic also came from the culture. Instead of copying it, we abstracted them, reducing line and softening forms, giving them elegance and air. The goal was to honor the culture once again without overwhelming the guests. The overall visual language is very calm, refined and grounded. It feels contemporary, but you can still sense the heritage underneath it. That's emotional intelligence, design that respects the past, elevates the present, and creates resonance for everyone who walks in. Barleone and Suma cannot be more different. Different values, cultures, different aesthetics, but the resonance level is the same, because emotional intelligence aligns the inner world of the brand with the emotional need of the audience. And now we switch into the world of luxury. And I want to present 3 case studies where I've been recently that really shape the way on how I think about luxury. First one is Casa Bottega Veneta in Venice, Italy. Second one is the Range Rover House in the Cotswolds, United Kingdom. Third one is Hyundai Design Library in Seoul, South Korea. So when we look at Casa Bottega Veneta, we basically do not see any bag on site. We enter into this beautiful palazzo, very well curated, a wonderful array of art, and again, you do not see a product. When you walk into the Range Rover House in the Cotswolds, United Kingdom, you don't see cars. It makes you feel that you enter the house of someone who owns a Range Rover. So basically here, they make you feel the emotion of it. Same thing for the Hyundai Design Library. Actually, this Hyundai Design Library is from Hyundai Card. And you don't see any card or cars. You just see beautiful books in an heritage building. It's a place where you feel smarter just by sitting in it. So what do all of these 3 case studies have in common? A very simple idea. Luxury is the feeling of alignment. When your values, your pace, and your taste, the rhythm of who you are, resonates with the world that the brand creates. Is that quiet? Yes. Inside of you, when you step into one of these places, is that like, it just feels like me? Luxury is not about ownership, but it's about recognition and alignment. And there is the truth behind that. There is no alignment without intention, and there is no intention without curiosity. If a brand stops being curious, it becomes predictable. If it becomes predictable, it stops feeling luxurious. Curiosity is what keeps the brand emotionally awake. And it's what makes a brand refine itself instead of repeating itself. Curiosity is what ignites emotional intelligence, and emotional intelligence is what sustains innovation. This is the engine that keeps a brand relevant, intentional, and meaningful over time. Trends fade, products evolve, technology resets every 6 months. Emotion is the constant. So I want to leave you today and want to conclude with a small challenge. 3 questions that you can apply into your everyday life, into your next project, or just simply think about it. When you walk into a store, when you live your life, imagine and ask yourself a question. What does this brand feel like on the inside? Not how it looks, but how it feels. What emotional pattern this brand is really designing for? Comfort, confidence, escape, pride. And where does this relationship become real? In one single touch point. It might be the first greeting. If you answer this honestly, you're already thinking with emotional intelligence. Curiosity will guide you, design will give it form, and emotion will make it matter. And this is where connection happens. And this is where emotional and meaningful brands are built. Grazie.
Thank you very much, Sarah. A wonderful way to end day 2 of Business of Design Week 2025. We'd like to extend a very warm thank you to each and every one of you, our moderators, our speakers, our sponsors, and partners as well, and of course, you all for joining us. We ask that you share your feedback with us by scanning the QR code on the back of your badge. We'd appreciate everything you share with us so we can continuously improve for BODW upcoming. Thank you very much. My name is Vincent, and we look forward to seeing you very soon for tomorrow's final day of Business of Design Week 2025. Good night, and thank you.
The 14th Five-Year Plan enhances Hong Kong as a regional intellectual property trading hub. Hong Kong has a sound legal system, top professional services, and robust intellectual property protection, bringing business opportunities to all. The Intellectual Property Department offers upgraded training courses to establish the expertise of managers in enterprises and enhance competitiveness while providing a free legal consultation service. For details, visit ip.gov.hk.
14.5規劃綱要支持香港建設區域知識產權貿易中心。香港有健全嘅法律制度、優越嘅專業服務同完善嘅知識產權保護，帶來無限商機。知識產權署提供升級版培訓課程，增加企業管理人員嘅專業知識，提升競爭力，仲有免費嘅法律諮詢服務。詳情請瀏覽 ip.gov.hk。